I was woken up by the angry shouts of my stepmother, Ma Chunhua. Niobai, you were at least a sickly laborer before, but now you're on the verge of death and can't even lift a single brick. Why should I keep supporting you? We must split the family property. If you're dying, go die somewhere else. I abruptly sat up. There she was, hands on her hips, leaning against the pig pen, pointing at me and yelling nonstop. Her spit flew so far that even from 3 or 4 meters away, my face was drenched. Inside the pig pen, 2 pigs cowered in the corner, trembling with fear. My brain buzzed. Something was wrong. I distinctly remembered plastering exterior wall tiles at a construction site and accidentally falling from over 70 meters high. How did I end up back here, 30+ years ago, in front of a pig pen? This scene was all too familiar. It was 1984. I was 22 years old. My mother had passed away when I was 9, leaving me frail and sickly. At 10, my stepmother arrived, and life became even more miserable. She was like a ruthless landlord, and I was the exploited laborer. All the dirty and exhausting work fell on me. I gritted my teeth and endured, never daring to utter a word of complaint. By last year, I couldn't take it anymore. It wasn't that Ma Chunhua became kinder to me, but my body gave out. I became so weak that even carrying 2 buckets of water could knock me over. The village doctor said my body was frail to begin with. Years of hard labor had ruined my health. I couldn't do any more heavy work. Otherwise, I'd die from overwork someday. From that point on, Ma Chunhua despised me even more. Before, she saw me as a laboring ox. Now, I was like a dying dog. Before, she begrudgingly let me fill up on sweet potatoes and potatoes. Now, she'd rather feed moldy grain to the pigs than let me eat it. She even made me sleep on a wooden bed in the pig pen, saying worthless people like me were only fit to live with pigs. Now, she was trying every means possible to drive me away, insisting on splitting the family property. This was the very day she would succeed in doing so. As her scolding filled my ears, I grew so angry that I started coughing violently. Damn it, I barely had a chance to experience being reborn, and the first thing I get is more scolding? A sudden dizziness came over me, and a flash of light appeared before my eyes. I was now on a golden beach, surrounded by an endless blue sea. I found myself sitting on a small island. Around 200 square meters at most, the island had fine golden sand and a single sturdy coconut tree in the center. The tree bore a few coconuts, with only one ripe, while the others remained small. The scenery was breathtaking. But where the hell was I now? Thud! Suddenly, the ripe coconut fell, hitting me on the head before landing on the sandy ground at my feet. With a crack, the coconut split open, and a faintly translucent liquid oozed out. I was thirsty, so I picked it up and drank directly from the crack. The sweet juice slid down my throat and transformed into a surging energy that coursed through my entire body. In an instant, I felt as if my body had become an ocean, teeming with power. All my ailments and frailty vanished. My limbs surged with strength, and I felt astonishingly vibrant, almost as if I were floating on air. Holy crap, I realized the truth. This coconut juice was like an elixir that revitalized my entire being. The island and sea were clearly part of some kind of alternate space. I hadn't just been reborn. I'd gained a magical space as well. Although it wasn't some vast black soil or prairie like in other stories, it was still extraordinary, let alone the miraculous coconuts. I looked up and saw there were still 5 small coconuts on the tree. One of them looked slightly larger than the others. Excitement surged in me. I couldn't help but prance around in joy. Suddenly, bang! Something hit me hard on the head, and I fell unconscious. When I came to, I was back in the pig pen. It turned out that Ma Chunhua, furious at my dazed silence while she was ranting, had stormed over and hit me on the head. Niobai, what are you daydreaming about? Are you deaf? I said I want to split the family. You can't refuse. I recovered my senses and stared coldly at her. This gaze made her shudder with unease. When had this brat's eyes started looking this fierce? Like a tiger's. She raised her voice, making a strong show of confidence. How dare you glare at me like that? Don't think I won't gouge your eyes out, you little bastard. She swung her hand again to slap me. I grabbed her wrist in midair. She struggled to pull free, but I held her arm fast. I asked her, what right do you have to hit me? With a sudden push, I sent her stumbling backward. She crashed 5 or 6 steps away, landing flat on her butt. For a moment, she was stunned. Then she started slapping her thighs and wailing. He's killing me. Niobai is going to kill me. Help! A man rushed in from outside. It was Chun Degue, the son Ma Chunhua brought with her when she remarried. He was tall and burly, twice the size of me. Well, all the family's best food had gone to him. He was eating meat regularly. Standing at the pigpen's entrance was a curvy and pretty-faced girl, but her expression was laced with malice. It was Ma Chunhua's daughter, Chun Meifeng. She wouldn't enter the dirty pigpen, but shot me a venomous glare from where she stood. Chun Degue pointed at me and yelled, "You dirty bastard! How dare you hit my mother?" You're asking for death. As he cursed, he charged at me, fist raised. Ma Chunhua yelled, beat him to death. Kill him. I jumped out of my makeshift wooden bed in one move. My body felt brimming with endless energy, and my illness seemed completely gone. Bang! With one kick, I sent Chen Degue flying. He smashed through the wooden pigpen gate and landed right by Chun Meifeng's feet. She screamed in terror. Satisfaction washed over me. In my previous life, not only had I been exploited by Ma Chunhua, but that bastard Chen Degue had treated me like a punching bag too. This time around, I'd fight back harder than ever. Ma Chunhua was dumbfounded. The coward she'd always bullied was now retaliating like this, beating her and kicking her son? I confidently strode toward the outside. Chen Meifeng stared at me in shock and then started yelling. Niu Bai, you hit my mother and my brother. Are you rebelling? You dead piece of... Slap. I slapped her square across the face, sending her sprawling with her hair in disarray, wailing loudly. It felt beyond satisfying. This wretched girl used to torment me too, making me wash her feet and even her underwear. Who cares if they call it rebellion? Reborn again, I planned to turn my life around and rise above it all. Niu Bai, what do you think you're doing? How dare you rebel like this? From the east room, a scrawny, dark-skinned middle-aged man strode out with heavy steps. It was my so-called father, Niu Dazhuang. He took one look at the scene inside and outside the pigpen and was dumbfounded. Then he pointed a trembling finger at me. You dare hit your stepmother? And your brother and sister too? Have you no sense of law or morality? Kneel, and beg your mother for forgiveness. I stood, unmoving, staring coldly at him. This so-called father had never once stepped in when my stepmother and her children bullied me in the previous life. Back then, I endured everything. But this time, don't blame me for being unfilial. So I spat out, kneel my ass. Niu Dazhuang froze in place. Was this really his son, who used to obey every word without question? Ma Chunhua crawled out of the pigpen, putting on her most pitiful expression as she whimpered, Dazhuang, this good son wants to kill me. If we don't split the family today, I'll go back to my mother's place. I'm done serving you. Chen Dagwai stumbled out, clutching his stomach. Dad, your son kicked a hole in my stomach. It hurts so much. Chen Meifeng, holding her face, scrambled up. Boo-hoo-hoo, Dad, did he ruin my face? He hits us today, and he'll hit you tomorrow. We must split the family. Niu Dazhuang's face was dark as he roared at me. Did you hear that? All you're doing. Split the family. It must be done. If you don't, your mom is leaving, and I'll never let this go. I let out a dry laugh. Split the family? Fine. What do I get? Ma Chunhua wiped her nose, her voice sharp like a jellyfish's sting. You still want to get something? You've been eating and drinking from the family, used our money for medicine when you were sick, and now you want to take a share? You're leaving empty-handed. Not a single penny, not even a blade of grass. I fixed my gaze on her, my face full of sardonic amusement. I've been eating and drinking here. Over the years, all the dirty and hard work in this house. Haven't I done it all? The doctor even said my body was weak to begin with, and it collapsed from too much labor. The stones used to build your family's house. Every single one was carried down the mountain by me alone. My shoulders were worn raw, and you wouldn't even give me a piece of cloth, made me smear mud on it, and keep carrying. Every penny I earned working outside, every single one, I gave to this family. The more I spoke, the angrier I got. 2 months ago, I went out to sea with the villagers as a laborer. Caught in huge waves, I nearly died. I earned $15 and brought it back. You took the money without a word of comfort. Then you immediately turned around and bought sneakers for Chen Dagwai and jeans for Chen Meifeng. And I got nothing. Ma Chunhua shouted. That was your duty. Why were you even born into the Niu family? If you don't work, why should I feed you? Niu Dazhuang nodded in agreement. Your mom's right. It's what you're supposed to do. Otherwise, why would I have had you in the first place? I burst into angry laughter. So you didn't give birth to a son. You gave birth to a servant, to a beast of burden? Ma Chunhua rolled her eyes. Fine. I'll give you something. The old boat in the yard, you can have that. You can live in it and take it out to fish. Nothing else. Take it or leave it. The old boat. Oh, it's old all right. Over 30 years old, handed down from Grandpa. It's rotting and leaking, barely fit to live in. To take it out to fish? That'd be a one-way ticket to meet the Dragon King of the Seas. Chen Dagwai grinned mischievously. Yeah. At least that boat can shield you from the wind. Better than sleeping on the roadside. Chen Meifeng chimed in with her mocking tone. Exactly. Giving you that old boat is more than generous. Be grateful. Ma Chunhua shoved at Niu Dazhuang's shoulder. Say something. Niu Dazhuang quickly added. Yeah, just that old boat. Nothing else. I let out a cold laugh. Last year, you spent $4,000 on a motorboat for Chen Dagwai. Half of that money was your savings, but the other half I earned. And now you're brushing me off with a dilapidated excuse for a boat. Niu Dazhuang was stumped. Ma Chunhua instantly yelled. You little bastard. I haven't even calculated all the money you've cost us. You dare keep tangling over this? If you keep this up, I'll report to the authorities and say you're threatening to kill us. Then you won't get a dime and can rot in jail. Bravo, bravo. I let out one cold laugh after another and said, I'm not splitting the family anymore. Ma Chuanhua's expression changed instantly. Not splitting up? You don't get to decide. Anyone who hits their own mother is a beast. We won't live with a beast, I said coldly. First, don't even try to claim you're my mother. Is that a title you even deserve? Second, I won't live with beasts either. I want to sever ties. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Niu Dazhuang's eyes widened. What? What did you say? To sever ties. My voice wasn't loud, but every word was clear. From today on, I cut all ties with the Niu family. This isn't splitting the family. This is family annulment. From now on, whatever money I earn has nothing to do with you. And your life or death has nothing to do with me. Ma Chunhua froze for a moment, then burst into laughter. This little bastard wants to sever ties? A frail, dying wretch wants to cut ties with us. Chen Daguai laughed so hard his stomach hurt. Mom, he's just afraid of burdening us, so he thought of severing ties. Huh. Chen Meifeng's eyes lit up. Fine, let him. It'll be one less burden for us. Fearing I'd change my mind, Ma Chunhua immediately grabbed Niu Dazhuang's arm. Dazhuang, you heard him. He wants this himself. We're not the ones forcing him. Niu Dazhuang frowned. Niu Bai, are you serious about severing ties? I didn't say a word but nodded firmly. Ma Chunhua couldn't wait any longer. Then let's cut it clean. Once and for all. We'll go to the village committee and draw up the annulment papers right now. Niu Dazhuang gritted his teeth. Fine. Remember, this was your idea. I didn't force you. The village committee office was in the center of the village, a small mud brick building with a wooden sign hanging out front. The village secretary, Niu Aigua, was in his 40s, a former soldier with significant respect in the village. He was reading the newspaper when he heard the commotion outside. Upon stepping out, he saw the whole family had come. I marched at the front with an imposing air that made Niu Aigua pause in surprise. Wasn't this kid supposed to be gravely ill? How'd he suddenly become so full of life? He asked, what's going on? Ma Chunhua dashed forward, slapping her thigh as she wept dramatically. Secretary, you need to stand up for me. Niu Bai hit me. And he hit Daguai and Meifeng too. We can't keep living like this. Chen Daguai lifted his shirt to show the red mark on his stomach. Chen Meifeng, with her swollen face, stood tearfully by. Niu Aigua frowned and looked at me. Normally, I'm weak and cowardly, always the one getting bullied by my stepmother and her clan. But this time, my newfound determination surprised even Uncle Aigua. Being the village secretary, Uncle Aigua was well aware of my suffering over the years. However, domestic disputes are tricky, and he couldn't intervene. He asked, so what do you all want? Ma Chunhua gritted her teeth. Sever ties. Uncle Aigua was stunned. Sever ties? Bai is already so ill, and you still want to sever ties? Are you trying to push him to the grave? Ma Chunhua panicked. Secretary, don't accuse us of wrongdoing. He's the one who wants to sever ties. We're not the ones forcing him. Dazhuang, isn't that right? Niu Dazhuang immediately nodded. Yeah, he said so himself. Uncle Aigua looked at me doubtfully. Bai, you're the one who wants to sever ties? You're already so sick. If you do this, no one will look after you from now on. I replied, Uncle Aigua, if I sever ties, I'll live better on my own. If I don't, I'll be worked to death by them. You already know how things are for me. Uncle Aigua sighed. All right, if you all really want to sever ties, I couldn't be stopped. But here's the ugly truth up front. Once the severing ties document is signed, from now on, life, death, illness, or health, we have no ties to each other. Bai, you won't step foot in the Niu family's graveyard. You won't get a share of the Niu family's land. The Niu family's house will have nothing to do with you. Have you thought it through? I've thought it through. I remained calm. Uncle Aigua had no choice but to pull out a sheet of letter paper from the drawer. After confirming the details of the division, he let out a long sigh. Dazhuang, you're only leaving your biological son with a broken boat? That's way too harsh. Over the years, how much work has Bai done for this family? How much money has he earned? He's ruined his health from working so hard. And this is how you treat him? Isn't this ungrateful? Niu Dazhuang acted as if he hadn't heard. Ma Chunhua and her son openly rolled their eyes. Uncle Aigua had no alternative but to personally pick up the pen and write 2 copies of the severing ties document. After reading it aloud, he handed it to us for review. After confirming there were no errors, we signed it and pressed our fingerprints. 2 identical copies, one for each party. I took the document, folded it, and said, "Thank you, Uncle Aigua," before turning and walking away. Just as I stepped out the door, I heard Ma Chunhua's smug, sarcastic voice behind me. Perfect. The sickly ghost severed ties on his own and is finally out of our house. If you die, we don't have to care. Chen Daguai chimed in deliberately. Mom, no matter what, he's still alive. What if he dies outside, and we have to collect the body? Chen Meifeng added, what body? Just toss it in the sea to feed the fish. I suddenly stopped in my tracks and turned around. The mother and her 2 children stood in the doorway, all with looks of ease on their faces as if they had finally shed a burden. As for Niu Dazhuang, his face was expressionless. I stared at him and asked, Dad, do you really not want me as your son anymore? After all, he was still my father. I wanted to see if he really had no feelings for me whatsoever. Niu Dazhuang said, you even hit your stepmother. Of course, I don't want you. Don't come looking for me in this lifetime. I won't give you a single cent. If you die of sickness, that's your own problem. I sighed. Fine. Then no matter how much money I earn in the future, no matter how big a house I live in, no matter how good my life gets, it will have nothing to do with you. Don't come looking for me either. Don't think that just because I'm successful, you can come and ask me for this and that. The mother and her 2 children immediately burst in a mocking laughter. Ma Chunhua sneered. You, a sickly ghost, can't do any work at all. And you think you can make big bucks? Chen Degui joined in. If you can earn $10, I'll swallow the well at the front gate. Chen Meifeng laughed. His brain must be completely wrecked. Niu Dazhuang, visibly impatient, added, cut the chatter. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Fine. I turned and walked away with long strides. Behind me, Ma Chunhua shouted at the top of her lungs. Let's go buy a pound of fatty meat and make dumplings to celebrate getting rid of the useless leech in our family. I went back home briefly, rolling up a few tattered clothes and a bedsheet from the pigsty where they had been thrown, and left. Chen dug away, continuing with his sarcastic tone, called out, Niu Bai, don't forget that broken boat. That's your so-called inheritance too. Tonight, I'll take the motorboat Dad gave me to sea for fishing. How about you follow me with that broken boat, eh? Ha ha. Ignoring him, I went straight to the pier. The sun was setting, casting golden light over the sea. By the pier, several small fishing boats were tied up, with larger boats docked at the far end of a long jetty stretching into the sea. Deep waters there, so they wouldn't get stranded. The old Niu family's leaking and battered boat had been pushed onto the beach. On the boat was a small arched bamboo shelter, meant to shield against the wind and rain, but it was so tattered that it was practically useless. A torn piece of plastic sheet had been draped over the top. I climbed into the boat and silently began tidying up. I found a small stove, a rusty iron pot, and 2 cracked bowls, which I took out and cleaned with seawater. Then, my stomach began growling loudly. I hadn't eaten in 2 days. When Ma Chunhua was feeding the pigs, she suggested I eat pig fodder, saying that as someone who couldn't lift or carry, I deserved to eat that kind of thing. Of course I refused. But as a result, I was now so hungry my head was spinning. Although I had drunk some miraculous coconut water, it didn't fill my stomach. I didn't even have a single potato in my possession. With no other choice, I turned my gaze to the sea. The only thing I could do now was try to catch some fish. Wading into the water, I focused intently. The seawater was somewhat murky, but I could just barely make out schools of small fish darting around swiftly, mullet, sardines, and green scad. Small fish, yes, but enough to fill the gap in my teeth if I could catch a few. However, weak from hunger and feeling dizzy, I tried over a dozen times to grab them. In the end, I almost fell into the sea and achieved absolutely nothing. Exhausted and out of breath, I slumped into the water, clutching my hair in frustration. Suddenly, an idea struck me. I entered the mysterious sea space. Here, the water was extraordinarily clear, dazzling like emerald. You could call it the Jade Sea, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration. However, there didn't seem to be any fish, not even a single seashell in sight. What's the point of giving me such a large expanse of water if it's just water and nothing else? I scooped up a handful of seawater and brought it to my nose. Oddly, there was an enticing aroma. Out of curiosity, I stuck out my tongue to taste it. It was salty, yes, but not the astringent, overwhelming saltiness of ordinary seawater. Instead, it was savory. It actually tasted a bit like beef bone broth. I couldn't resist taking a sip. It was surprisingly palatable. Still, just drinking seawater wasn't going to fill me up. Suddenly, a bold idea formed in my mind. I ran outside and found a small bucket, filling it with seawater from the mysterious space, then returned to the beach. Squatting in the surf, I poured the bucket's contents into the real sea. The 2 bodies of water merged quickly. I watched anxiously. Don't let me down, please. Soon after, I widened my eyes and let out a gasp. A miracle was happening. From the deeper part of the water, a few bright red fish swam toward me, their tails flicking gracefully. As the sunlight reflected on them, their scales gleamed like festive red lanterns. Each fish was about 3 to 4 pounds heavy. Locally, these were known as red lantern fish or ruby snapper, scientifically called Luchinus purpureus. Their appearance and taste were top-notch, with tender, delicate flesh perfect for braising, frying, or even sashimi. In 1984, These fish could sell for 5 to 6 yuan per pound. The larger ones, which could weigh over 20 pounds, fetched even higher prices. Of course, larger specimens wouldn't venture close to the shore. 3 to 4 pounds was already impressive for this shallow area. They had definitely been drawn by the seawater I poured out. Oblivious to my presence, they swam right up to me, opening and closing their mouths eagerly, drinking the water as if it were a treat. This seawater was extraordinary, like beef bone broth. I couldn't afford to waste it. Turns out, the water from the mysterious space could double as bait. Suppressing my elation, I slowly raised my hand, aiming for the largest fish. Then, with a swift motion, I lunged to grab it. Catching this fish required technique. This species of fish, sharp spines protruded from its back, like knife tips that could easily cut the hand if caught abruptly. You had to act fast, waiting for its gills to open. Then hook your left thumb in, grip below the head with your palm, support its belly with your right hand, and fling it toward the shore. Bang! The fish landed on the beach with a thud, bouncing around wildly. But the shoreline was a good 4 or 5 meters from the water. No matter how much it jumped, it wasn't getting back to the sea. I turned around quickly, hoping to catch more, but the rest of the fish, startled, darted away in a flash. What a pity. If I had a big net to scoop them up all at once, not a single one would have escaped. Still, the one in my hand weighed at least 4 pounds, more than enough for a hearty meal. The more I thought about it, the more excited I became. Using seawater from the dimensional space to lure fish, was this not a path to riches? And this was just the shoreline. Imagine heading out into the deep sea. Wouldn't it attract even more and larger catches? With a net cast into the depths, I could haul in an entire swarm. Humming a little tune, I picked up a few sharp fragments of broken shells and quickly gutted and sliced the fish into pieces. I gathered dry twigs to stuff into a makeshift furnace and lit a fire. After some thought, I ran to the dock nearby. There, a large water barrel filled with fresh water awaited anyone preparing to set out to sea. Fetching water from the village was too much trouble. I scooped up a bucketful and jogged back. The clean iron pot went on the furnace, fresh water poured in, and all the fish dumped in at once. Technically, fish soup should start with pan-fried fish to enhance its flavor. But I didn't have cooking oil. Edibility was good enough. I didn't have salt either, until a sudden idea struck. I ladled some seawater from the dimensional space and added it to the pot. That seawater, infused with a rich beef bone broth taste, would likely make the soup even more flavorful. The sky had completely darkened. I sat beside the broken ship on the beach, watching over the pot of fish slowly coming to a boil. Almost ready, the aroma wafted directly into my nose. The soup had turned a milky white, thick and creamy. The thought of tender fish and fresh broth had my mouth watering uncontrollably. Just then, from the distant end of the ruined ship, a soft, sweet, yet anxious voice called out. Nyobai, Nyobai, are you there? Where are you? The sound startled me to the core. I jumped up, both shocked and overjoyed. It was Hijinjin. This was incredible. After being reborn, I got to see her again. My eyes burned with emotion. I rounded the broken ship and, sure enough, spotted a simply dressed young woman running toward me. She was tall, curvy, and had delicate, beautiful features. Her skin was a little tanned. No girls in fishing villages had pale skin, but it was healthy and smooth, making one want to lean in for a kiss. I sprinted toward her, calling out, Jean, Jean. Reaching her, I spread my arms wide and pulled her into a tight embrace. She let out a startled scream. Oh my goodness. What are you doing? Don't let anyone see this. Stop hugging me. Nyobai, are you trying to get yourself killed? Instinctively, she tried to push me away, but seeing how frail and bony I was, she hesitated out of pity and let me hold her. Her face flushed bright red, full of both shyness and frustration. Jean, I murmured, I'm so glad to see you again. I thought I'd never see you anymore. She looked puzzled. Why wouldn't you see me again? It's only been 4 or 5 days. You were too sick to come out, and I didn't want to go to your house. I hate your stepmother and that bastard Chindagawe. But didn't we agree? At least once a week, no matter what, we'd meet at the dock. As she spoke, she noticed the crack in my voice and quickly raised her small hand to gently pat my back. Her tone was mixed with playful scolding and tender concern. Stop crying. What's a grown man crying for? Just a few days apart, and you're acting all weepy, like some delicate woman. If we really couldn't see each other for life, you'd be bawling nonstop. Oh, Jean, last time, we truly didn't see each other again for life. Feeling a bit embarrassed, I loosened my embrace and said, I wasn't crying. I was just so excited to see you. Looking at the sweet, adorable girl in front of me, my heart swelled with affection. We'd grown up together as childhood sweethearts. Whenever we played house as kids, Jinjin never picked other boys. She always picked me. And back then, she'd often say that when she came of age, she'd marry me. As we grew older, we did start seeing each other. though it was a relationship we kept hidden. Her parents disapproved, thinking I was weak and sickly, destined for an early death. If I died, it would be the end of it, but if I lingered in a half-dead state, their daughter would be burdened with taking care of me. But Jinjin was steadfast in her feelings for me, vowing to stay together no matter what. Whenever she had something tasty, she'd save it for me, even if it meant going without herself. Truthfully, in my own home, I neither ate well nor ate enough, all while doing endless exhausting chores. I owed my survival over the years entirely to her care. In my past life, when I was cast out of the house and on the brink of death, I left the fishing village without telling her, afraid of dragging her down with me. 2 years later, I heard she was forced to marry Chundugaway. She gave birth to 5 daughters in a row and was relentlessly abused by Chundugaway and his vile mother. She couldn't take it anymore, and in the end, she leapt into the sea. The memory stabbed at my heart. I looked her in the eye and said earnestly, "Jean, I swear I'll marry you. Even if you only have daughters, I won't mind." Jinjin stared at me in confusion, then raised her small fist to lightly punch my chest. She didn't dare hit me hard, worried that my frail body couldn't take it. "What nonsense are you talking about? Who said I'd marry you? Who said I'd give you daughters?" Scratching the back of my head, I grinned sheepishly. Hurriedly, she pulled a bag out and pushed it into my arms. It was still warm and soft. "You must be starving. I used my saved-up ration coupons to buy you 5 big buns, stuffed with cabbage and fatty pork. Eat up." I opened the bag, and there they were, 5 plump, white meat buns, their tantalizing aroma rising to meet me. My mouth watered instantly. My heart warmed. These buns weren't cheap, at least 20 cents each, plus a fifth of a pound in ration coupons. 5 buns, $1 and a pound of food coupons. It wasn't easy for her. She must have saved up for a long time. "Come on, eat. Why are you just staring at me? I'm not edible." "The buns are," she teased, blushing shyly, giving me another playful punch. Under my boundless gaze, she couldn't help feeling a bit self-conscious, though secretly delighting in the attention. "He's staring because he likes me. I enjoy being stared at because I like him." I nodded, grabbed a bun, and took a big, satisfying bite. Warm, juicy pork broth spilled forth, filling my mouth with its rich flavor. I leaned forward with a slurp, sucking it all in. Delicious. Absolutely delicious. After finishing one bun in nearly no time, I suddenly thought of something and quickly grabbed another, shoving it into her hands. "You eat too." She immediately pushed it back with a grin. "Silly, I already ate before I came here. All 5 are yours. Eat slowly, don't choke yourself. No one's going to snatch them from you." I felt a swell of emotion again. She must have eaten before coming over, but what could she possibly eat? A bowl of rice porridge with a small dried fish? That would already be considered nice. I originally wanted to force her to eat 2 buns, but thinking about that delicious pot of fish soup waiting for me, I shamelessly kept the rest. Not long after, the remaining 4 buns were gone as well, right into my stomach. Seeing me finish them all, she was beyond happy. After all, is there anything more satisfying than watching someone you like devour every single bite of food you brought? She took out her handkerchief and gently wiped my mouth, her voice soft, tender. "How was it? Are you full?" I shook my head. "Not full." Then, I glanced at the upper half of her body. "Why are you hiding 2 buns on you, not giving them to me?" She froze. "That's not possible. I only bought 5, and I gave all of them to you." I shook my head and stayed quiet, pointing subtly at her chest with my lips. She panicked, quickly lowered her head, unbuttoning 2 buttons, and lifted her collar. "Are you saying I'm hiding buns in here? There aren't any. See for yourself." Her innocent reaction almost made me burst out laughing. But when I fixed my eyes on her for real, my gaze froze. That breathtaking view before me, let's just say, what appeared in my line of sight made my eyes go as round as saucers. This girl, she had really, she was truly gifted. Anyone who saw this couldn't help but want to get a closer, taste. Jinjin noticed my blank stare, then looked down at her collar too. Seeing what she had exposed, she let out a sharp scream before hurriedly buttoning herself back up, both little fists pounding me in frustration. "Nearby, you're the worst. When did you become such a lecher?" I quickly squatted down with my hands over my head, insisting despite the circumstances. I wasn't being a lecher. I really thought you were hiding 2 buns on you." "Oh, you." She raised her foot as if to kick me, but hesitated, eventually putting it back down with a frustrated stomp on the ground. "From now on, no more of this. No more being a perv, you hear?" I laughed heartily and stood up. All right, no more. But once I marry you, anything I do won't count as being a perv anymore, right?" Before she could reply, I grabbed her wrist and spun us around, darting toward the broken boat nearby. "Come, let me show you something great." After a while of running, she seemed to realize something wasn't right. "Nearby, since when did you get so strong? Last time I saw you, weren't you weak as a twig, wobbling when you walked? Now it feels like you're flying. dragging me with barely an effort. I gave her a smug grin. Ever heard the phrase, 3 days apart makes one a whole new person? She widened her eyes dramatically. Wow, you're one for bookish quotes now? Where did this come from? Soon I led her to the broken-down boat. Just as we were about to round the side, she suddenly stopped. I had no choice but to halt too. What's wrong? She stared at the old, decrepit boat, her face full of sorrow. After a glance filled with pity, she returned at me. I've heard everything about what happened to you. Your father, that heartless man, and your stepmother, she's an outright vicious devil. How could they cut ties with you, leaving you with nothing but this broken boat, unfit to live in, unfit for anything? This place, it's damp and rotted. With your weak body, how could you stay here without getting sick? You'd barely make it a couple of days. Your stepmother is clearly trying to force you to your death. As she spoke, her eyes turned red, and she instinctively stepped forward to envelop me in a tight hug. At that time, I was still scrawny, like a stick figure. She, on the other hand, was full-figured, her embrace gentle but firm, like an older sister hugging her younger little brother. If a stranger saw us at that moment, they might truly think she was older than me when, in fact, I was 2 years her senior. She lightly patted me on the back. Cutting ties is a good thing. I've always told you to split from that family, but you kept insisting, we're family, we're family. But think about it. Did those people, even your father, ever truly treat you like family? To them, you were just a laborer, a tool to exploit. It's better this way. Breaking away from them might actually extend your life. Not by just a few years, but by decades. As she finished talking, she suddenly slapped herself lightly across the cheek. Bah, I have such a foul mouth. Her clumsy and earnest manner tugged at my heartstrings, making me laugh again. This girl wasn't just kind and beautiful. She had a straightforward personality, with moments of endearing innocence. That was why I had liked her since we were kids. More importantly, she was genuinely good to me. She said once more, I think you should leave our village altogether and head to the neighboring one. I happen to have a relative there. They've got a spare room they're renting out for just $1.50 a month. I'll cover the cost. From now on, I'll support you. Upon hearing this, I immediately objected. What kind of man would I be, letting you take care of me? If word got around, I'd never live it down. They'd say I'm some freeloader. She burst into laughter. I didn't say I'd support you forever. Just until you recover, get healthy and strong. Once you're fit enough to go out fishing, then it'll be your turn to support me. Am I right? Her words warmed me from head to toe. No need. I'm already well enough to go out to sea and fish. Soon, when I make enough money, I'll build you the best house in the entire village and buy a grand fishing boat. I'll make sure you live the life of a wealthy lady. Wow, just wow, she exclaimed. You really are something. I know you're bragging, but I love hearing it. Nearby, since when did you start spouting such sweet words? Did you dip your tongue in honey? Seizing the chance, I puckered up and leaned in. How about you try for yourself and see if it's sweet? She hummed slyly and, to my surprise, leaned her lips forward. As our mouths were about to meet, I'd even closed my eyes, ready to savor the moment. She gave me a shove, breaking the moment. Only then did she realize what had nearly happened, stomping her foot angrily. Nearby, you're trying to trick me into kissing you again, aren't you? You lecher. I'll have you know, I'm not as gullible as you think. I gazed at her, exhaling helpless laughter. All right. You're not gullible, just a little bit naive. Almost fooled, though. Her temper flared again as she raised her hand to strike me, but I grabbed her wrist and guided her around to the other side of the boat. Come on, let me show you something good to eat. I guarantee it'll fill you to the brim. She froze. Huh? Something good to eat? What is it? As soon as we reached the other side, the moment the scent reached her nose, she sniffed vigorously. Wow, that smells amazing. Is this fish soup? But I've never smelled fish soup that rich before. Her family occasionally had fish soup, usually made from scraps or tiny fish. It couldn't compare to this. I brought her to the iron pot and pointed at it. She took one look at the contents and was speechless, utterly stunned. Even though the fish had already been cooked, having grown up by the sea, she recognized it instantly. My goodness, this is red lanternfish. And so big. These cost at least 5 or 6 yuan per pound. At around 4 pounds, this one fish alone is worth around 20 yuan. Where did you get this? I couldn't completely explain the truth, not wanting to scare her with the fact I had been reincarnated. I only gave a partial truth. I was squatting by the sea, hoping to catch a small fish to eat, and this one swam right up to me, like it wanted to be caught. Her jaw dropped in disbelief. How could there be such a fortunate thing in this world? Such a rare fish swimming straight to your feet? Do you know how hard it is to catch one of these? My dad goes out to sea 50 times and might not even catch one this big, and you just grab one casually by the sea? What kind of luck is that? I grinned cheekily. That's because I'm lucky. Stick with me, and you'll never have to worry about hardships again. You'll just feast on the finest food and drink. You're full of nonsense. She glared at me fiercely, her face full of heartache. This fish is worth so much money. Sold to the fishmongers, it would easily fetch 15 bucks. Do you know how much rice and steamed buns 15 bucks can buy? And you just cook it to eat? What a waste. You spendthrift. I'm going to beat you for being such a spendthrift. She glanced around, found a stick I had just used for the fire, raised it high, and aimed straight for my behind. She wasn't even married into the family yet, but she already acted like a bossy housekeeper. But I neither dodged nor flinched and just watched her with a bitter face. At home, my stepmother beats me, and so do her kids. Now that I've been kicked out, you want to beat me too. This life, it's unbearable. Hearing this, Hijinjin immediately dropped the stick and rushed over to me. Gently embracing me, she patted my back like soothing a child. All right, don't feel wronged. I won't hit you, okay? I get it. You're starving, so you eat whatever you can catch, without caring how much it could sell for. So it's not your fault. People need to fill their stomachs first before talking about making money. I was wrong just now. Will you forgive me? Looking at this adorable, kind-hearted girl, I couldn't suppress my laughter. I pulled her to sit down, scooped out a big bowl of fish soup with chunks of fish, and handed it to her. Jinjin, you treated me to stuffed buns earlier. Now I'm treating you to fish and fish soup. You eat first. You're hungry. PSSH, I'm not hungry. I ate 5 buns earlier. My belly's still full. Quick, it won't taste as good if it gets cold. Hot food is always tastier. She swallowed audibly, took the bowl, and cautiously sipped a small mouthful. Her eyes instantly lit up. Wow, this fish soup is amazing. It's sweet, slightly sticky. It's the best I've ever tasted. Though it was hot, she kept sipping quickly, taking several gulps in one go. I handed her a pair of makeshift chopsticks whittled from tree branches. Don't just drink the soup, try the fish. She nodded energetically, picked up a piece of fish that looked as soft as milk pudding, and popped it into her mouth. Gently biting into it, her eyes widened in astonishment. So this is what red lantern fish tastes like. It's leagues above the little, common fish. The meat is delicate yet firm to chew. My God, I've never had fish this delicious. It's so fresh, so sweet, so fragrant. She alternated between sipping the soup and eating the fish, her small lips smacking with delight. But suddenly, tears welled up in her eyes and plopped down into her bowl. I was puzzled. Jinjin, why are you crying while eating? Choking up, she said. My dad's a fisherman, but every good or big fish he catches, he sells them all. At home, we only eat little, bony fish or stale ones. I've never had fish this good, nor drunk soup this tasty before. Never did I think I'd get to taste it here, thanks to you, Nyobai. Thank you. I sighed inwardly. Life as fishermen is tough. Good fish are sold, not eaten, especially rare ones like the red lantern fish, which fetch such high prices. Putting on a serious face, I said, Jinjin, you got it wrong. You shouldn't be thanking me. She blinked her large eyes. Then what should I say? You should say, Nyobai, I love you. After all, you're going to marry me in the future. We're family, and families don't talk about gratitude. Saying thank you divides us into 2 families. Saying, I love you unites us as one family. Am I right? She froze for a moment, thinking I was teasing her, but couldn't find a way to refute me. On second thought, it kind of made sense, didn't it? Urged on by me repeatedly, she reluctantly stammered, Nyobai, I love you. Her face flushed bright red as she quickly put down the bowl, covering her face with both hands. After all, this was 1984. People were more innocent back then. Openly saying such words was embarrassing. Covering her face, she cried out, Oh my goodness. I've gone mad. I burst into hearty laughter. Hijinjin, I love you too. Now have another bowl. I scooped her another full bowl. While eating, she asked what my plans were moving forward. Living on this broken boat wouldn't do. It'd ruin my health. Renting a place in a neighboring village from her relatives didn't appeal to me. Going out to sea to fish sounded good, but wasn't realistic. With this frail body of mine, how could I? Even if I could, there's no boat. This decrepit boat would fall apart the moment it touched water. I said, I'm recovered now. Haven't you noticed how full of energy I look? Come, let me show you my strength. I got into a perfect push-up position and invited her to sit on my back. She shook her head impatiently. Are you nuts? With your skinny frame, me sitting on you would break your waist. I'm 100 pounds. Just sit. I promise my back won't break. I'm saving this back for serving you in the future. Huh, serve me. Reluctantly, she gingerly climbed on my back. Seeing me keep my waist straight and maintain an easy composure, she breathed a small sigh of relief. Then suddenly, she let out a squeal. My goodness. She tightly grabbed onto my shoulders. I started doing push-ups for real. 1, 2, 3, 100 in a single breath. Most people struggle with even a few dozen, let alone with her added weight. She stared dumbfounded. Oh my God, Nyobai. Since when did you become this strong? 100 push-ups while carrying me without even breaking a sweat. Not only was I unfazed, but when she got off, I leaped upright, feeling a surge of energy coursing through me. After drinking from the mystical space's coconut water and filling my belly, my strength had clearly skyrocketed. Even my mind felt sharper and clear-headed, breaking free from the former fog. Now do you believe me? I'm really better now. Going out to sea to fish will be a breeze. She nodded but clasped her hands together and started bowing towards the sea. Sea Dragon King, it must be you feeling sympathy for Nyo Bai, for getting kicked out by his dad, so you healed his body. Thank you, Sea Dragon King. She even gave a deep bow, which made me laugh out loud. She straightened up and asked again, but how will you fish? Without a boat, it's impossible. And just catching fish by the shore won't yield much. That red lantern fish you caught earlier, 90% was down to pure luck. By now, I already had a bold plan forming in my mind. I was certain that the seawater from the mystical space could attract swarms and swarms of fish. If that's the case, pulling it up wouldn't be a problem. Now, all that was missing was a boat. I scratched the back of my head. Jinjin, can I borrow your family's boat? I held up one finger. Just once. I'll head out to fish and guarantee to come back fully loaded. Tell your dad, we'll just borrow it this one time. 80% of the catch goes to him, 20 to me. She hesitated, her expression troubled. My dad treats that boat like a treasure. He never lends it to anyone, let alone to you. He doesn't like you. Thinks you're trying to cozy up to me. Besides, he doesn't even believe you can catch any fish. He's convinced you'll just break the boat. I scratched my head again, feeling helpless. She wasn't wrong. A resourceful cook cannot make a meal without any ingredients. Even if I were confident about filling a boat with fish, it'd be useless without the boat itself. She stared at me for a long moment before suddenly asking, "Why are you so confident you'll catch fish?" My dad's been a fisherman for years, and even he doesn't dare promise he'd have a good haul. Most days, catching a few dozen pounds of small, random fish is already considered decent. Fish are getting smarter these days. It's getting harder to catch them. Doesn't matter. I just have faith. Give me a boat, and I guarantee I'll bring back plenty of fish. All of them big ones. Looking at the glow of determination on my face, something in her heart shifted. Against all reason, she wanted to believe me. Then, she gritted her teeth as though making a decision. My dad will never lend you the boat. If you really want to use it, the only way is to steal it. I was startled. Steal the boat. She bit her lower lip and nodded firmly. That's right. My dad locked the boat up with 2 layers of security, but I know where he keeps the keys. I'll sneak back home, grab the keys, and we'll take the boat. If you can really come back with a big haul like you said and give him 80%, I believe he won't make a fuss about it. Maybe next time, he'll even lend you the boat willingly. I shook my head with a bitter smile. No, I can't let you steal your dad's boat. If he finds out, he'll kill you. But if you really bring back a huge catch, my dad won't just not hit me. He'll be thanking me instead. Her words moved me deeply. I couldn't help but grab both of her small hands. Do you really believe I can catch a lot of fish? She thought for a moment. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. But you've been so lucky. Just the other day you caught 3 or 4 pounds of red lantern fish while squatting by the sea. Plus, you were practically a walking corpse before, the sickly kind barely holding on to life. Yet now, you're healthy as ever, even capable of doing 100 push-ups with me sitting on your back. And with how confidently you talk about it, I just can't not believe you. By the end of her sentence, she sounded a little shy. Even though I haven't agreed to marry you yet, I guess you could say we're seeing each other now, right? If I'm in a relationship with you, I should support you properly, shouldn't I? Otherwise, how can I be a good woman to my man in the future? I was so moved I nearly cried. I spread my arms wide and wrapped Jinjin in a tight hug, speaking slowly and definitively. Jinjin, don't worry. I'll bring back a boatload of fish that will amaze your parents, amaze the entire village, and make you cheer and shout. My man is amazing. And I'll give your dad 80% of the catch. No matter how angry he is, he won't be for long. Jinjin giggled and lightly smacked me. Stop cursing my dad about calming down. Be serious. Then, she gently pushed me away. You wait right here. I'll sneak home, steal the keys, and come back for you. She turned around and ran off into the distance, quickly disappearing into the night. Watching her retreating figure, I clenched my fists. Jinjin, you're so good to me. I'll never let you down. Half an hour later, she came running back, 2 keys in hand. She stuck her tongue out playfully. Got lucky. Managed to get the keys without a hitch. Let's go. She led me up the stone pier, sprinting all the way to the end. There were 30 to 40 large fishing boats moored there, belonging to the nearby villages. One of them belonged to her father. The boat was about 7 meters long and 2 meters wide, powered by a diesel engine with 12 horsepower. At the moment, it was secured by an iron chain, locked to a heavy U-shaped iron bar embedded in the stone pier. The lock on the chain was bigger than my fist. With practiced ease, Jinjin took out one of the keys and unlocked it with a click. Both of us carefully climbed aboard and headed to the stern, where the engine was housed beneath a metal cage locked with another padlock. Her dad had done everything possible to prevent theft. Unfortunately, he was dealing with an insider. Click. The second padlock came off. She whispered, "I can pick locks, but I don't know how to operate a boat. Are you sure you know how?" In my past life, though I hadn't operated a boat like this back in my home fishing village, after running away, I settled in another fishing village hundreds of kilometers away. Once I regained my health, I worked as a deckhand and went out to sea with others to fish. Operating a boat. I could handle it. I can do it. Go on now. Wait for me back on shore. She hesitated for a second before letting out a soft mm, and then reached out to tightly grip my wrist, her expression full of worry. Bye, to be honest. I thought I was acting crazy when I stole the keys. How could someone possibly catch so many fish all by themselves? But I still decided to help you all the way. Just be careful. If you can't catch anything, come back right away. Don't take any risks. I don't care if my dad hits or scolds me, and I'm not expecting you to bring back a big haul. I just want you to come back safe. This silly girl's heartfelt words stirred something warm in me. I nodded heavily. Jinjin, I'll definitely return fully loaded. If your parents find out the boat's missing, just tell them the truth. Say I'll bring back a boat full of fish and give them 80%. If your dad wants to hit someone, tell him to wait for me to come back. If I don't bring in the catch I promised, he can hit me however he likes. But he's not allowed to touch you. Her eyes reddened as she furiously nodded. Okay. Just be safe and come back in one piece. I let out a deep and, acting on impulse, opened my arms to hug her tightly before planting a firm kiss on her forehead. She shrieked, "Oh my God, you pervert." Quickly pushing me away, she turned and jumped onto the pier, waving her hand energetically at me. "Go already. Hurry back soon." I began my checks. Pulled out the dipstick. Oil level, sufficient. Checked the diesel tank, also full. Gripped the control handle, turned it a few times, functional. Found the throttle valve, adjusted it to neutral. Finally, I grabbed the starting crank, a Z-shaped iron rod. I inserted the crank into the flywheel's center starting socket, pulling the decompression lever and vigorously turning it. On the first turn, the exhaust pipe let out a puff sound, like a fart, releasing a puff of black smoke. I began to spin the crank faster and faster. It clattered as it turned. Suddenly, I released the decompression lever and cranked harder. The exhaust pipe chugged and belched out more and more black smoke. Boom. The flywheel roared to life, the crank bouncing out of the starting socket. The engine started up perfectly, roaring steadily. The exhaust roared like fireworks exploding on the water's surface. The deafening sound echoed across the silent sea, startling Jinjin, who stood atop the embankment. Luckily, there was no one else around. The fishermen who set out before dawn were still sound asleep at home, recharging their energy before heading out to fish. In no time, the boat rumbled and bolted toward the dark expanse of the nighttime ocean. Watching me successfully maneuver the boat away, Jinjin let out a sigh of relief. Yet, deep down, she was puzzled. When did Niu Bai become so skilled at steering a boat? By the looks of it, he was even better at it than her brother, as if his abilities had transformed overnight. But she didn't dwell on it. Waving her arms vigorously, she jumped up and down, shouting, "Bai, come back safely. You must come back safe." I glanced over my shoulder and waved back at her. "Wait for me to return fully loaded. I swear I'll bring back a boat full of valuable, big fish for you. Also stop jumping. Your meat buns will fall off and get lost." Her face turned red as she picked up a small stone and threw it at me. "You damn scoundrel." Thump. The stone missed the boat and plopped into the sea, splashing water high into the air. She stood there, watching until the boat disappeared into the blackness of the night. Then, finally, she turned around and started walking back toward the shore, stopping every few steps to glance back with a concerned look. Clasping her hands together, she prayed toward the sky. "Blessings from the Dragon King. Blessings from the heavens. Please make sure Niu Bai comes back safe. The guy's got guts, I'll give him that. Heading out to sea right after recovering from illness. What was I even thinking, going along with his plans? Just hope he's not pushing his luck and gets himself in trouble out there." Mid-sentence, she suddenly slapped herself across the face. Smack. Jinjin, stop your nonsense, damn it, she scolded herself. Then she spat on the ground, as if to banish the bad omen. Of course, Niu Bai will come back safe. And he'll haul in a big load of fish that'll make everyone's jaw drop. Hee hee. Out at sea, I steered the boat straight into the vast and boundless deep water. Turning to look back, I saw that the shore had long since vanished from sight. I gave it some thought and adjusted my course. If I kept heading forward for another 30 minutes, I'd hit a fish migration route. I remembered this vaguely from my last life when the old fisherman in the village used to ramble on about it. In truth, I'd never been there myself. What's a fish migration route anyway? To put it simply, it's a pathway carved out by schools of fish as they move through the water. Fish don't swim aimlessly, they follow set routes. The shallow waters have food, and so do the depths. Fish shuttle between the two, always sticking to the same trails. That's what a fish migration route is. Fishermen loved to gather on these routes. If luck was on their side, a single throw of the net could fill the boat to capacity with fish. But in recent years, overfishing had taken its toll. Even migration routes had become challenging places to catch fish. Not that it bothered me, though. I had a secret weapon, seawater from a place that could attract fish. Half an hour later, I reached the fish migration route. I shut off the engine, grabbed a bucket of seawater from my spatial realm, and leaned over the edge of the boat to pour it into the sea. As I poured, I chanted, "Big fish, come on! Big fish, come on!" But as soon as the water hit the sea, my jaw dropped. Why wasn't it behaving as expected? The seawater from the other realm didn't blend into the ocean. It formed a glowing, radiant stream instead. In the darkness, it shimmered like it had captured starlight, utterly enchanting and otherworldly. I hadn't even managed to process what was happening when the bright stream suddenly shot forward, darting through the water like a fish. I froze. Hey, where do you think you're going? Aren't you supposed to stick around and help me lure the big fish?" It didn't listen to me at all. It just kept swimming onward. Slowly, almost lazily, it would pause now and then, circle around, then continue moving in its original direction. I thought fast. Could it be trying to lead me somewhere? Wasting no time, I restarted the boat's engine, steering to follow the glowing stream as it led me deeper into the sea. Just like that, I veered off course from the fish migration route, my focus entirely on chasing the mysterious stream. What treasure it might lead me to, I couldn't say. Meanwhile, something was happening back on shore. The night deepened, and it crept toward 1 in the morning. Hijinjin lay in her room, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Her mind swarmed with thoughts of me. Drowsy and half asleep, she suddenly heard a commotion outside. Her heart skipped a beat in alarm. Her father and brother were up. Shortly after 1 in the morning, most fishermen began heading to the docks, eager to leave early and return with full nets. Before long, her brother, He Laifu's loud voice rang out. "The boat keys. Where are the boat keys? Dad, have you seen them?" Her father, He Rong's gruff voice followed. "The keys are missing? Weren't they hanging right there?" After a brief pause, his tone turned explosive. "Damn it all. The keys are really gone." Her mother, Zhang, surely panicked. Could it have been a thief? Did someone steal the keys? He Rong snapped back. What'd be the point? Keys aren't worth stealing. No thief would bother with that. But Zhang surely pressed on, her voice rising in urgency. "Are you slow? If they stole the keys, it's because they're planning to steal the boat. Go check the dock. Hurry, see if the boat's still there." Hearing this, father and son turned pale and bolted out the door. Hijinjin's own heart felt like it might explode. "It's over. I'm done for. Stealing the boat for me to use. Her father would probably beat her to death." Gritting her teeth, she leapt off her bed and ran after them. When they reached the dock, a small crowd of fishermen had already gathered. Some smoked as they squatted around, chatting about where to fish later. Others loaded fresh water onto their boats. Fishing was grueling work, and they needed water to stave off thirst. If they didn't catch enough fish to come straight back, they'd cook fish stew aboard the boats to keep going. When He Rong appeared, someone called out, "Hey, old He, what are you still doing here? I thought you and your boy set out early. You're here, but where's your boat?" He Rong's gut tightened. He'd only had the boat for 3 years. Back when he bought it, he'd spent over 7,000 yuan, practically emptying the family's savings. Could it really have been stolen? His legs wobbled, and he struggled to move. He Laifu dashed onto the long embankment to take a closer look. Moments later, his voice erupted. "Dad, the boat, it's gone. It's really gone." He Rong clenched his teeth and forced his unsteady legs forward. Sure enough, when he reached the mooring spot, it was empty. Where was the boat? It had vanished as if it had grown wings. He Rong was frantic. "Where's my boat? Who stole it? That's my lifeline, for God's sake. You thief, curse you." He Laifu added his voice to the outcry, while Zhang Xiuli slapped her thighs in despair. What kind of heartless scum steals someone's boat? This is killing us. The entire group of fishermen erupted into a noisy uproar. Never before had a boat been stolen from this dock, let alone one so large. At that moment, a tearful yet trembling voice piped up. "It was me. No, I borrowed it. Dad, calm down. I lent it to someone. He'll be back soon. Shoo." Everyone instantly turned to stare at the speaker. The voice belonged to Hijinjin. He Rong's shock and anger collided, his veins bulging as he stormed up to his daughter. His eyes were wide as if they might pop out of their sockets. "What did you just say? You lent the boat to someone? You stole the keys." Terrified, she stepped back a couple of paces but still managed to admit defiantly, "We're family. Taking anything isn't stealing." Dad, relax. He's just borrowing it for one night to go fishing. He even said, the catch he gets, he'll give you 80%. He'll just keep 20. You'll definitely make a profit. Tonight, you and Big Brother can take a break and rest well. Bullshit. He Laifu stormed forward. He Jinjin, just who exactly did you lend the boat to? All the fishermen perked up their ears. This young woman had secretly lent her family boat out for fishing. Who could possibly be such a big deal to her? He Jinjin bit her lip hard and shouted, I lent it to Nyobai. What? Nyobai? He Rong was so furious that he seemed on the verge of exploding. The people around burst into laughter. I heard Jinjin's been seeing that sickly guy. She gives him the best food and drinks, and now even the boat. Someone as weak as him, who can't even dig up a couple of crabs on the shore, going out to sea to fish? Jinjin, don't tell me you sold the boat to pay for his treatment? Who said that? He Jinjin nearly shouted in desperation. Bai's fine now. His health is completely better. He can catch a 3 or 4 catty red lanternfish single-handedly by the shore. If he goes out to sea, it'll definitely be a big haul. Smack. A heavy slap collided with her face. It was He Rong who hit her. You money-wasting brat. How dare you do something so disgraceful, stealing the family's boat for Nyobai? Did you really sell the boat for his treatment? The more he thought about it, the more it seemed like that was the case. Me, going out to sea to fish? With my frail, seasick body that can't even handle a single step? Down by the docks, He Laifu was angrily chastising his sister, He Jinjin. That sickly dude is practically at death's door. How is he supposed to fish? Last I heard, he had 1 foot in the grave. What were you thinking? From behind came a sour and mocking voice. Jinjin, you didn't seriously lend the family boat to Nyobai, that ghost of a man, did you? If that's really the case, he's not coming back. He'll just die out there in the ocean. When did he even learn how to steer a boat? Did I miss that? Dad, did you know? It was Chun Dugaway speaking, standing next to my father, Nyo Dajwang. My dad shook his head emphatically. Nyobai steer a boat? Nonsense. I'm his father. How could I not know? Old He, your daughter probably sold the boat to pay for his treatment. That guy can't be healed. Pouring money into him is like tossing it into a bottomless pit. Let me make this clear. Earlier today, we already signed severance papers with the village committee. Whatever Nyobai does now, it has nothing to do with us. My dad rushed to draw the line, which only made the He family even more desperate. He Rong outright took off his shoe and raised it high, aiming it at He Jinjin. You little wretch. Go get the boat back right now, or I'll beat you to death. That boat was bought with the family's entire savings. And here you are, being so foolish. Zhang Xioli, their mother, was equally enraged, ready to hit her daughter. Why are you so fearless? You're dragging the entire family into ruin over that frail guy. He Laifu bellowed. Where's the boat? He Jinjin's tears fell desperately. Suddenly, she raised her right hand high, pointing 2 fingers straight to the night sky. He Jinjin, swear by the name of the Dragon King. I didn't sell the boat to pay for Bai's treatment. His sickness really is cured. He only borrowed the boat to fish at sea, and he will come back. If there's even half a lie in what I'm saying, may I be struck by lightning and drowned by the sea. The full moon of the 15th night hung high, illuminating her defiant face, tinged with resolve. The surrounding fishermen stood frozen, wide-eyed and stunned, swearing on the name of the Dragon King. Everyone who fished knew that was a sworn oath bound to life itself. No one dared to lie under it. Not even the most infamous liars in a 10-village radius would dare. He Rong stomped his foot angrily. Fine, let's say you didn't sell the boat, but lending it to him to fish. That's a one-way trip. If he dies out there, what do we do about our boat? He Jinjin stubbornly held her ground. The boat will come back, and so will he. Bai said he'd return with a ship full of fish. Just wait and see. Chindagawe was laughing loudly on the side. That useless clod? If he comes back with even just 1 fish, I'll call him Dad. He Jinjin suddenly whipped her head around, staring coldly at him. Don't underestimate Nyobai. If he says he can, then he will. Oh, all right then. Chindagawe smirked shamelessly. If he comes back empty-handed, or if he ends up dead in the sea, how about you marry me? This Chindagawe had long been lusting after He Jinjin, bothering her again and again while constantly bullying me. He Jinjin loathed him to the core. Hearing his words, she swung out with her foot, landing a solid kick to his stomach. With a yell, Chindagawe toppled over the seawall. Splash, a loud crash as he fell straight into the ocean. He Jinjin spat viciously in his direction. Marry you? Dream on. He Jinjin, will only marry Nyobai. He will never die in the sea. Go rinse out that filthy, stinking mouth of yours with seawater first. Struggling in the water, Chindagawe still wouldn't shut up, shouting. Uncle He, Nyobai taking your family boat to sea. Man and boat both won't come back. You should start thinking about cutting your losses. If you marry your daughter to me, My family will give you a handsome dowry. I'll even lend you my new boat. Dad, back me up on this. My father's expression darkened. This is outrageous. What kind of girl behaves like this, acting like a hooligan, pushing my son into the sea? Good thing he can swim, or he'd be dead by now. He Jinjin shot back fiercely. And what about you? Do you act like a father? You drove your son out and only left him with a battered, useless boat. Yet you'll pour everything into someone else's son, even buying a new boat? You've gone completely blind. Smack. Another slap landed on He Jinjin's face, courtesy of Hirong. Shut your mouth. Let me tell you, if Nyobai doesn't bring that boat back, I'm absolutely marrying you off to Chindugaway. His parents came asking through a matchmaker. Their dowry's decent enough, and I was hesitating before, but with what you've done, I won't hold back anymore. He Jinjin faced her father with her swollen, red face, still as determined as ever. Nyobai will absolutely come back, and he'll bring a boat full of fish. When that happens, you'll be begging him to borrow the boat, believe me. Hirong laughed angrily. Rubbish. If he actually can, I'll kneel and apologize. The boat will even be his. If he doesn't come back, you'll do as I say. You've got me beyond furious. The fishermen who had gathered to watch couldn't afford to delay any longer. They quickly hopped onto their own boats and sailed off toward the deeper seas. Chindugaway climbed out of the water, joining my father on their own boat. Despite being new, it was smaller than the He family's, only 5 meters long, a small motorized fishing boat. The engine sputtered to life. Damn it. Nyobai is as good as dead. You'd better be ready to marry me. He Jinjin. Chindugaway shouted. He Jinjin let out a cold laugh, completely ignoring him. She jumped off the long embankment, sat by the beach, hugged her knees, and stared off into the distance. Her small lips firmly muttered one phrase. Nyobai will definitely come back. Hirong and He Laifu, left without a boat, were pacing around anxiously but had no choice but to sit and wait on the embankment. Every now and then, Hirong would glare furiously at his daughter. You damned girl. If he doesn't return the boat, I swear I'll sell you off. Meanwhile, I had already left the dock nearly 2 watches ago. One watch is roughly 18 kilometers. In other words, I had already traveled about 40 kilometers. The stream of clear water formed from the sea of space was still flowing ahead of me. My heart was pounding. Could this stream have ill intentions? Where exactly could it sell me off to in the vast, boundless sea? I captained the boat and scanned the horizon. Suddenly, my eyes widened. I spotted something. Not far ahead, a large area of rocky islets emerged. The highest points rose no more than 5 or 6 meters above the water, and unevenly scattered, dark, wet rocks glistened. Clearly, they'd just been exposed by today's significant low tide on the 15th day of the lunar month. Without the low tide, this islet would surely be submerged, becoming a hidden reef instead. The rocks were covered in barnacles, oysters, and limpets, stuff you could chip off and sell for a bit of cash. But I wasn't interested. I came out to the sea for big fish. Why on earth was the stream leading me here? There didn't seem to be any big fish around. The boat gradually approached. Before long, a wave of excitement hit me. There was treasure on that rocky islet. And not just any treasure. This kind was worth hundreds of times more than barnacles and oysters, even more valuable than the largest fish one could catch in these waters. My heart thumped wildly in my chest. I finally understood why the stream had brought me here. This was its way of directing me to dig for treasure on the island. Carefully maneuvering the boat closer to the shore, I was about to leap out when I paused, then ducked back into the cabin. Inside the cabin was a toolbox packed with gear. I quickly fumbled around and found what I wanted, a tool that resembled a trowel. It was over 20 centimeters long, with a blade about 3 centimeters wide. The edge of the blade was razor-sharp and slightly curved. Though humble-looking, this was a specialized tool. Gripping it tightly, I grabbed an empty bucket and hopped onto the rocky islet. The tide had just gone out not long ago, leaving the rocks slick and slippery. A single misstep could result in a nasty fall. If I fell onto barnacles or oysters, their razor-sharp edges would leave my skin shredded and bleeding in an instant. Fortunately, my worn-out shoes were thick enough to protect my feet from getting cut. I squatted down by a wide crevice and stared inside. 2 bulges, each about the size of an adult's fist, were firmly attached to the rock. Their color matched the rocky surface, making them look like 2 small protruding stones. But to my trained eyes, these treasures couldn't hide. With the trowel in my left hand, I reached my right hand into the crevice and pressed on one of the lumps. It wriggled slightly and sank inward. Despite applying force, it didn't budge an inch. It was as if it were truly part of the rock. I wasn't in a hurry. This was where the trowel came into play. I slid the trowel into the narrow gap between the lump and the rock, inserting the blade with calculated precision. When it reached about 3 centimeters in, I paused. I could feel it. I could pry it off now. But I didn't take the risk. Prying it off carelessly might damage the treasure. Caressing the surface carefully, I shifted the sharp edge of the trowel upward with a deft motion. And something magical happened. The lump, previously stuck firmly to the reef, detached on its own, revealing its pale, yellow belly. Its soft, flexing foot slowly wiggled. It was an abalone, a 5-head abalone. Head refers to how many abalones make up a pound. 2-head abalone means there are 2 per pound. 3-head, 3 per pound. This particular one was a 9-hole abalone. This species doesn't grow very large. Anything between 4 and 5 heads is considered top tier, while 3-head specimens are exceedingly rare. Anything larger than 3-head, such as 2-head or even rarer, is typically limited to even more uncommon varieties like ear abalone or sheep abalone, which are many times more expensive. But even this 5-head, 9-hole abalone could fetch 3 to 4 yuan apiece. 4-head ones could go for 4 to 5 yuan each. Smaller ones, like 6 to 7 heads, would be sold by the pound, bringing in 20 to 30 yuan per pound. 8 to 10 head ones could bring in upwards of 10 to 20 yuan per pound. The treasure I had just stumbled upon was indeed these 9-hole abalones. After the tide retreated, the rocky islet was crawling with them. Some were nestled within crevices. Others lay openly on the surface of the rocks. They were all a decent size. I speculated that there might even be 4-head specimens among them. These creatures were worth more than most fish in the sea. This rocky islet, it was practically paved with gold. And the best part? I was the only one who had discovered it. I was so excited that I even forgot about casting nets for fish. First things first, get these abalones back to shore. Checking the time, I estimated there were about 3 to 4 hours left before the tide would come back in. I needed to work quickly and dig up as many as I could. Shortly after, the smaller abalone in the crevice joined its larger counterpart in my bucket. Even though it was smaller, it was still valuable. What followed was a frenzy of abalone digging. Within no time, I had scooped up over 20 of them. Among them were 3 4-head abalones. One wooden bucket was quickly filled to the brim. I ran back to the boat, retrieved another 3 empty buckets, and began sorting the catch. 1 bucket for 4-head abalones, another for 5 heads, one for 6 to 7 heads, and a final bucket for 8 to 10 head sizes. During this process, I noticed something peculiar. None of the abalones were smaller than 10 head size. In other words, there weren't any tiny ones in the mix. Every single one was at least a 10-head abalone. After drinking from a spatial coconut to replenish my energy, I felt reinvigorated. Within half an hour, I had filled all 4 buckets. Straightening up, I gazed around. For such a large rocky islet, the haul I'd collected probably accounted for less than 1% of the total. I couldn't believe my luck. I was striking it rich. Dragging the 4 buckets back to the boat, I separated the contents into 4 neat piles. Then, grabbing the empty buckets, I returned to the islet to continue. I don't know how much time passed, but I eventually sensed something was off. The sea wind was getting stronger by the minute, making it hard to stay upright. Looking up, I saw that seawater was already spilling over the islet, submerging about a fifth of it. Waves surged fiercely. The skies had darkened. The moon was now obscured. Thick clouds rolled in and swirled menacingly above. Far in the distance, the horizon was pitch black. Heavy clouds spread like an ominous curtain across the sea. Before long, a massive wave crashed down, rocking the boat violently. I was drenched to the bone and almost lost my footing. The situation grew increasingly terrifying. The oppressive, black clouds towered like a massive mountain, ready to collapse upon me. Jagged tendrils extended from their base, like thick elephant trunks reaching toward the sea. A chill ran down my spine. This was a drum dragon wind, a sea tornado, also known as a waterspout. Its destructive power was immense. Even if I wasn't caught directly in its path, just brushing against it could spell disaster. On the surface, the ship could easily be overturned. Falling into the sea meant no chance of survival, only ending up as fish food. If hit directly, whether it was the ship or a person, it would be torn to shreds instantly. Soon, I saw something waving toward us, an elephant trunk-like figure swaying in the wind. That was a waterspout. Judging by its speed, it would reach us in about 10 minutes. The fishing boat rocked even more violently, constantly colliding with the reef. If it kept crashing like this, the boat would be riddled with holes even before the waterspout got here. What should I do? Driving the boat away was definitely out of the question. With this ferocious wind, we wouldn't escape even at full throttle. The waterspout was closing in fast. Could it be that I had just been reincarnated only to meet my end at the bottom of the sea? If that really happened, Hijinjin would be crushed. Her parents would never let her hear the end of it. Gritting my teeth, I first lifted the wooden barrels filled with abalones onto the fishing boat. No matter what, I had to take a gamble with the perks of my rebirth. I focused my will. Take me, along with the boat, into the space. Entering the space myself wasn't an issue. The problem was the boat. But who cared if it worked or not? I had to try. Closing my eyes tightly, I intensified my determination again and again. The gale howled. My head throbbed with a splitting pain as though it would explode. Suddenly, whoosh. I felt myself transported to another place. In an instant, it became calm and still. The violent winds were gone, leaving only a gentle breeze. Snapping my eyes open, I found that I had arrived in the oceanic space. The sunlight was gentle, the sea was a deep, peaceful blue, and the waves were non-existent. But what about the boat? Quickly turning around, I let out a long breath of relief. It was here. The entire fishing boat had been brought in by my willpower. Though, my head was still aching terribly. Apparently, bringing the boat had consumed a considerable amount of mental energy. No matter, what's important is that it's safe. Now I'd have an explanation for Hijinjin. I leapt onto the boat, where the abalones were still intact. Fearing they might die, I hastily scooped a bucket of seawater and poured it over them. With exhaustion taking hold and nowhere to go for the moment, I decided to take a proper rest in this serene space. After some time, I had a sudden flash of inspiration. How vast was the ocean in this space? Why not test it by driving the boat a bit? Starting the boat, I pushed ahead toward the distance. Before long, an island appeared up ahead. It had golden beaches with a single coconut tree standing in the middle. I stopped in my tracks. This island looked familiar. Getting closer, I noticed footprints left in the sand. Footprints I had just made earlier. What was going on? I was clearly sailing forward. So how had I ended up back here? Unconvinced, I tried again. After driving for a short while, I turned to look back. The island behind me was gone. Turning forward again, there it was in front of me once more. I switched direction and moved leftward. After some distance, the same island appeared before me again. It was like I was trapped in a loop. After several attempts all ending the same way, I felt mentally drained and stopped. Thinking for a moment, I grabbed a few small abalones and tossed them into the ocean. Not long after, the abalones started burrowing into the sand. How strange. Abalones don't habitually burrow into sand. They prefer clinging to reefs. But in this mysterious space, it seemed any oddity could become reality. Though I couldn't see the abalones anymore, I could feel them. Every movement of theirs was crystal clear in my mind. I grinned. Someday, I should catch a few big fish and toss them in here too. Who knows? This water might be ideal for fish farming, and the meat might end up being even fresher. Afterward, I sat down on the deck and focused my thoughts, wanting to check the outside reality. Before long, I glimpsed the rocky island near the ocean surface. Fierce winds howled outside. The island seemed on the brink of being swallowed whole. Waves over 10 meters tall roared ferociously. It was terrifying to watch. But none of it affected me in the slightest. Here in this space, I was quite comfortable. Judging by the situation outside, though, I wouldn't be gathering abalones at that reef island anytime soon. I'd have to wait for the next new moon's tidal retreat to try again. Still, the amount of abalones gathered this time was enough for now. By the dock, Hijinjin's family was completely stunned. Hilaifu exclaimed, "A dragon waterspout. It's over, it's all over. The boat's going to be destroyed, and the boy too." In the distant horizon above the sea, a massive stretch of black clouds churned like towering waves. Thick, trunk-like spouts dangled from the sky, whipping around like divine lashes capable of tearing the world apart. Even though the weather was calm here, the storm's oppressive force made it hard to breathe. Hiron collapsed onto the sandy beach. "It's over, my boat. Encountering a dragon waterspout, it's bound to be shredded to pieces. Oh heavens, what do we do now?" Hijinjin instinctively started charging toward the sea. "Jinjin, what are you doing? Come back here," her mother shouted. Snapping out of it, she realized she had waded into deep water already. It was up to her navel. She paused, eyes locked on the horizon, crying out in a panicked voice. "Nyoba-e, come back. Nyoba-e, please come back." Tears began streaming from her eyes. Kids raised near the sea understood all too well how terrifying a dragon waterspout was. Year after year, countless fishing boats were destroyed, countless fishermen perished. Hilaifu was visibly distressed. "Look at that. Didn't that rascal say the boat would come back fully loaded? Huh, I don't see him, and I don't see the boat either." Hijinjin whipped around fiercely. "Shut up. Ba-e will come back. He promised me he would." Her words were resolute, but her heart was aching unbearably. By then, distant fishing boats were returning at full throttle to escape the dragon waterspout. One boat, 2 boats, 3, and 4. More and more came back, steadily docking one after another. Hijinjin ran up the jetty, eyes fixed straight ahead. Every boat that came back reignited a flicker of hope in her eyes. But no, it wasn't him. This one wasn't him either. That one wasn't his boat. Her family watched nervously. "No, not ours. This isn't it. Neither is this one, or that." Before long, almost all the boats had returned, many visibly damaged. The exhaust pipe of Niu Dazhuang and Chun Digui's boat, which was once upright, had been bent by the storm like a snapped neck. The hull had caved in, likely from a collision with another boat in all the chaos. But among all the returning boats, the He families was nowhere to be seen. Fishermen disembarked one by one, their faces pale with lingering fear, many visibly injured with cuts and scrapes. An older fisherman cried out, "My goodness, we barely made it out after encountering that dragon waterspout. If we hadn't turned back in time, it would have been the end for us. Thank the Dragon King for his blessing." Chun Dagaway, sporting a swollen bump on his forehead, stormed up the jetty and smirked mockingly at He Jinjin. "And where is your precious Nyobai? Why didn't he sail your boat back? Wasn't he boasting about coming back fully loaded? Where is he? Where's the boat? And where's the catch?" Ha ha. Meanwhile, in the village farther inland, Ma Chunhua had noticed the unusual commotion at sea. Grabbing her daughter by the hand, she rushed over for a closer look. Oil met vinegar as Ma Chunhua blurted out the whole story of He Jinjin sneaking their family boat and lending it to Niu Bai, a man once marked by illness, to head out to the sea for fishing. Ma Chunhua doubled over in laughter. "Brother Rong, your daughter is something else. She steals your boat, gives it to that sickly man to take out to sea. Even if there wasn't a terrifying storm out there, he would have still died on the boat. And with weather like this? Guaranteed, the boat's gone, and he's gone too. Your family's been utterly screwed over by that girl." As He Jinjin's parents and her older brother listened, their rage amplified until they couldn't hold back the fury, spouting curse after curse. Jinjin's chest heaved with furious breaths as she shouted at Ma Chunhua. "You can't say a kind word to save your life, can you? Let me tell you, Nyobai isn't sick anymore. He's fully healed, stronger than ever. He took my family's boat out to sea, and there'll definitely be a big catch. And no matter how bad the weather is, he'll come back safe." "Oh, you're killing me." Ma Chunhua slapped her thigh, her laughter sharp. "Everyone, listen to her. Is this girl possessed by a ghost? Saying that dying skeleton of a man has recovered and is lucky now? Tell me, can his sickness really just disappear?" The fishermen shook their heads, pity in their gazes. Everyone knew what kind of man Nyobai was, frail from birth, constantly unwell. How could someone like that suddenly be healthy? Neo Dazhuang spoke up. "Arong, is your daughter right in the head? You'd better take her to the hospital. If her brain's dug a pit, fill it. If there are worms in it, yank them out." Chin Dagaway chimed in. "Don't worry, Uncle He. Even if her brain's broken, I still like her. She's that beautiful, plus her figure's amazing. Give her to me in marriage, and I'll pay a big bride price." Furious, He Jinjin retorted. "Chin Dagaway, as if you're worthy. Look in the mirror. Any mangy dog would turn away from you. Mark my words. Nyobai will bring the boat back, fully loaded with fish." Slap. Hirong's palm cracked across Jinjin's face. "You ungrateful girl. Still spouting nonsense. Everyone's boats have come back except ours. Clearly, it sank with that worthless brat, and your foolishness will be the end of this family. You're marrying Chun Dugaway right now. Don't you dare come home again. I've had enough." Jinjin's mother, Zhang Xioli, sobbed. "Jinjin, you're so reckless. Do you understand what you've done? That boat cost our family's entire savings, and now you've destroyed it. Do you want to kill your parents out of anger?" Jinjin shook her head desperately as her tears streamed uncontrollably. "Bai will come back safely. He promised me." Chen Meifeng giggled cruelly. "He's not coming back. The fish are probably chewing on him by now." Ma Chunhua sneered. "That's right. He's dead. You might as well wait for his ghost to haunt you." Chen Dagaway laughed mockingly. "A promise? So what if he promised you? Does that mean it's guaranteed? Go ahead, call him back then. Yell if you want. See if he actually comes." Huh. At her wit's end, He Jinjin cupped her hands around her mouth and screamed toward the sea, her voice tearing through the night sky. "Nyobai, come back. Come back. I beg you, come back now." Her cry was piercing, desperate, resonating across the dark waters. Ma Chunhua snorted. "He's never coming back. You should just marry my son." Before the echoes of her words faded, from the other side of the sea came a deep, resounding voice, faint but growing clearer. "Jinjin, I'm back. I'm back." He Jinjin froze. Oh my god, was this some kind of magic? She called for him, and just like that, he answered. He was really coming back. Eyes wide, she strained to see through the shadows of the ocean, and the others around her did the same, following her gaze. It didn't take long. Within the night's curtain, a boat emerged at a surprising speed. At the bow of the ship stood a striking figure, proud and strong. It was me, Nyobai. Watching this unfold, Hirong's spirits suddenly lifted. My boat's back. That's my boat. Laifu, Hirong's son, was equally thrilled. Our family's boat is back. Look, it's perfectly fine. Too amazing. I almost died of fright before. But Ma Chunhua and Chun Dagaway's faces turned darker than the night sea. Chun Dagaway gnashed his teeth. Damn it, wasn't Nyobai supposed to be sick to the point of dying? And he doesn't even know how to sail. How did he manage to go out to sea and escape a hurricane-level storm? And all of our boats came back damaged. Look at his. It's completely untouched. Ma Chunhua hissed venomously. So what? Even if he got lucky and made it back, there's no way he caught any fish. Her words struck a chord with Chindagwe. At once, he turned and shouted, Uncle He, your daughter kept claiming that Nyo Bai would come back with a full haul. But look at him. There's no way he caught a single fish. You need to teach him a lesson and keep him away from Jinjin. Otherwise, he'll steal your boat again. He got lucky this time, but there won't be a next time. Hirong's face darkened as he nodded, but Jinjin countered with all her might. If Bai's back, then he definitely caught plenty of fish. Shut your mouth, snapped Hirong, his words cutting through her faith like a whip. That hurricane was terrifying enough. Him making it back alive is a miracle already. Fishing? Are you kidding me? Look at all these uncles and brothers here. Did any of them return with a single fish? What kind of skills does that kid have to be better than everyone else? As my boat approached the harbor, I leapt onto the pier, grabbed the iron chain, and secured it tightly. The crowd flooded toward me instantly. The fastest runner? None other than Hijinjin. She threw herself into my arms right in front of everyone, laughing and sobbing. Bai, you scared me to death. That storm was terrifying. I thought you wouldn't come back. But you're here. That's all that matters. Before I could respond, her mother yanked her back. What's wrong with you? A grown girl throwing herself at a man like that in public. Then Hirong stormed up, his finger nearly jabbing me in the nose. You've got some nerve, you little punk. Tricking my daughter, stealing my keys, and taking my boat out there. If that boat's got even a scratch on it, I'll beat you to death. I smiled gently. Uncle He, don't worry, not even a scratch. And beyond that, I brought back plenty of good stuff. Jinjin must have mentioned it already. Since I used your boat, the catch will be split. 80% for you, 20% for me. While speaking, my gaze drifted to Jinjin, and a sudden pang clenched in my heart. Half her face was swollen, obviously from a series of harsh slaps. Rage shot through me like wildfire. Who hit my future wife? Who? Step forward now. Hirong snapped irritably. I hit her. She lent our boat to you without permission. Shouldn't I have hit her? I'll hit you too. As he rolled up his sleeves and swung a punch toward my head. Everything blurred for a moment. I caught his fist in one hand. Hirong blinked, startled. Instinctively, he tried to pull back, but his arm was locked tight. I held onto his fist, pure fire in my eyes as I growled. Uncle He, just because you're her father doesn't mean you can hit her. If anyone dares lay a hand on Jinjin, I won't tolerate it. Not for a second. Not even the Dragon King of the Sea himself could stop me. With a sudden push, Hirong staggered backward several steps, nearly falling over. His eyes widened in disbelief. Weren't you at death's door? How do you have so much strength? He Lai Fu, seeing his father pushed back, charged toward me. Come on, give me a kick. You dare push my dad? I'll kick you to death. I replied calmly. Brother-in-law, stop making a scene. With a slight sidestep, I dodged his kick. The most unfortunate thing was that as his kick extended, both of his legs suddenly straightened. Thud. A full split, slamming onto the ground. He cried out in pain. Ah, my hips. My hips are tearing apart. The surrounding fishermen burst into laughter. Hirong, furious, jumped up and tried to retaliate. I roared like thunder. Enough. Stop it. Do you want to make real money or not? Ma Chunhua sneered sarcastically. Always talking about bringing back something good. Where is it? Show it then. Then, Chun Dagwai added mockingly. You, with your sickly body, even if you're feeling a bit better, can manage to go out to sea and bring something back? If you can, I'll kneel and call you dad. Chun Meifeng giggled. A useless person like you. All talk but no deeds. Let me see if you've actually got any skills. Niu Dazhuang also sneered. As if I don't know my own son? If you catch even one crab, I'll write my name backward. I said. First, we're estranged now. I'm not your son, remember that. Second, there are plenty of things you don't know. Infuriated, Niu Dazhuang bellowed. Then bring it out and show us. The surrounding fishermen joined in the clamor, all urging me to reveal the good things I had supposedly caught. I turned and leaped back onto the deck, calling out, Jinjin, come and help me. Jinjin quickly jumped onto the boat, trailing behind me to head into the cabin, her voice lowered and her face full of concern. Bai, did you really catch anything? If not, don't push it. Let's just leave. As long as the boat's returned, it's fine. I smiled and asked, you don't believe me either? She pouted. I want to believe you. But with such a violent storm earlier and all the fishermen returning empty-handed, how could you possibly? Before she could finish, her eyes widened with astonishment. She gasped, wow, where did all these abalones come from? By then, I had pulled her fully into the cabin. For large wooden barrels, all filled to the brim with abalones. The deck was piled high too, like a small mountain. Some even crawled up the walls, clinging tightly. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! He Jinjin exclaimed 3 times, tears brimming in her eyes. Niu Bai, you're incredible. I winked at her playfully. Told you. There's no way I'd come back empty-handed. How could I let my future wife down? Come, let's take out the abalones and show them what we've got. She nodded enthusiastically and lifted a barrel of abalones in one swoop. The barrel, weighing 40 or 50 pounds, was carried effortlessly by her as she strutted out of the cabin, her confidence radiant. I picked up an even heavier barrel and followed her outside. On the jetty, people were still laughing and mocking. Ma Chunhua scoffed dismissively, as if Niu Bai could fool me. I know how useless he is. He can't even catch a small fish by the beach, let alone go out to sea to fish. If this guy really caught even one fish, I'd kneel and beg him to come back home. Before she could finish, everyone simultaneously turned to look toward the He family's boat. Eyes widened like saucers. Abalones. Oh my God, such big abalones. So many abalones. Gasps and exclamations rang through the crowd like thunderclaps. They saw me and He Jinjin carrying 2 barrels brimming with abalones, the sizes extraordinarily large. He Laifu, who had just struggled to his feet intending to scold me, froze at the sight and broke into a wide grin. Wow, this many? These must be 6- and 7-headed abalones. They're worth 20 or 30 a pound at least. He Jinjin shot him a glare. Why are you standing there like a fool? Hurry and help carry the barrels up. He Laifu hastily bent down, taking the barrel from Jinjin and placing it on the jetty. He grabbed 2 abalones with both hands, unable to put them down. The abalones were still alive, slightly wriggling in his grip. The surrounding fishermen were filled with envy, jealousy, and awe. One barrel alone was worth a fortune. Hirong quickly approached as well, bending down to take the heavy barrel I handed him. All his anger from earlier, all his frustration, vanished like smoke in the wind at that moment. Excitedly, he shouted, Bai, Bai, did you really catch all this? How did you manage to get so many? You're amazing. Instantaneously, I changed in his eyes from a detestable foe to a hero. He Jinjin added, and not just these 2 buckets. There's more. The 2 of us returned to the cabin and brought out the other 2 barrels. The fishermen were utterly blown away. My God, this bucket has 5-headed abalones. Those sell individually. Look, that whole bucket is full of 4-headed abalones. They cost a fortune. Rich. The He family just hit the jackpot. He Jinjin was practically glowing with pride. She shouted, not just these 4 buckets. There are still heaps of them in the cabin. The crowd was left utterly dumbstruck. Even Niu Dazhuang, almost hysterical, exclaimed, Bai, my dear child, did you really catch all of this? Even Ma Chunhua, who moments ago wished me dead, was now grinning ingratiatingly. Bai, you're incredible. How on earth did you catch so many abalones? Chen Dawai's face was full of jealousy. Chen Meifeng's eyes gleamed with greed. She reached out to grab one for a closer look, but He Jinjin instantly cried out, Dad, these are our abalones. Don't let anyone take them. Smack. Hirong didn't hesitate. He slapped Chen Meifeng's arm away. What are you doing? Don't touch our family's stuff. At that moment, a short, skinny middle-aged man came running over. The sight of the barrels of abalones made him beam with excitement. My God, such big ones. The rich folks in the county and city love this. I'll take them all. Price is negotiable. This man was Lao Wu, from the nearby town. He specialized in seafood trade. Every morning before dawn, he would drive his small truck over, only picking up top-quality goods. I recognized him immediately and called out, Boss Wu, you came at the perfect time. Bring your truck over and give me a fair price. I'll sell you all the abalones. Lao Wu froze for a moment. Huh? You caught all these? Before I even replied, He Jinjin proudly puffed up her chest. Of course, Lao Wu nodded repeatedly, turned, and hurried toward the shore to fetch his vehicle. Such exceptional seafood. It was a must-buy. I raised my voice again. Uncle He, your boat only has 4 barrels, but there's still plenty in the cabin. Borrow more barrels from others and get everything out. Hirong immediately yelled. Everyone, lend me some barrels, quickly. Soon, a few extra barrels were passed over. He Jinjin and I went back into the cabin, sorting and loading the abalones of various sizes into barrels one by one. Another 4 full barrels. Now, 8 barrels of abalones were placed on the jetty, completely full and overflowing. Who wouldn't gasp seeing this? Normally, even catching several pounds of smaller abalones would be considered good luck. But now it wasn't entirely. A barrel, a big one. Old Wu drove his small truck over, and when he saw the heaps of abalones, he was so excited that he began waving his arms like crazy. I carefully sorted the abalones by size and placed them in front of Boss Wu. Boss Wu, name your price. They're all sorted. You can check them first. Old Wu waved his hand dismissively. No need to check. I can tell at a glance. These abalones are all fresh. Although there aren't any ear abalones or sheep abalones, they're all 9-headed abalones, which is still pretty incredible. In all my years of buying seafood, it's the first time I've seen so many abalones at once. Hirong interjected in his gruff voice. Hurry up and name your price. Don't try to fool us. You know they're worth perfectly well. Old Wu nodded and started calculating meticulously. 9-headed abalones, between 8 to 10 per pound, are 15 yuan a pound. 6 and 7-headed ones are 20 yuan a pound. 5-headed ones, let's count them individually, for yuan per piece. 4-headed ones, 5 yuan a piece. He paused and added, this price matches the market rate. I'll throw in an extra bonus of 100 yuan. He raised a single finger to emphasize, as if fearing I'd refuse to sell. Hearing this, I grinned. An extra 100? I nodded. All right, fair price. Let's do it. Great. Old Wu clapped his hands. Let's weigh them. He first weighed the ones with the highest count. The group of 8 to 10 per pound, 60 pounds, 15 a pound, that's 900 yuan. Just weighing this batch caused the onlookers to gasp collectively, their faces full of envy and jealousy. 900 yuan. That's more than some people earn in an entire year. Next, he weighed the 6 and 7-headed ones, 55 pounds, 20 a pound, that's 1,100. Altogether, that was already 2,000 yuan. For the 5-headed ones, there were 130 pieces, 4 yuan each, that's 520. For the 4-headed ones, 90 pieces, that's 450. And then the 100 yuan bonus. Ma Chunhua, quick with numbers, yelled out, 3,070. That's 3,070 yuan altogether. Ha ha ha, my son Niu Bai truly knows how to make money. He's indeed a proud seed of our Niu family. She made it sound as if she were my actual mother. I shuddered with disgust and couldn't even be bothered to respond. Old Wu nodded. That's right, 3,070. Young man, what do you think? I had expected roughly 3,000, so it seemed fair. Deal. Old Wu broke into a wide smile. Flipping such a large batch of abalones would land him a nice profit. He wasn't stingy, as he swung his waist bag across, unzipped it with a hiss, revealing neatly stacked bundles of banknotes inside. With great flair, he pulled out 3 bundles and handed them to me. Young man, take these first. I'll count another 70 yuan. As I took the money, everyone's eyes were glued to the banknotes in my hands, especially Niu Dazhuang, Ma Chunhua, Chen Deguei, and Chen Meifeng. It was as though that money belonged to them. Old Wu carefully counted out another 70 yuan and handed it over. 3,070 in total. Keep it safe. If you've got more abalones or other big hauls in the future, remember to come to me. My appetite's endless. I can handle as big a load as you bring. Sure, I agreed, though I knew perfectly well he was offering the dockside price. If I sold it myself in the town or county, I could get far more. The surrounding fishermen stared at me like they were seeing me in a whole new light. Bai, weren't you gravely ill, on the brink of death? How are you suddenly so strong, not just recovering, but even managing to go out fishing? Huh, fishing is nothing. This one trip of yours made more money than our whole village combined. I may not be well educated, but all I can say is, damn impressive. Earlier, everyone looked down on him, thinking a sickly guy like him venturing out to sea was a death sentence. Who would have thought he'd bring back such a massive haul of abalones? From now on, if there's one person to respect, it's Bai. He Jinjin was over the moon, her joy written all over her face as she shouted. I was the one who snuck our family's boat out for Bai to use. I just knew he was reliable, that he'd bring back a great catch and make a fortune. Everyone, come praise me. Tell me how much insight I have. The fisherman immediately started praising her, even saying she had a sharp eye for talent to choose such an incredible partner. No one had supported her and me before, but now they were proven wrong. She had foresight. He Jinjin was so delighted by the compliments, she seemed to float on air. Turning her head, she looked triumphantly toward her family. Mom, Dad, brothers, did you see that? Bai made over 3,000 in a single trip. When you go fishing, what's the most you've made in one trip? 500 at most, and that was years ago. Dad, are you still going to hit me? Hirong shook his head hastily. No more, no more. A daughter with such foresight. How could I bring myself to hit you? Mom, are you still going to scold me? Zhang Xiuli quickly waved her hands. Silly girl, how could I scold you? You just brought our family a huge profit tonight. Lending the boat was absolutely the right call. And you, bro? He Laifu gave a serious nod. Sis, lending the boat was brilliant. I think you and Bai are a perfect match. If Mom and Dad still try to stop the two of you from being together and force you to marry someone else, I'll be the first to object. He Jinjin beamed with joy, her laughter clear and melodious, like pearls falling on a jade plate. Suddenly, I frowned and dodged to the side. What are you doing? Ma Chunhua had pounced toward me with lightning speed, trying to snatch the stack of money from my hand. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and avoided her. Missing her mark, her face darkened for a moment, but she quickly forced a fake smile onto her face and slapped her thigh. Bai, what are you doing? Don't misunderstand me. I mean no harm. You're still young. With so much money, you'll spend it all before you even realize it. Let mom save it for you. Young people can be a bit careless with finances. If I handle your money, you'll have a much better life. You remember how whenever you earned money before, you'd give it all to me to keep safe, even if it was just 1 yuan. Shouldn't it be the same now? The way she approached with such pretentious concern turned my stomach. I harshly rebuked her without any mercy. Save it? Save your nonsense. Who do you think you are, daring to call yourself my mom? Just hearing that word from your mouth makes me feel dirty and disgusted. Ma Chuanhua's face turned alternately green and pale from the tongue lashing. She quickly looked over at Niu Dazhuang, signaling for help. Niu Dazhuang stepped forward with a grim expression. Bai, is that any way to speak to your mother? Even if she's not your birth mother, she raised you from a young age. If there's no gratitude for giving you life, there should at least be for raising you. She's just trying to help you by keeping your money safe. Can't you see her good intentions? Hand the money over, quickly. Ma Chunhua nodded eagerly. That's right, Bai. Give the money to mom to keep. You can hold on to 70 yuan yourself. Buy whatever you like. Just give the 3,000 to me. As she spoke, she lunged forward again, her eyes gleaming with greed, reaching out for the money. Smack! I slapped her hard across the face, making her already chubby cheeks swell even more. She stumbled and fell to the ground with a thud. Holding her cheek in disbelief, she yelled, You hit me? I'm your mother. I was just trying to help you. You're keeping my money and still dare to hit me? Is there no justice left in this world? Chen Dagawei was furious and roared. Niu Bai, you ungrateful beast. My mother was kind enough to keep your money safe, and you dared lay your hands on her. If you're courting death, don't blame me for being ruthless. He rushed toward me, lifting his massive foot and aiming a vicious kick straight at my chest. Chen Dagawei was a towering figure, built like an iron tower. Compared to him, my skinny frame made me look like no match at all. He Jinjin screamed, Bai, dodge. Chen Dagawei, you bastard. Bullying people just because you're big. What kind of hero is that? But I didn't budge. Instead, I lifted my own foot and struck out, meeting his kick head on. Bang! Our feet collided with a heavy crash. Then came a piercing scream. Everyone thought, naturally, it must have been me screaming. But I stood firm, upright like a pine tree. The scream? It came from Chen Dagawei. He fell back viciously, like a kite whose string had snapped, hurtling backward. He flew at least 5 to 6 meters before slamming down. Thud! He broke through the seawall and plunged right into the water, sending seawater splashing high into the air. In the sea, he continued howling in pain. My leg is broken. Everyone gasped in shock, staring at me in complete disbelief. I smoothly retracted my leg and patted at some water on my trousers. I casually remarked, a mere ant dares to defy me? Ignorance truly knows no bounds. Ma Chunhua, who had been screaming and shouting earlier, was now completely dumbfounded. Her mouth hung open as she stared at Chen Dagawei, who I had just kicked into the river. She was utterly speechless, but it was Chun Meifeng who suddenly let out a shriek. Niu Bai has gone mad. He's completely lost it. First, he hit my mom, and now he's kicked my brother into the river. Everyone, judge for yourselves. How can someone live like this? Dad, you have to do something about this. Niu Dazhu was so furious his face turned blue. He pointed a trembling finger at me. You ungrateful son. Truly a disgrace to the family. Just because you've earned a bit of money, you look down on your family now? Hitting your mother, hitting your brother. Do you want to hit me next? Is that what you're planning? Neil, apologize. Hand over all your money to your mother. If you don't, I won't let this pass. The villagers won't let this pass, and neither heaven nor the sea dragon king will let this pass. You have no respect for family ties. You're no better than an animal. The dozens, if not hundreds, of fishermen gathered around were still unclear about the situation. All they saw was me hitting my stepmother and kicking Chen Dagawei, all while refusing to hand over a cent. Their faces were full of contempt. Niu Bai, this isn't right. No matter what, your family. If you won't give any money, fine, but why hit your mom and your brother? With this attitude, you're asking for divine retribution. Filial piety is the foundation of all virtue. With you being so unfilial, even if you catch abalones this time, next time the Dragon King might drag you straight to the bottom of the sea. These words didn't faze me much, but He Jinjin's eyes suddenly welled up with tears. She shouted, What do you know? Niu Bai was kicked out by his father and stepmother ages ago. And today, he even signed a family severance document at the village committee. From now on, Niu Bai has no father, no mother, no home. So why should he hand over his money to them? The villagers were all stunned. What? Severed family ties. He Jinjin enunciated each word. Everyone here has eyes. Haven't you seen how Bai has been treated all these years? His stepmother, Ma Chunhua, treats him like a beast of burden, leaving all the dirty and tiring work for him, never giving him a single day to rest. He's been fed worse than pigs and dogs. When he collapsed from overwork and fell seriously ill, his stepmother stuffed him into the pigsty. Later, afraid he'd die at home and waste money on medicine, she demanded a family split and kicked him out. His own father even agreed to it. In his rage, he signed the severance document. From that moment, they lived separate lives. Whether it's his stepmother or his father, what right do they have to ask him for money? When I was sick, they wouldn't treat me and drove me out. Now that I have money, they want their greedy hands on it. Is that how human beings act? This speech left everyone present stunned and made the Niu family deeply embarrassed. I glanced approvingly at He Jinjin and then pulled the severance document from my pocket, unfolding it and waving it around for everyone to see. Take a good look, everyone. This is the severance document, plain as day, black and white. From now on, I have no ties to the Niu family. And this so-called father of mine only left me with a broken boat. Unlivable and useless. I pointed toward the beach, and everyone turned to look. There lay a lonely, dilapidated boat. Just looking at it was enough to dampen spirits. You've all witnessed how my father and stepmother treated me over these years, as Jinjin just described. Since we've severed ties, why does Ma Chunhua think she has the right to steal my money? Is my money hers? If she's stealing my money, that makes her a thief. If I slapped her, how am I in the wrong? Chen Dagawei tried to defend her and kicked at me. Was I wrong to kick him back? My so-called father is demanding I kneel and hand over my money. I refuse to kneel. I refuse to hand over anything. Tell me, am I in the wrong? By the time I finished, my voice had risen to a deafening pitch, shaking everyone to their core. None dared to utter a single word. Then I bellowed. Even if I am wrong, so what? I refuse to acknowledge this family anymore. Since we're severed, I won't give them a single penny. If anyone dares to take my money, I'll take them on, no matter who they are. The crowd was dead silent. Suddenly, the sound of clapping broke through. It was He Jinjin, applauding fervently. She clapped as she looked at me with admiration and excitement. Since she was young, she had always wanted to be with me, but she could never stand my meek and submissive nature. Now, I had changed. Every fiber of me exuded an aura she couldn't resist. I smiled at her, then turned sharply and pointed directly at Niu Deju, whose face was ashen. I've said this already, we've cut ties. My life or death has nothing to do with any of you. Now that I have money, don't come mooching off me. Ma Chunhua, weren't you saying you'd carve off a pound of meat and make dumplings to celebrate? Go on then. I've severed all bonds. Don't come causing trouble. Then I turned to He Rong. Uncle He, I always keep my word. Jinjin borrowed your boat for me to go out fishing. The money I earned, I'll share 80% with you. The total was 3,070 yuan. 80% was 2,456. A huge sum of money. He Rong's eyes lit up, and he was so excited he could barely breathe. Over 2,000 yuan. That was 2 years' worth of hard work for him. He Lifu was equally thrilled and asked eagerly. Bai, are you really giving us 80%? I suddenly shifted the topic. Of course. But consider this as my bride price. I want to marry Jinjin. Uncle Rong, Aunt Shioli, what do you say? I had long made up my mind. I'd take this opportunity to marry her. The whole He family froze in place. This little rascal. First he takes our boat, and now he wants to take our daughter too? He Jinjin was clever. As soon as she saw the situation, she quickly spoke up. I think it works. Dad, Mom, that damned Chindagwai only offered 999, and you were ready to marry me off. But Bai is giving over 2,000. Besides, Bai is strong now, not a sickly man anymore. He could kick Chindagwai away with one move, and he just brought back so much fish from one trip to sea. If I marry him, I'll definitely have a good life. And in the future, you two will also enjoy the blessings. Who else could offer such a generous bride price? I won't marry anyone else, not even if 9 bulls try to pull me away. As soon as she finished speaking in one breath, the surrounding fishermen burst into laughter. Who had ever seen a girl so eager to marry herself off? He Jinjin's face was flushed red from all the laughter. But she had no choice. She had secretly been with me for a long time and had already made up her mind to marry no one else. This was an opportunity she couldn't afford to miss. For happiness, she was ready to go all in. I silently gave her a thumbs up. He Rong listened, and, although a bit resigned, his mind started turning. This kid had recovered, become strong, and brought back so much abalone in just one trip to sea. Who knows what other treasures he might bring back in the future. With a son-in-law like this, he wouldn't lose out. Besides, his daughter was adamant about him too. He looked at Zhang Xioli, who already adored her daughter and hoped she would marry someone she loved, nodded her head. All right. He Rong gritted his teeth and clapped his hands. Okay, bye. You're so capable, and my daughter likes you. It's settled then. This time's income. I'll take 80%. That's 2,456. Of that, 2,399 will be the bride price. The rest will count as boat rental. He sure knew how to do the math, and he made it auspicious. I couldn't contain my excitement and bent down to plant a kiss on her small lips. Jinjin was startled awake, her eyes wide open as she raised her small hand to hit me. My goodness, you stole a kiss from me. I stood my ground, completely assured. You even sneaked in here to sleep with me. Her face instantly turned red. I slept at home until noon, and my mom called me to eat. You made so much money for our family that she got happy and bought 3 caddies of fatty meat. She turned all of it into red braised pork and even cooked rice. After we ate, she told me to bring you a meal. When I came over and saw you still asleep, I was tired and hadn't slept enough. So, I snuck in to keep you company. Who knew you'd sneak a kiss while I was asleep? At the end of it, she frowned with indignation, but my stomach growled as soon as I heard about the red braised pork and cooked rice. I touched my belly. I'm really hungry. Half asleep, I must have mistaken your little mouth for a piece of meat. Almost ate it. She burst out laughing. Get out of here. You're something else. Sitting up from my embrace, she picked up a large aluminum lunchbox. Upon opening it, a savory aroma of meat wafted straight into my nose. My mouth watered even more. The lunchbox was stacked with pristine white rice, topped with 7 or 8 glistening, red-tinted pieces of red braised pork. The fatty meat quivered slightly, 8-to-2 fat-to-lean ratio. Decades later, this type of meat might be too greasy for some, but in 1984, it was a rare treat. Each piece was astonishingly large, about the size of a child's palm, utterly tantalizing to look at. There was also a side of stir-fried sweet potato leaves, cooked in pork lard, their vibrant green sheen exuding a faint aroma of oil. For someone like me, who lived a lifetime in scarcity decades later, this meal was an unforgettable luxury. I glanced up at her. Did you eat enough? I'll share 2 pieces with you. She quickly shook her head. I ate a lot at home. 3 pieces, actually. My mom said 5 pieces would be enough for you. I argued it wouldn't be, since my future husband might have a big appetite. So she added 3 more pieces for you. Hurry up, eat. She leaned against the boat's edge, propping her knees up and resting her elbows on them. With both hands cupping her face, she gazed at me with her bright, sparkling eyes. The more I looked at her, the more I liked her, the more I lost myself in her charms. Grinning foolishly, I dug in without hesitation, picking up a glossy piece of fatty meat and popping it into my mouth. With one bite, a burst of rich, luscious flavor erupted within my mouth. This was bliss. I chewed heartily, shoveling rice into my mouth in generous bites. My cheeks puffed out as meat juices dribbled down my lips. She pulled out a handkerchief, gently wiping the corners of my mouth, and chided softly, "Slow down. Don't choke yourself, there's no rush. If someone really dares to snatch it from you, I'll knock them flat on the ground." Her tone was endearingly indulgent. I burst into laughter, which promptly made me choke, leaving me coughing uncontrollably. Startled, she quickly leaned forward, gently patting my back. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Just eat properly." But now my eyes were glued to her. She crouched in front of me, leaning forward with her arm reaching around to pat my back. And those plump granaries swayed right there in front of me. Suddenly, I didn't feel like eating meat anymore. No, it's not that I didn't want to eat this meat. I just wanted another type of meat. Realizing my sneaky gaze, she immediately pulled herself back, huffing, "Eat your food," and stopped staring, tightening her collar as she spoke. I snorted. What if I want to stare? Someday, I'll get to look however I want. Then, I buried my head down and ate earnestly. Before long, all 8 pieces of the red braised pork were gone. I polished off the sweet potato leaves too. The remaining half box of rice, now soaked in meat juices, was scraped clean in just a few large bites. Even the couple of leftover rice grains were carefully picked up and relished. Seeing me savor every bite, she even began to swallow unconsciously. It was strange. She had been full at noon, so why was she feeling hungry now? After finishing, I stretched lazily and stepped out of the boat canopy. The sea stretched out calm and tranquil, with gentle waves rolling in rhythmic patterns. It filled my heart with contentment. Suddenly, I remembered my plan to secure a piece of land for myself. The day was still young, and I could go find Nyoigwa to see if he had any advice or connections. But showing up empty-handed wouldn't feel right. I turned to her. "Jinjin, how about your family hosting me for dinner tonight?" She nodded eagerly. "Of course, to celebrate our engagement." Then, this bold, straightforward girl actually blushed, lowering her head as she began to fiddle with the hem of her shirt. The mere thought that no one could stop her from marrying me anymore made her heart leap with joy. "All right, but I can't just show up empty-handed." Before I could finish, she interrupted, her wide eyes flaring slightly with annoyance. "Showing up empty-handed is fine. You helped my family earn a whole 3,000 yuan. We wouldn't have made that much even in 2 years. It's not just tonight. You could come empty-handed every day for all we care. That's my decision. She slapped her chest resolutely in a way that set certain curves jiggling. This girl sure had assets to speak of. Chuckling, I replied. Still, I'll catch 2 big fish to bring over. One for steaming, one for red braising. You usually only have Zayu, mixed small fish, tonight. You can eat all the big fish you want, I said as I rolled up my pants and waded into the sea. Her eyes lit up. Nyobai, are you going to catch red lantern fish like you did yesterday? Not just red lantern fish. I'll grab whatever I see. I'm sure I can snag a few big ones. She kicked off her shoes, rolled up her pants, and ran barefoot into the water, still a bit skeptical. Yesterday, the only reason you caught such a big red lantern fish was because the Dragon King was looking out for you. That was just luck. Today might not be the same. I replied. Do you believe the Dragon King looks out for me every day? She widened her eyes, wanting to say no, but swallowed her words. What if saying it suddenly made the Dragon King stop helping me? She wouldn't want that happening for anything in the world. After thinking for a moment, she yelled, all right, I believe you. I burst into laughter. Amidst my laughter, I discreetly summoned some seawater from the oceanic space and splashed it around me. By now, I had mastered the use of the magical seawater. There was no need for a small bucket to scoop it out. With just a thought, the water would flow on its own. I turned to look at her as she approached me. Jinjin, could you head back home and grab a couple of large nets? If we just rely on our hands, we won't catch much, and we might hurt ourselves. No need to go home. I have some on our boat. I'll fetch them. She dashed back to the shore, skipping and hopping toward the pier. Although her family's boat was double-locked to prevent theft, you could still get into the cabin. Watching her elegant figure retreating into the distance, I smiled with satisfaction. But when I turned around, I let out a startled cry. Oh my goodness. I hadn't expected the seawater from the magical space to be so effective. This time, I'd used 5 times as much as I had last time, and it had attracted a massive school of big fish in no time. Not just red lantern fish and red friend fish, but also flower flounder, black bream, 3-spot pompano, and even a few sea bass. And these weren't small fish. The smallest weighed 3 or 4 pounds, while the largest sea bass was over 10 pounds. This kind of sea bass is aggressive and powerfully resistant. If you encounter one weighing several dozen pounds, it might even attack people. However, it's highly sought after on the market because it has plenty of meat, few bones, and a delicious flavor. Flower flounder are startlingly strong and can deliver a powerful slap if they whip their tails at your face. It hurts worse than a slap from a hand. Black bream, on the other hand, aren't as strong but are incredibly agile and sensitive, earning them the nickname clever ghost fish. Catching one with your bare hands is no easy task. Right now, the fish swarmed around me, frantically sucking in the seawater from the other space, an irresistible temptation for them. For fishermen, catching these fish in the deep sea is considered a feat, yet here they were, gathering at the shoreline, just waiting for me to grab them. I looked left and right, momentarily unsure which one to go after. Finally, I set my sights on the sea bass. It must have been at least 13 or 14 pounds. Go big or go home. Catching such a hefty creature required skill. You couldn't just grab its body. 9 times out of 10, it would slip away with a powerful thrash. I squatted down slowly, dipping my hands into the water, and stealthily released more seawater from the magical space. Before long, even more fish swam toward me. Some even bumped directly into my hands, practically offering themselves up. It was as if they were shouting, "Catch me, catch me." But I remained unmoved, waiting for the biggest one. Finally, the sea bass swam over, thrashing its tail and scattering the 3 or 4 pound fish around it. The other fish didn't dare confront this giant and quickly swam out of its way. It slowly glided between my hands. I took a deep breath, locking my gaze on its slightly open gills. Now or never. In one swift motion, I plunged both hands into the water. My 8 fingers, except for my thumbs, hooked into the slots in its gills, while my thumbs pressed down on its head. Firmly gripping it, I lifted it out of the water in one go. All hell broke loose. The over 10-pound sea bass leapt from the water, its thick body thrashing wildly in the air. Smack, smack, smack. Its tail slapped against my arms repeatedly, leaving a burning pain and nearly making me lose my grip. The sheer strength of the fish almost dragged me back into the sea. I staggered a few steps backward, steadied myself, then twisted and flung it toward the beach. At that moment, Hijinjin came running over with 2 large nets in her hands, shouting as she ran. Bye, bye. Did you catch anything? Did you? And then she saw the massive fish flying straight toward her. Terrified, she let out a scream, instinctively dropped the nets, and extended her long arms to catch the 10-plus-pound sea bass. It landed headfirst, tail whipping in the air. Cradling it in her arms, the thrashing tail caught her face repeatedly. Smack, smack, smack. It delivered several sharp slaps, leaving her yelling in pain. Oh my goodness. My face is completely ruined. She hurriedly let go, and the sea bass plunged straight into the sand, its head buried while its body stood upright, tail still flapping. From a distance, it looked as if a giant fish were growing out of the sand. Hijinjin's face was flushed red from the fish's blows. She cupped her cheeks with both hands, her expression a mix of grievance and fury. My goodness, it's my first time being slapped in the face by a fish, and multiple times at that. But almost immediately, she was brimming with excitement. A sea bass. Such a huge sea bass. Nyobai, you're incredible. How did you pull this off? The biggest bass my dad ever caught at sea was only 7 or 8 pounds. This one has to be 15 or 16. Are there more? Are there more? She made me laugh, and when I looked down, the dozen or so big fish that had been circling around me had now darted farther away, startled. Yet they lingered nearby, reluctant to leave. There are, I said. There are more. Bring over the nets and stand next to me. We'll scoop them up together. Overjoyed, Hijinjin glanced longingly at the sea bass flopping on the beach before picking up a net and carefully treading over to join me. Where are the fish? Where? I pointed into the distance. Look, they're all over there. Following my finger, her face lit up with joy. Wow, so many big fish. Why do they look like they're having a meeting near the shoreline? But they're too far away. If we rush over, they'll scatter. Humans are clumsy in the water, but fish are smart. Don't rush. Stay patient. It's like waiting for a rabbit near its hole, I said with a grin. I took one of the nets from her hands, holding it with both hands and gently raising one side. Get ready. The fish will swim over on their own. Hijinjin's eyes widened with skepticism. Don't try to fool me. I grew up by the sea. How could they possibly swim over on their own? I thought for a moment, dipping my other hand into the seawater and mimicking the movements of a fish. At the same time, I discreetly released more seawater from the magical space. Copy me. Move your hands like fish, and they'll come. Her face filled with confusion. Will that really work? Try it. You'll be in for a surprise. She let out a soft laugh, bent down, and dipped her hand into the water, playfully stirring as she muttered. This fish luring method is unheard of. If it doesn't work, I'm going to kick your butt. It didn't take long before she was astonished. Oh my gosh, they're actually swimming over. I shushed her softly. Get ready. Sure enough, with the gentle motion of our hands in the water, over a dozen large fish swam slowly towards us. In the knee-deep seawater, all the fish were at least 3 to 4 pounds each, their multicolored scales shimmering temptingly. I said, ready? 3, 2, 1. The two of us were perfectly in sync. In one swift motion, we lifted our hands, tightly gripping the net poles, and scooped into the water, pulling up forcefully. The net shook violently. We had caught them all. The fish flailed desperately, trying to leap free. Without hesitation, I hoisted the pole onto my shoulder and ran toward the shore, my feet splashing noisily through the water. Seeing how ridiculous I looked, Hijinjin burst into laughter. She mimicked my stance, slung a net over her shoulder, lifted her legs high, and splashed her way to the shore to inspect our haul. I'd say we struck gold. A grouper that was at least 5 pounds. 2 multicolored trevallies, each over 3 pounds. And a red snapper. The red snapper wasn't even 3 pounds, but it was stunning, its body gleaming a ruby red brighter than that of red lanternfish. This fish wasn't just delicious, but could also double as an ornamental species, fetching a high price at the market. Jinjin didn't fare too badly either. She caught 2 crescent moonfish, each just under 4 pounds. Even so, it was quite an impressive catch. Looking at the pile of fish, she was so excited that she jumped barefoot on the sand. Oh my gosh, we are amazing. In one go, we caught so many valuable fish. My dad and brother can go out to sea, and they might not even catch this much. Plus, we even got a 10-pound sea bass. We're rich. We're rich. I laughed and said, what's there to be so excited about? These are for eating. I have other plans for the sea bass, but the rest you can take home. Remember, don't think about selling it for money. It must be on the dinner table tonight. At least make 1 red braised and 1 steamed. The remaining fish, do as your family sees fit. Sell it if you want. And just like that, I had the distribution decided in no time. But she protested, that's not enough. What's not enough? I asked, confused. She said seriously, besides red braised and steamed, we also need 1 for making soup, 1 big pot of fish soup. It'll be delicious and nourishing. The rest we can sell. I chuckled and nodded. Sure, whatever you want. Then curiosity got the better of her. What about the sea bass? What are you going to do with it? Sell it. I shook my head. No, I'm giving it away as a gift to Nyo Igua, Secretary Nyo. Her expression turned reluctant. But I can't bear to part with it. That fish is so big. You can't catch wolves without sacrificing sheep, I replied. I explained, I plan to build a new house and need a plot of land first. I'm counting on Secretary Nyo to grant me a plot. A big sea base weighing over 10 pounds? It's the perfect gift. Jinjin nodded vigorously, her face filled with approval. Bai, you're so clever. It wouldn't be easy to get a piece of land for building a house. A gift like this, the secretary's going to love it. He might even sort it out for you in no time. What's the saying? People go soft when they're fed, hands go soft when they've received gifts. I lightly tapped her nose. That's right, smart girl. Now hurry and take these fish back home. I'm heading off to find Secretary Nyo. Back on the old, battered boat, I scavenged a tattered sack and stuffed the sea base inside. Bright red in the face and brimming with excitement from my compliment, Jinjin stuffed the 6 fish into her net, hoisted it onto her shoulder, and wobbling slightly, headed home. The 6 fish weighed over 20 pounds, filling the net to the brim. With it on her shoulders, she looked like a sneaky thief sneaking off in the middle of the night. Except, of course, no thief could look this stunning. I made my way to the village committee office. At a little past 4 in the afternoon, Nyo Igwa wasn't there. The accountant, Li Aichuan, told me that Secretary Nyo's mother had fallen ill and was bedridden. He had stayed home to take care of her and hadn't come to work in the afternoon. His house wasn't far, so I carried the sea base and headed over. As I stepped into the courtyard, I called out, Secretary Nyo, Uncle Igwa. Before long, Nyo Igwa appeared, his face looking somewhat worn. Bai, what brings you here? He asked. I said, Uncle Igwa, thank you for helping me draft up that separation document yesterday, not to mention standing up for me and calling them ingrates. I don't have much to show my appreciation. I caught a fish and brought it over for you all to enjoy and nourish yourselves. I untied the sack, revealing the massive sea base. Nyo Igwa's eyes widened in disbelief. Where on earth did you catch a sea base this big? I rarely see one like this. I smiled and said, just got lucky. I caught it down by the sea. It's highly nutritious. Please, cook it up for the family to enjoy and take care of yourselves. At first, Secretary Nyo seemed weighed down by his earlier worries, but hearing what I said brought a smile back to his face. He nodded enthusiastically. Bai, you're such a good kid. Uncle Igwa only did what was right, yet here you are bringing such a big fish. On the other hand, your father's side of the family, no word of thanks. Fine, I wouldn't expect it. But now I'm even hearing reports that your stepmother has been badmouthing me behind my back. The nerve of some people. I patted Nyo Igwa on the shoulder. Uncle Igwa, they're not worth it. Don't let people like that upset you. It's not worth your energy. Looking at me, Nyo Igwa sighed and shook his head, moved. You're such an understanding young man. Oh, by the way, I heard you really made a splash last night, borrowed your fiancé's family's boat, went out to sea, and caught a haul of abalone. Her family didn't think much of you at first, but after seeing how capable you are and upon receiving the catch, they've agreed to let her marry you. Who would have imagined that sickly little Nyo Ba would manage to turn his life around like this? Ha ha. I scratched the back of my head, embarrassed. Uncle Igwa, don't flatter me too much, or my ego will inflate. Next time I go out to sea and catch some abalone, I'll bring you a few to try. He quickly waved his hands. That won't do. Abalone is far too valuable. Why? This sea base alone is already quite something. I can't accept it. You should take it back and sell it. It's worth a good amount. I shook my head immediately. Uncle Igwa, that's not right. You've been looking out for me all this time. Now that I've learned to fish, why shouldn't I bring one over for you to try? If you don't take it, it means you don't think much of me. This left Nyo Igwa speechless. He called out to his wife, Deng Jiaying, who came over to take the sea base and put it into the kitchen tank. When she saw the fish, Deng Jiaying was all smiles. Bai, you're too good to our family, bringing such a big sea base. Stay for dinner tonight. We'll cook this fish together. I'll be eating at my fiancé's place tonight. Next time, I'll bring you some fresh, quality fish, and we'll feast here. She nodded enthusiastically, carrying the fish to the kitchen with joy. I turned to look at Secretary Nyo, scratching my head, feeling a little bashful. Uncle Igwa, I actually came to talk about another matter as well. I chuckled awkwardly. I already figured. Go ahead, what is it? If I can help, I'll do my best. So I told him about wanting to build a house and needing a plot of land. After hearing me out, his brows furrowed deeply. Bai, it's not that I don't want to help you, but the policy doesn't allow it. You've heard of one household, one home, right? I shook my head. One household, one home, means each household can only have one plot for residential purpose. It's not allowed to have more than one. And one household is determined by the household registration. Even though you've severed ties with your dad, your household registration is still under Nyo Dazhuang's family. Policy-wise, you're still part of the same household. There's no basis for you to apply for a new plot. Slapping my forehead, I said, Uncle Igwa, can you first help me detach my household registration from theirs? Let's make the separation official. He shook his head. That's easier said than done. You don't even have a house to settle into. If your household registration gets detached, where will it go? I was dumbfounded. So, if I want a plot of land, I need to sever ties with Neo Dajwang's household. But to sever the registration, I need a plot of land and a house built first to settle it in. Neo Igwa nodded and grunted in agreement. A sense of frustration washed over my face. Isn't this just a deadlock? A problem with no solution? It's tough. Pretty much a closed loop. Uncle Igwa, is there really no way around this? He simply shook his head silently. All right then, I won't trouble you further. I'll think of another way on my own. I stood up to leave, and Neo Igwa quickly escorted me out. Bye, I'm so sorry. Even though I'm the village secretary, my abilities are limited. This is genuinely hard to handle. I waved my hand dismissively. No need to feel bad. I just came to ask, without expecting much. I understand if you're facing difficulties too. Just as I was about to step outside, painful groans came from the back room. It sounded like an elderly person. That's when I remembered Zhang Aichuan mentioning before that Secretary Nyo's mother had fallen gravely ill, and he had to stay home to take care of her. Out of concern, I asked, Uncle Igwa, what's Annie dealing with? He sighed deeply. My mom's been complaining of severe stomach pain for months now. Took her to the hospital, and they found parasites in her stomach. Medication, injections, we've tried everything. Even traditional remedies didn't work. Now her stomach's swollen like a balloon, and the pain is unbearable, tortures her to no end. I'm at my wit's end. His eyes turned red. It was obvious he was a filial son. I asked sympathetically, there's really nothing else that can be done? Recently someone suggested another remedy. They said coconut sprouts can kill the parasites. Once eaten, it'll make the worms come out. I went through quite some trouble to find a few. But after she ate them, even though some worms came out, the rest became even more agitated. Her stomach's been in turmoil ever since. We really don't know what else to do. Coconut sprouts are the white spongy fruit flesh inside a naturally aged and sprouted coconut. It's the concentrated essence of coconut water and coconut meat, rumored to have numerous medicinal properties. Hearing this, an idea sparked in my mind, and I immediately projected my thoughts into the mysterious sea space inside me. On the golden sandy beach lay a dried-out, split coconut. Its juice had long been consumed by me, which is how I'd regained my health and extraordinary vigor. But this coconut, there was still its flesh left. I had no idea if the flesh from this mystical space would have any effect, but there's no harm in trying. Using my mind, I cracked the coconut open, and sure enough, there was meat inside. Though it wasn't a sprouted coconut, the meat was pure white, glistening, and richly fragrant. It exuded a refreshing coconut aroma. Uncle Igwa, I just happen to have some coconut meat. Why don't we try giving it to Annie to see if it helps with the parasites? I took out a few pieces of jade-like coconut meat from my pocket. It was what I had just retrieved with my mind. Neo Igwa shook his head. Bye, I appreciate your kindness, but even coconut sprouts didn't help, let alone mere coconut meat. I maintained a serious expression. Uncle Igwa, this isn't ordinary coconut meat. It's something I refined with a secret method. Its medicinal properties are extraordinary. Just smell it. Doesn't it seem even more fragrant than coconut sprouts? Skeptical but curious, he took a piece, sniffed it, and immediately nodded. Right. It's definitely more fragrant than those sprouts I worked so hard to find. Wait, there's even a hint of medicinal aroma. How did you refine this? I batted my eyelashes and pushed the narrative onto my long-departed mother. It's a method passed down from my mom. I recently found it in her old belongings. I used it to refine this coconut meat, ate a few pieces myself, and my health improved drastically. I figure it might help Annie too. Hearing that, Neo Igwa's excitement grew palpable. No wonder. I was wondering how you went from lying sick, unable to move, to being as lively as a dragon overnight. It's your mom's blessings from above. All right, let's quickly try it on my mom. He immediately led me into a room. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of age and decay. Though it was clean, the pervasive elderly house smell couldn't be masked. On the bed lay an emaciated old woman with a distended stomach as tight as a drum. She groaned in anguish, while her granddaughter-in-law, Chun-Li, bustled around in a fluster. At the sight of us coming in, Chun-Li turned, her eyes brimming with tears. Dad, what should we do? Grandma's pain won't stop no matter what. Neo Igwa said. Bai has a miraculous piece of coconut meat on hand. Let's feed it to Grandma and see if it works. I handed Chun-Li a small knife to slice the coconut meat into thin pieces and gently slipped one into the old woman's mouth. Beside her, Neo Igwa coaxed softly. Mom, swallow it down. Maybe it'll stop your stomach ache. The elderly lady, tears streaming from the corners of her eyes, nodded weakly. It seemed to take all her strength to gulp down the thin slice of coconut meat. 7 or 8 minutes passed when her stomach began making loud, gurgling noises. Groaning turned into muttering as she finally spoke, her words incoherent but urgent. Quick, help me to the latrine. The latrine. Deng Jiaying heard the commotion and rushed into the room. She and Chun-Li carefully helped the old lady out to the outhouse. I reckon the coconut meat might be taking effect, I said. Neo Aigwa was beside himself with hope. If it works, that'd be incredible. Bye, if you can cure my mom, you're my family's lifesaver. I'd bow to you in gratitude. My father's long gone, and I only have my mom left. I really want her to be with me for a few more years. Don't worry, Uncle Aigwa. With your filial heart, even the Dragon King will surely bless you. Not long after, from outside the outhouse came a series of explosive noises paired with shrill shrieks from Deng Jiaying and Chun-Li. Roughly 10 minutes later, they returned with the old woman. To my astonishment, she had undergone a complete transformation. Where her face had been ghastly pale and her lips darkened, she now had a flush of color and even a glint of vitality in her eyes. Most importantly, the tight drum-like swell of her stomach had gone down significantly. Deng Jiaying burst in, exclaiming, "My heavens, Aigwa. You didn't see it. Mom passed a bunch of worms. Just looking at it made my scalp go numb. Scared me to death." Chun-Li also chimed in. "Dad, it seems like Grandma expelled all the worms. She's feeling much better now." Sure enough, the elderly woman could now speak. Though her voice was frail, her words were clear. "Aigwa, aren't you the son of Niu Bai? Was it you who fed me that coconut meat earlier? After eating it, the worms in my stomach went berserk. Strangely enough, it didn't hurt. I just had the overwhelming urge to use the bathroom. In the end, everything was expelled, and now I feel so much better. My stomach hasn't felt this relaxed in years." She rubbed her stomach with her hand, a look of contentment spreading across her face. Neo Aigwa's eyes welled up with tears as he hurried forward to support her. "Mom, this is wonderful. Your illness had me so worried for days. Now that you're recovering, I feel a weight lifted off me. Come, let me help you back to the house to rest." The elderly woman nodded at me repeatedly. "Bai, thank you. What you gave me was truly a miraculous medicine. Aigwa, you must thank Bai properly. If it weren't for him, I don't think I could have held on for another 2 days." Neo Aigwa responded firmly. "Mom, don't worry. Bai saved your life. He's also my lifesaver. I won't just thank him, I'll repay him for this." With that, he helped his mother back into the house. I thought for a moment and shoved the remaining pieces of coconut meat in my hand into Deng Jiaying's hands. "Aunt Deng, feed Grandma a bit more so we can thoroughly clear out the worms in her stomach. I've got some things to take care of. Uncle Aigwa, I'm heading out now," I added. Without waiting for a response, I turned and left. I hadn't walked far when I suddenly heard Neo Aigwa's voice calling after me. "Bai, Bai, wait up, I've got something to say." I stopped and turned around. Neo Aigwa ran up to me, grabbing my hand tightly, his voice choked with emotion. "Bai, I really don't know how to thank you." I waved it off, unconcerned. "Uncle Aigwa, no need to be so formal. It's what I should do. Go back now and take good care of your mom." With that, I turned around, heading toward the He family's place. It was almost 5 o'clock, and I wanted to make sure I arrived early enough to potentially help with gutting fish and prepping meat. Things to do before dinner with my future in-laws. But just as I started walking away, Neo Aigwa called out to me again. "Bai, I've decided on something. You saved my mom's life. It's such a huge favor. If I don't repay it, could I still call myself human? Didn't you say you wanted a piece of land to build a house? I'll find a way to get it sorted for you." I was stunned with excitement and turned back around. "Uncle Aigwa, didn't you just say it couldn't be sorted? How come now it's suddenly possible?" He looked a bit embarrassed and let out an awkward laugh. "It's true that it's not easy. Normally, I wouldn't want to get involved in such a messy affair. But you saved my mom's life. This is a favor I must repay. Even if it means using connections that I'd normally be reluctant to, so be it. I happen to have an old classmate who works in the township government and is in charge of this. If I ask him for a favor, it shouldn't be too hard to arrange." However, at this point, hesitation flashed across his face. "Even if it works out, the amount of money you'll need to spend might not be small. Your household registration is still listed under your father's name, so you'd need to pay a special fee for using land for a new house, probably 10 yuan per square meter. This isn't a well-known policy, but it's real. Additionally, you'll need to pay a deposit of 500 to 1,000 yuan. You'll have to build the house within a set time. If you fail, the deposit will be forfeited. If you succeed, you'll get it back." I felt exhilarated. Money isn't an issue. I'll find a way to earn it. "Uncle Aigwa, what's the maximum area you think I can get?" "At most 200 square meters. Any more than that, there's nothing I can do." I did a quick calculation. 200 square meters would be spacious enough. I could even include a small courtyard. So I nodded. "All right, Uncle Aigwa. Apply for the full 200 square meters for me." Neo Aigwa was startled. "You really want the maximum? 10 yuan per square meter means 200 square meters would cost 2,000 yuan. Can you afford that? Not to mention, building a house on that much land would cost at least 15 to 20,000 yuan later on." I replied decisively. "Don't worry, Uncle Aigwa. Now that I'm healthy, I can fish at sea. If I work hard and make more trips, I'll scrape the money together. He raised a thumb at me in admiration. Good for you, Bai. Bai. You must have the Dragon King's blessing. All right, you focus on fishing and making money. I'll do my best to head to the township government within 2 days and handle it for you. Wait for my good news. He gave my shoulder a firm slap and then turned to leave. Watching Nyoigwa's retreating figure, I couldn't help but feel a deep sense of gratitude. His initial reluctance to help and his later change of heart made complete sense. At first, I could only offer him a few dozen pounds of sea base, hardly enough to motivate him. But saving his mother's life was a favor too big to ignore. A life debt carries far more weight than a mere favor. Understanding the importance of reciprocating such a debt, he was naturally willing to help, even if it meant pulling some major strings. When I arrived at the He family's house, I was met with excitement from everyone. The aroma of dishes and meats wafted from the courtyard, stirring up my hunger. He Laifu rushed over to give me a bear hug, slapping my shoulders twice so hard it made me cough. Bai, you're amazing. You brought my sister along to catch so many big fish by the shore. Even when I go out to sea with my dad, we don't manage that. Are you possessed by a spirit or something? I pretended to be serious. I don't know either. I had a dream one night. In the dream, the Dragon King appeared and said, Bai, you've had a hard life. You've endured 20+ years of illness and been drained dry by your family. Even when you were close to death, they still tried to kick you out. So I've decided to take you as my godson. From now on, I'll look after you. I painted the scene vividly, even imitating the Dragon King's solemn, commanding voice. The audience in the He family stared at me, stunned. He Jinjin exclaimed, Oh my gosh, that sounded just like the Dragon King was speaking through you. Could it be true that the Dragon King has taken you as his godson? Zhang Xiuli immediately believed it. How could it not be true? Of course, the Dragon King took Bai as his godson. Otherwise, how do you explain how he went from being deathly ill to suddenly bursting with energy and catching so many abalone and big fish? Coastal fishermen were extremely superstitious, and the Dragon King was their most revered deity. Given how suddenly my circumstances had changed, coupled with my story, they all believed it without question. Hirong was so thrilled, he kept slapping his thigh. Great, great, great. I never thought I'd become in-laws with the Dragon King himself. Our ancestors must be smiling down on us. He Jinjin asked hesitantly. Oh my gosh, does that mean I'll have to start calling the Dragon King father in the future? I was dying with laughter inside, but I kept a serious face. That's right. From now on, you'll really have to call the Dragon King father. Seeing how wholeheartedly they believed me, I let out a quiet sigh of relief. As long as they bought into the story, I wouldn't have to explain the sudden turn of events in painstaking detail. Everyone in the household was overjoyed. Meanwhile, and the food was ready already, so fast and furious. A group of people hurriedly invited me to take the main seat and insisted I sit at the head of the table. Hirong said, You're the godson of the Dragon King. You must take the main seat. You represent the Dragon King himself. Everyone nodded in agreement, making me feel incredibly embarrassed. I absolutely couldn't sit in the primary seat. It took great effort to press Hirong down into the chair instead. The table was full of delicious dishes. Among them were 3 fish that He Jinjin had brought back. 1 braised, 1 steamed, and 1 cooked into a pot of fish soup with white radish, soft tofu, and a sprinkle of chopped green onions. The aroma of the fresh fish was so tantalizing it made everyone sniff repeatedly. There were also various meat dishes, including rare delicacies like salt-baked chicken and soy-braised duck. Hirong even brought out 2 bottles of Jiuzheng double-distilled wine that he usually couldn't bear to drink. The alcohol wasn't strong and went down smoothly. One could drink a bowlful without even flinching. Zhang Xiuli appeared somewhat apologetic. Bai, Jinjin brought back 6 entire fish. We've cooked 3 of them, but I'm thinking of selling the other 3 since we can't finish them all. You don't mind, right? I waved it off. Why would I mind? 3 big fish are already on the table. Selling the rest is no problem. We'll catch plenty more in the future. Zhang Xiuli nodded repeatedly, then pulled out a thin stack of bills from her pocket. The 3 fish sold for 42 yuan in total. Take this money. I widened my eyes in surprise. Aunt Xiuli, what are you doing? You keep that little bit of money. He Jinjin interjected. Mom, if Bai says you should keep it, then keep it. You've already taken 3,000. Why care about 35 yuan? The whole table burst into laughter. Zhang Xiuli chuckled as she put the money back in her pocket. All right, I'll save it. I'll buy some good meat next time. Bai, you don't have to live with us if you don't want to, but at least come over for 3 meals a day. Your broken boat might be enough to live in, but cooking is out of the question, and we're nearby after all. He Jinjin immediately raised her hand. All right, I'll agree on behalf of Bai. I squinted my eyes and playfully teased her. Oh, so you're already making decisions for your man before even tying the knot. She nodded seriously. Of course. but I'm only the junior decision maker. In the future, it'll still be up to you, the head of the household, to make the big decisions. Her words made me smile from ear to ear. If her family weren't around, I'd have pulled her into my arms and planted a few kisses on her sweet lips right then and there. What followed was eating and drinking to our heart's content. I've always been the kind of person who loved to relax with some good liquor after a hard day's work. Over time, I developed quite the drinking tolerance. Drinking with the seasoned drinker Hirong, we were well matched, yet Lifu couldn't keep up with me. While drinking, I brought up the matter of finding Nyo Igwa. Secretary Nyo agreed to help me approve a plot of land as a residential lot. Once it's approved, I can build a house. After the house is built, I'll marry Hijinjin. Hearing this, Hijinjin's whole face lit up with joy, but Hirong let out a faint sigh. That's wonderful news, but it'll cost a fair bit of money. Since you're still registered under Nyo Dajwang's household, even if the village and town approve the plot, you'll probably have to pay extra fees. This old man was sharp. I said, Secretary Nyo mentioned it. The land use fee is about 10 yuan per square meter. For 200 square meters, that's 2,000. Plus a deposit of 500 to 1,000. Let's call it 3,000 in total. I'll work harder, fish more, and make more money. By the way, Uncle He, can I borrow your fishing boat again tonight? Just like we agreed before, I'll sell the catch, and it's a 70-30 split. Hirong immediately waved his hand. I froze in surprise. Before I could react, Hijinjin became upset and raised her voice. Dad, what's going on? You already agreed to lend him the boat. Hirong replied. Of course, I'm willing to lend it. What I'm saying is, the 70-30 split doesn't seem fair. My expression darkened. Jinjin grew even more agitated. You're not satisfied with 70-30? Don't tell me you're thinking 80-20. I won't agree to that. Bai risks his life out at sea to earn money. Why should he? Hearing this, a warmth bloomed in my heart. Underneath the table, I gently patted her hand, signaling her to calm down. Hirong just laughed. Silly girl, earlier today Bai earned 3,070 yuan and still gave us 3,000 as our share. That alone is worth half the boat's value. Sure, part of it is bride price, but isn't that more than enough? We're not money grubbers. Then he looked at me. Bai, before, I didn't allow my daughter to associate with you because your health was frail, you were constantly ill, and you weren't respected by your own family. Don't take it personally. But now, you've straightened your back. You're a man capable of earning money and are even recognized as the Dragon King's godson. Of course, I'll support you. Take the boat and fish as you wish. From now on, you keep 90% and we'll only take 10%. Save up, buy an even bigger boat, build your house, and marry my daughter early. My eyes grew hot with emotion. It turned out I had unfairly judged him. Jinjin suddenly jumped up, grabbing her father's arm and shaking it vigorously. Dad, you're amazing. I thought you were pushing for an 80-20 split, but instead, you're going for a 10-90? You're the best dad ever. Hirong burst into hearty laughter. All right, stop shaking me. Come, bye, let me toast you. I wish you prosperous harvests from every trip to sea, that you'll buy your own big boat soon, build your home, and live a happy life with my daughter. He rose, lifting a full glass in his hand. I also stood quickly, holding my glass with both hands. Thank you, uncle. Next to me, Lifu smirked mischievously, raising his eyebrows and nudging me. Still calling him uncle? Why not just call him dad already? Feeling a bit shy, I complied. Dad, Zhang Xioli chimed in from the side. What about me? Mom. Lifu raised his thumb and pointed to his chest. And me? What about me? Suppressing a grin, I responded, big brother-in-law. Then I turned to Jinjin and, with a soft, sweet tone, called out, wife. Even as bold as she usually was, Jinjin wasn't prepared for me to call her that so directly. She covered her face with both hands and exclaimed, oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed I could die. Lifu added fuel to the fire. Oh, Bai's already calling you wife. You'd better call him husband in return. I can't say it. She stomped her foot and spun around, running straight into the house, making the entire family laugh raucously. Hirong turned to me. Bai, you need the boat tonight, right? Take it as you need. I'll give you the keys in a bit. Are you going alone? If not, I can get Lifu or myself to go with you. I gave it a thought. It was better to keep the secret to myself, so I shook my head without further explanation. Hirong seemed to understand and laughed. All right, be careful out there. Lifu and I could use the rest, and there's plenty to do around the house anyhow. The feast carried on until well past 9 o'clock. By then, I was half drunk, stumbling along as I hiccuped my way back. Sleeping on the old boat. The He family offered me a place in their house to sleep, but I declined. It's hot, and the house feels stuffy. The old boat lets the wind through and is much cooler. He Jinjin initially wanted to join me. After taking a nap next to me at noon, she found it quite comfortable. But her family was watching, so she didn't dare. We still must keep things reserved. What if, while sleeping, I ended up sleeping with her? We'd have to get married before I could do that. Returning to the old boat, I had a sound and pleasant sleep. Half asleep, I heard a commotion in the distance. I opened my eyes and saw silhouettes bustling on the dock. It was already 1 or 2 in the morning, the time when fishermen head out to sea. Fishermen go out at this hour to take advantage of the tides and to get to the morning market early for the best prices. In this part of the South China Sea, there's another reason. It's cooler at dawn. If they ventured out during the day, the blazing sun would parch them before they could even catch a fish. I quickly got ready, grabbed my keys, and dashed up the seawall. The fishermen greeted me teasingly as soon as they saw me. Bai, borrowing your father-in-law's boat to head out again, huh? Did he agree this time? Impressive, Bai. 1 trip out, and you hauled in a ton of abalone. I'm still jealous. Bai, are you planning on another huge abalone catch this time? Come on, give us a little hint. Let us share the bounty too. They bantered, but no one took the word seriously. The location of fish is a sacred secret to every fisherman. Sharing it means less profit for oneself. So, when everyone sets out to sea together, they disperse into autonomous groups as soon as they reach deep waters, often ending up 10 or 20 kilometers apart. I didn't respond, just smiled and unraveled the iron chain before hopping onto the boat. Just then, a sarcastic voice called from the seawall. What skills does that kid have? You think he can land a big catch twice in a row? Yesterday was just dumb luck. A reef island emerged at low tide, covered with abalone, and he happened to stumble upon it. It's not low tide anymore. Luck doesn't last forever. If he comes back with even a few small fry, he'd be fortunate. It was Chindagaway. He was there too, muttering under his breath with jealousy while glaring at me, seemingly itching for a fight. Next to him stood Niu Dazhuang, whose expression as he looked at me was not just unfamiliar, but filled with resentment. I couldn't be bothered to deal with them. On board, I secured the chain, unlocked the engine, and pulled out the crank handle to start it up. My refusal to engage only made Chun Degui even smugger. See that, everyone? Niu Ba, he doesn't even dare talk back to me. What does that prove? It proves that he doesn't have what it takes to land another big catch. Niu Ba, luck doesn't stick around every day. Mark my words. Yesterday you were lucky and scored loads of abalone. This time, who knows, the Dragon King might just take it all back. You may not return at all from this trip. Suddenly, I leaped back onto the seawall and, without a word, raised my hand and slapped him hard. The move was lightning fast, leaving everyone around in stunned silence. Chindagaway managed to react quickly, raising an arm in defense. But despite his bulky frame, his strength could hardly match mine now. Smack! My slap not only knocked his raised arm down, but landed squarely on his face, spinning him halfway around before he fell to the ground with a heavy thud. A metallic taste filled his mouth as nosebleed began to stream down. Niu Dazhuang, clearly startled, raised his voice. You little brat, you dare hit your own younger brother, you. Before he could finish, I interrupted him coldly. Pointing a finger at his nose, I declared, let me make this very clear. He's not my brother, and you're not my father. We are no longer family. There's nothing between us. If he curses me to never return from the sea, a slap across the face is only right. Everyone here, am I wrong? The fishermen, struggling to hold back their laughter, nodded vigorously, not sparing Niu Dazhuang another glance, whose face was now dark with anger. I turned and jumped back onto my fishing boat. Shortly after, the engine sputtered to life, and the boat sped off into the distance. Behind me, fishermen sighed and shook their heads as they boarded their own boats. Niu Bai has truly become a ruthless character. While others just exchange insults, he gets straight to the point. His temper's no joke anymore. Chindagaway was nearly foaming with rage. He scrambled back up, yelling hoarsely after my departing boat. Niu Bai, yesterday was sheer dumb luck. This time, I bet you won't catch anything. I'll be waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. You worthless piece of trash. He stomped and raged like a furious fishwife as the fishermen looked on mockingly. Soon after, they boarded their vessels and set off. In no time, a fleet of dozens of fishing boats headed towards the deep sea, beginning another hard day of work. I drove straight out, reaching what fishermen call the second watch sea, further into the deep waters where there were no signs of other boats. Ignoring the usual fishing routes, I used a unique method, drawing seawater from a mysterious oceanic space I'd once discovered. I poured it all into an area of the real sea. The water gushed out noisily, merging with the sea below. I wasn't sure what the mystical space would do this time. Last night, it had created a fresh stream of current, leading me to a reef island loaded with abalone. It seemed unlikely tonight would yield the same fortune. As low tide had passed, the reef island would now be submerged underwater, inaccessible for fishing. Still, if the seawater from the otherworldly space could at least act as bait and lure large fish to my area, I'd already feel satisfied. After releasing the water, I leaned over the boat's side, quietly waiting. Fishermen typically use gill nets, trawl nets, or seine nets, all requiring several people to operate. There's also a unique method called push netting, but it only works in shallow waters. It involves fixing a triangular net to a long bamboo pole and sweeping it forward to catch small shells, crabs, and shrimp. However, here in the deep sea, aiming for large fish, my only viable tool was the hand-thrown net. Hand-thrown nets are generally better suited for shallower waters, but if the magical water could truly draw fish into one concentrated area, casting the net from the boat could work just as effectively. After all, my strength these days was far beyond that of an ordinary person. The hand-thrown net, already prepped, sat right beside me. This time, the magical seawater didn't transform into a guiding stream as before. Instead, it quickly dispersed into the surrounding ocean. I sniffed the air, detecting a faint aroma reminiscent of rich beef bone soup wafting up from the water. Even I was tempted to take a sip, let alone the fish in the vicinity. It seemed the mystical seawater was serving as bait this time around. Fixing my gaze on the sea's surface, I waited. 5 or 6 minutes passed, and I grew slightly impatient. Could it be that this water has limited effectiveness, only working in the shallows? If it's powerless at depths of hundreds or even thousands of meters, then catching large fish would be impossible. Just as I began to feel disappointed and uneasy, the color of the sea suddenly began to change. Though it was nighttime, the full moon of the 16th shone brightly. The sea's original deep blue hue now shifted to blackness, so dark it sent shivers down my spine. I widened my eyes, staring intently. My left hand had already grasped the casting net. This net had a diameter of 4 meters. As long as the fish were dense enough, I could catch quite a haul in one throw. Suddenly, I noticed dark currents surging across the calm water's surface. It wasn't the bubbling and gurgling kind, but rather an upward push, forming small water domes that quickly subsided, even faintly twisting into tiny whirlpools. I grew more excited. From my experience, this meant, beneath the surface, a massive school of fish was gathering. The fish swirling and swimming below were stirring the water dark, creating those domes and whirlpools. Suddenly, a flash of silver shot out of the water, leaping more than half a meter above the surface, before crashing back in with a splash. Just in that moment, I saw it clearly. It was a mackerel weighing 5 or 6 pounds. Its belly gleamed silver, reflecting the moonlight and becoming a streak of silvery brilliance. Another one leaped out right after. Then a third, a fourth. I glanced at the water and drew in a sharp breath, my scalp tingling with numbness. Imitating He Jinjin's expression, I cried out, "Oh my goodness!" Below the surface, there were countless mackerel, tightly packed together. The smaller ones weighed 4 or 5 pounds, the larger ones over 10. Mackerel isn't the most expensive fish in the sea, but it's also not cheap. I knew the going rate. Fishmongers would buy them at 4 or 5 yuan per pound or more, which meant even the smallest one would fetch 20 or 30 yuan. And here, densely packed, there had to be thousands of pounds of them. If I could haul them all up, I'd strike it rich. Forget just buying a boat. I could build a house. Right now, the mackerel were all floating near the surface, swirling around, forming a giant whirlpool. It was a chilling sight. For me, this was like manna from heaven, a golden opportunity falling right into my lap. I never expected the seawater from this space to be so effective. No longer hesitating, I leaned forward, grabbed the casting net, steadied myself, and twisted hard at the waist, hurling the net out with force. My casting skills were no joke. The net spread open in the air like a giant umbrella. The lead weights plunged down, forcefully blanketing the surface of the ocean. Stumbling, I fell against the boat's edge, quickly planting my foot firmly to steady myself. The steel rope connected to the net kept sinking into the water. No, not sinking. It was being pulled into the deep by an invisible, powerful hand. It nearly dragged me overboard. The fish had hit the net, thrashing about in fear and chaos after being trapped. In an instant, the steel rope in my hands went taut as a rod. The several-meter-long boat tilted precariously to one side from the force. It was terrifying to behold. Clutching the steel rope tightly, I wound it around my arms several times, locking it in place. This way, I had more leverage and wouldn't lose the net to the frenzied fish. Gritting my teeth, I began pulling it up, bit by painstaking bit. It was exhausting work. My entire body leaned backward from the effort. If it had been the old me, forget 1, even 10 would have dragged me down into the water. But now, things were different. I was as strong as an ox. After struggling against the thrashing fish for over 10 minutes, I finally hauled the net up. Thump, thump, thump. The net, bursting with mackerel, landed heavily on the deck. The fish were still flopping and wriggling madly, silver bellies glinting brightly under the moonlight. A jubilant, silvery glow. Utterly spent, I collapsed onto the ground. In just over 10 minutes of battling, Nearly all my strength had been drained. Unwrapping the rope, I saw deep, angry marks embedded in my palms and arms. Thankfully, the skin hadn't broken. Panting heavily, I stared at the gleaming pile of mackerel in the net and couldn't help but laugh aloud. That single haul had to weigh at least 100 pounds. The smallest ones were 4 to 5 pounds, and the bigger ones over 10. Do you know what that means? At a conservative guess of 100 pounds, just this single net had earned me 500 yuan. After resting for a few minutes, I finally regained my strength. Propping myself up, I opened the hatch to the fish hold. Using a wooden bucket, I drew seawater and poured it into the hold before dumping all the mackerel in. Splash! The hold wasn't small, but the 100+ pounds of mackerel filled up a third of it in an instant. Worried they might die, I brought out more of the special seawater from the space and poured it in. Watching the mackerel swimming back and forth in the now full hold, my heart swelled with a sense of fulfillment. What a shame the net was so small. It only caught less than 20 fish. But still, this was an incredible haul. I leaned over the edge of the boat to check outside. The densely packed school of fish from earlier had mostly dispersed by now. After all, my aggressive throw had scared them off. Who knew where they had fled to? Thinking it through, I realized staying here wouldn't do. I powered the fishing boat forward around 300 meters and stopped. Then, I poured more of the space's seawater into the sea. Since the space's seawater was limitless, I could pour to my heart's content. Finished pouring, I crouched quietly by the edge of the boat, clutching the casting net tightly, intently watching the surface of the water. 6 or 7 minutes later, the scene played out again. The surface turned dark, then domes and whirlpools emerged. Before long, mackerel began leaping from the water again, jumping astonishingly high before splashing back in. Why were they leaping out of the water? Because there were simply too many of them. Some, unable to bear the crowding, jumped upwards. Countless fish swam back and forth, forming a massive whirlpool. The time was right. I sprang into action, casting the net with all my might. It instantly unfurled, blanketing a swath of sea surface. The water erupted into chaos. Mackerel scattered, swimming in all directions, with more leaping out of the water, vanishing in an instant. The dense school of fish broke apart and scattered at once. But for me, it was enough. This time, the net was filled again, heavy with another massive haul. Struggling, I pulled it up. This net had to weigh at least 150 pounds. Though there were fewer of the larger 10+ pound mackerel this time, there were plenty weighing 6 or 7 pounds. Given the haul, it was already an extraordinary success. Resting briefly, I poured this second net's haul into the hold. The hold was now 2/3 full. Just one more catch, and it would be completely filled. Sure enough, I relocated one final time and hauled in yet another full net. The hold was practically overflowing now. This boat, from my father-in-law's fleet, was considered large among fishermen, but it still wasn't enough. Its maximum capacity was around 400 to 500 pounds. There had to be tens of thousands of pounds of mackerel still in the sea. But I wasn't greedy. Overreaching would only lead to losses. Hauling in this much was already a solid profit, more than most fishermen bring in after a whole month at sea. Calculating conservatively, 500 pounds meant 2,000 yuan. It didn't compare to last night's abalone, but it was still an impressive achievement. I wasn't in a rush to head back. There was still plenty of time. Besides, the feast of large fish and meat from earlier needed some time to digest. Not much. I was feeling a bit hungry. I climbed into the cabin, rummaging for a small tin stove, a bucket of charcoal, a little pot, some fine salt, and rapeseed oil. After fishing, my father-in-law and his crew would often stop the boat to pick a few fish to cook fresh before heading back, so we kept these supplies well prepared. Returning to the deck, I quickly lit a fire. I picked a 3-pound Spanish mackerel from the fish hold. The fish was still wriggling energetically, its tail whipping around so fiercely it almost smacked me in the face. I pressed it down on the deck and, with the flat side of the kitchen knife, gave the fish's head a good whack. It immediately stopped moving. I scraped the scales clean, gutted it, and washed it thoroughly with a bucket of seawater. Spanish mackerel is best when pan-fried. If done right, the outside is crispy and fragrant while the meat inside stays tender. I poured oil into the pot and placed the whole fish in. The oil sizzled and popped. I pinched a bit of fine salt, sprinkling it over the fish, spread it evenly with the spatula, flipped it over, and sprinkled some more salt on the other side. Every 30 seconds, I would flip it again. Before long, the fish turned a beautiful golden brown. The aroma wafted out in waves, making my mouth water. I poked the fish skin with chopsticks. It was crisp and firm. Applying a little pressure, the chopsticks pierced through, lifting a small piece of white, flaky fish meat. I took a bite. It was perfectly cooked, both tender and delicious. I transferred the fish onto a plate, blowing on it to cool it down. When it was just about right, I stretched out my hands, grabbing the fish by the head and the tail, lifting the entire thing. I took a big bite into its belly. It was heavenly. crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. Sea fish are naturally flavorful. There's no need for too much salt or any other seasoning. That one bite was truly packed with flavor. Another great thing about Spanish mackerel is that it doesn't have many small bones, just one central spine. The meat flakes off in tender sheets, chewy yet satisfying. I savored every bite, and before I knew it, all that was left were the head, tail, and the spine. I bit into the head. It crunched like a biscuit. After finishing the head and tail, I tossed the fish bone back into the sea. Licking my fingers and patting my now round belly, I reveled in the fact that I had just devoured an entire 3-pound fish all by myself. What an indulgence! Feeling full, I started the engine. Chug, chug, chug. The fishing boat sped toward the harbor. It was almost 5 o'clock, and the sky was showing the faint light of dawn. Most of the boats had already returned, docked around the pier. The shouts of fishermen echoed as buckets of fish were carried ashore. Old Wu, who had bought my abalone last night, was there too, swaggering around to inspect the catch. He wasn't interested in just any fish. They had to be big, valuable ones. Chen Dague and Niu Dezhuang had returned earlier, their faces full of glee. As soon as Chen Dague jumped onto the pier, he called out, "Boss Wu, come take a look at what we caught today. The hold's packed with good fish. You'll love them." Niu Dezhuang grinned excitedly. "That's right, 300 to 400 pounds of great fish, mostly big ones weighing 2 or 3 pounds each. If you buy them, you'll turn a nice profit." Old Wu's interest was piqued, and he hopped onto their boat. "All right, let me see what you've got." Other fishermen gathered around to watch. This was a favorite pastime among the community. Whenever a boat returned, everyone would check out each other's haul to see who caught what. If someone's catch wasn't as good as yours, it fueled a sense of pride. If yours was inferior, it sparked sighs and declarations, with fists clenched, to do better next time, to come back with more and higher value fish. Chen Dague lifted the cover of the fish hold and pointed proudly. "Look at these, Boss Wu. Isn't it a treasure trove?" The hold was brimming with fish, their shimmering silver bodies tinged with a grayish-blue hue, wriggling as if glowing. Old Wu scratched the back of his head, a hint of disappointment in his expression, but he nodded. "Well, not bad at all. That's a lot of ribbon fish. Did you stumble upon a school of them?" Indeed, it was a hold full of ribbon fish, gleaming and plentiful. Chen Dague beamed with pride. "You bet. My father and I are sharp-eyed. We went over 20 kilometers out and spotted a ribbon fish shoal right away, casting the net immediately. These ribbon fish weigh at least 350 pounds, maybe even 400. Boss Wu, take the whole lot and give us a good price." Old Wu remarked, "Ribbon fish sell well, but the price isn't very high. I can give you 50 cents a pound at most." Chen Dague and Niu Dezhuang looked a bit crestfallen. After much haggling, Old Wu reluctantly increased his offer to 55 cents per pound. They quickly weighed the catch. In total, there were 380 pounds of ribbon fish. At 55 cents per pound, it came to 209 yuan. Chen Dague bargained. "Boss Wu, make it a round number, 210 yuan. What's an extra yuan between us?" Old Wu immediately agreed and handed over 21 crisp 10 yuan bills. Chen Dague was ecstatic, clutching the stack of cash, even planting a kiss on it. He raised it triumphantly, waving it high in the air. "We made money. Look at our haul, just one night, and we earned 210 yuan. Can any of you say the same?" The surrounding fishermen stared enviously, shaking their heads in resignation. With a poor haul these days, earning 100 or 80 yuan per trip was already impressive. Anything over 200 felt like a dream. Suddenly, someone called out, "That's nothing. Last night, Niu Bai hauled in so much abalone. He made over 3,000 yuan. Old Wu's eyes lit up as he scanned the crowd, calling out eagerly, "Where's Niu Bai? If he caught that much last night, he should be coming back with a full load tonight too." Chen Dague and Niu Dezhuang's expressions darkened immediately. Chen Dague spat harshly. He only got that much abalone because of pure luck. Luck doesn't last forever. His words turned sharper. Who knows? Maybe the Dragon King saw him as a dying man and let him enjoy some joy before the end. Tonight, he's probably not coming back at all. We're all back. Where is he? Where's his boat? He even turned deliberately, looking around mockingly. Indeed, I hadn't returned yet. Niu Dezhuang sneered coldly, his words equally cutting. Maybe he really did die out there in the sea. Just as the words left his mouth, a fisherman shouted, "Niu Bai is back." Everyone turned to look toward the open sea, spotting the He family's boat approaching. And at the helm me. Soon, the boat docked at the pier. I secured the boat and jumped onto the pier, clapping the dust off my hands. Chen Dague immediately glanced toward my fish hold. Through the open door, he saw no abalone. The wooden buckets were empty. He felt smug, a grin spreading across his face. "Niu Bai, where's your abalone? You caught so much last night, and now there's not a single one. Boss Wu was hoping to buy from you." but it looks like there's nothing to talk about. Old Wu also peeked into the hold, visibly disappointed. Truthfully, I hadn't caught any abalone this time. Niu Dezhuang scowled, his tone icy. He's lucky to be alive and back, let alone catching abalone. Even the Dragon King wouldn't be that blind. This ungrateful brat, surviving the sea was already a miracle. I said flatly, I didn't catch abalone this time, but I did catch another kind of fish. Chen Daig sneered dismissively, eager to show off as he pointed at his fish hold, as if he were presenting treasure. How many did you catch then? More than me? Look, just look. A massive pile of ribbon fish wriggled inside, reflecting a silvery light. I curled my lip. Wow, so many ribbon fish. Of course, don't think you're the only one who can catch fish. These big ones weigh a total of 380 pounds. Among everyone who went out to sea tonight, no one's catch is larger than mine. Chen Daig boasted proudly. I laughed out loud. That's right, 380 pounds. What an impressive haul. Turning to Old Wu, I asked, Boss Wu, how much does ribbon fish sell for per pound? Old Wu replied lazily, ribbon fish isn't worth much, 50 cents a pound. Chen Daig kept pestering me, so I reluctantly bought them for 55 cents per pound. I let out a long oh. That's it. 380 pounds would only bring in about 200. Chen Daig's expression soured, and he retorted bitterly. It's 210 yuan. I laughed even harder. Not bad, not bad. Your fish is worth so much indeed. He caught the sarcasm in my tone, gritted his teeth, and growled. Niu Bai, don't think you can be cocky just because you caught a few abalones yesterday. If you're so capable, haul out another batch of valuable abalone right now. I shook my head. Like I said, I didn't catch abalone this time. I caught another type of fish. Chen Daig's eyes glimmered with calculation. He was now convinced that my luck last time had come from a stroke of fortune. Perhaps the tide receded, revealing a reef where I just happened to pick some abalones. He didn't believe I had any real skills for fishing. All right, Niu Bai, it seems you truly caught fish this time. How about a little wager? If your fish ends up being more valuable than mine, I'll give you all 210 yuan. Waving the small stack of bills in his hand, he added, but if my fish turns out more valuable, I'll take all the money from selling your fish. Plus, you'll have to kneel, bow to me 3 times, and bang your forehead until it's bleeding. Deal or not? Niu Dezhuang chimed in mockingly. Him? He's only fit to scavenge for abalone. Thinking about catching fish from the sea, what a dream. He won't dare bet. I pretended to hesitate. That seems a bit extreme. It might strain our relationship. If my fish does end up being more valuable, and I take your money, shouldn't you also bow to me 3 times, banging your forehead bloody as well? Ah, forget it. It sounds too gory. I'm a bit scared. Let's skip it. I waved my hand, feigning reluctance to gamble. Chen Daig became even more fired up. You're not all that, are you? Last night you made over 3,000 while I only made 200, and you're afraid to gamble now? Turns out you're just a coward. Everyone look. The loudmouth Niu Bai from yesterday doesn't even dare make a small wager. I acted as if provoked, rattling off curses. Damn it. If I don't bet, you'll all think I'm a coward. Fine, bet it is. Everyone, act as witnesses so Chen Daig won't back out if he loses. Chen Daig immediately yelled, exactly. Everyone here is witness, so he can't deny it when he loses. The crowd of fishermen, thrilled by the spectacle, cheered loudly. Chen Daig pointed triumphantly at me. Come on, bring out your fish. Let's see if they're worth more than my 380 pounds of ribbon fish. I jumped onto the deck and turned my head. Boss Wu, come with me. Anyone interested can also board the boat to see whether my fish surpass Chen Daig's in value. Old Wu leaped onto the boat without hesitation. Chen Daig and Niu Dezhuang were quick to follow, and several fishermen eagerly climbed aboard, jostling for space until the boat was nearly overloaded. Those left on the wharf could only watch wide-eyed, unwilling to miss a moment of the action. I crouched down, gripping the handle of the hatch cover. Everyone, watch closely, my fish is about to come out. Chen Daig, impatient, urged, hurry up. Stop dragging this out. I don't believe you really can. Before he could finish, I swung the hatch cover open with a loud whoosh. The entire scene fell into dead silence. Chen Daig stared with his mouth agape and eyes bulging like a bull's, unable to process what he was seeing in the fish hold. Old Wu was slack-jawed, and so were the others. For a while, even breathing seemed to halt. Finally, the sound of sharp intakes of breath broke the stillness, followed by shrieks of astonishment. Dear heavens! Spanish mackerel. So many Spanish mackerel. Each one is huge. That largest one must weigh over 10 kilograms. What a rare sight. There's got to be over 400 pounds worth. Way more than Chen Daig's ribbon fish. Spit. No comparison. Spanish mackerel is much more valuable than ribbon fish. With big ones like these, Niu Bai is making a fortune again. Where the hell did this guy get his skills? Yesterday, it was abalone, and today it's Spanish mackerel. Chen Daig and Niu Dazhuang were left speechless, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. I smiled at old Wu. Boss Wu, are you interested in buying these Spanish mackerel? For how much? Old Wu snapped out of his daze, nodding almost excessively in excitement. Buy? Of course. So many huge Spanish mackerel. I'll definitely buy them. Niu, 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 Niu boss, you're incredible. You truly live up to your name. There must easily be over 400 pounds here, with some over 10 kilograms each. In all my years of fish buying, last night was the first I saw such a haul of abalone. Tonight's the first I've seen so many large Spanish mackerel. I cut to the chase. Name your price. Old Wu made a comparison to ribbon fish. Ribbon fish isn't worth much. The meat's tender but falls apart easily when cooked. Spanish mackerel is different. It's firm, rich with oil, and a luxury fish. It's even a dish at state banquets when grilled to perfection. Here's my offer. Under 5 kilograms, for yuan per pound. Between 5 and 10 kilograms, 5 yuan per pound. Over 10 kilograms, 100 yuan each. Another round of gasps erupted from the crowd. In my mind, I did the math. The price was fair, though not as high as it might fetch in town or the city. Since old Wu made the effort to come to the pier, it was acceptable. I nodded. Deal. No sooner had I spoken than Chen Daig shouted bitterly. Niu Bai, you bastard. You tricked me. You're so cunning. Dad, he tricked me to death. Niu Dazhuang was seething, too angry to speak, yet his face betrayed greed, mixed with a trace of regret. If only he had followed Ma Chuanhua's advice and not driven his own son away, the abalones last night and the Spanish mackerel tonight could have been his. Calmly, I looked at Chen Daig and said, who was the one insisting on a wager? I even told you not to, but you were so insistent. What could I do? Chen Daig looked as if he would explode on the spot. You tricked me into this. Just a few fish of yours are worth more than all my ribbon fish. And you acted like you were afraid to bet. You deliberately set me up. I looked at him sympathetically and sighed. Poor child. I tried to warn you. It's you. You're the one who's forcing me to hurt you. Everyone, am I right? The surrounding fishermen burst into laughter. Bah, he hit the nail on the head. Ha ha. Chen Dagwai felt a wave of dizziness and collapsed onto the deck with a thud. Niu Dazhuang mumbled. Why is it that after the family split, you've become so skilled? 1 minute it's abalone, the next it's mackerel. I couldn't be bothered with them and turned to Lao Wu. Boss Wu, just like you said, let's start sorting the fish by size and weighing them now. Lao Wu nodded hurriedly and drove a small cart over, hiring 2 fishermen on the spot for 5 yuan each to lend a hand. In no time, all the fish in the hold were hauled out and loaded into large plastic barrels to be weighed. Apart from those weighing over 10 jin, the total came to 490 jin. Of that, 250 jin were under 5 jin, while 240 jin were over 5 jin. The ones under 5 jin were sold at 4 yuan per jin, totaling exactly 1,000 yuan. The ones over 5 jin went for 5 yuan per jin, bringing in 1,200 yuan. The big ones over 10 jin were rare. Only 5 of them sold at 100 yuan each, totaling 500 yuan. Altogether, it was a tidy sum of 2,700 yuan. Only a few hundred yuan less than yesterday's abalone haul. Looking over at Chun Dagwai's pitiful 380 jin of hairtail that sold for a mere 210 yuan, it was laughable. Absolutely pitiful. I casually grabbed 2 10 mackerels and walked over. Lao Wu grinned so widely he nearly lost a tooth, pulling out a thick wad of bills and carefully counting them into my hand. Master Niu, you are incredible. It's 2,700 yuan in total. You can count it if you want. I shoved it into my pocket nonchalantly. No need to count. Don't I trust you, Boss Wu? Then I turned my gaze to Chen Dagwai, who was sprawled on the ground, and gave a nod with my chin. You lost. Hand over the 210 yuan and kneel for 3 kowtows. Do it on the seawall, and be sure to make your forehead hit hard enough to bleed. Chen Dagwai struggled to his feet, glaring at me with bloodshot eyes. Niu Bai, are you even human? You just made 2,700 yuan, yet you still want my 210? Don't overdo it. Heaven is watching. With that, he spun around and bolted for the seawall, clearly trying to weasel out of paying. Niu Dazhuang silently followed after him. I leapt onto the seawall in one stride, blocking their path. I said coldly, is this about the money? No, it's about fairness. Chen Dagwai, earlier you asked if I was a man. Now, I'm asking you, don't you think you've not only abandoned your integrity as a man, but even as a human? Can't you live up to your word? Chen Dagwai clenched his fists tightly, his face filled with embarrassment. Niu Dazhuang glared at me with a murderous look in his eyes. You little punk, that's enough. I refuse to acknowledge this bet. What are you going to do? Are you seriously going to rob me for the money and force Dagwai to kowtow to you? I replied calmly. Just now, so many people were watching. If you refuse to settle the bet, what will they think? Niu Dazhuang turned to the gathered crowd and shouted. What did you all hear just now? Who's going to testify for him? Anyone daring to cross me, Niu Dazhuang, feel free to step up. The fishermen looked at each other uneasily, not daring to speak up. This Niu Dazhuang was indeed someone you didn't mess with easily. Seeing no one speak, Chen Dagwai regained his confidence and smirked. Niu Bai, who's going to testify for you? I didn't bet with you at all. Did anyone see me bet? Speak up, folks. There was no such thing, right? His shamelessness made me laugh out of sheer anger. No bet, huh? That's right. No bet. If there really was a bet and people here could testify, would they all stay silent now? Chen Dagwai doubled down, becoming even more brazen. Niu Bai, don't think just because you've made some money you can act all high and mighty. If you're so confident, get someone to testify for you. Niu Dazhuang cast a menacing glare over the crowd, a clear warning to anyone thinking of stepping forward. The fisherman, not wanting trouble, kept silent. Then I raised my voice and declared, everyone, heaven has eyes, and justice has its place. Today, I, Niu Bai, am not after money but after fairness. That 210 yuan belongs to me. It's a fair outcome of the bet. If 5 people step forward to testify, I'll share the money with you. 5 people will split the 210 yuan, each getting over 40 yuan. The fisherman's eyes lit up immediately. Testifying could earn them over 40 yuan. What a deal. Niu Dazhuang might be scary, but most people didn't truly fear him. They had just been unwilling to get involved before. But now, there was money on the line. One fisherman quickly raised his hand. I'll testify. You two did make a bet just now. Whoever lost would have to hand over all their fish money and kneel for 3 kowtows. Chen Dagwai lost fair and square. That 210 yuan is rightfully Ba Yi's, and he still owes him the kowtows. With someone leading the way, the second, third, and more fishermen stepped up one after another, all willing to testify. Soon, 5 people stood there, making Niu Dazhuang and Chen Dagwai furious to the point where their faces turned red and twisted. Before Niu Dazhuang could say anything, I quickly shouted again. Who else is willing to testify? I'll give each of you 10 yuan extra. After all, I already had enough witnesses, and offering 10 yuan for anyone else to testify was too good an offer to pass up. I'll testify. Me too. I'll raise both hands. Can I get 20 yuan? Niu Dazhuang and Chen Dagwai's faces turned ashen, their bluster utterly deflated. I raised my voice again. If Chen Dagwai still refuses to admit defeat, what then? A person who gambles but doesn't accept the loss, that's not human behavior. People like this will offend the gods when they go to sea. The Dragon King doesn't tolerate those who break their word. Don't let one bad apple spoil the entire batch of honest fishermen. This declaration stoked the fishermen's anger even more. In their line of work, integrity was paramount. Breaking one's word could bring divine retribution, and they couldn't allow themselves to be associated with such dishonesty. Someone shouted, Chen Dagwai, if you don't honor the bet, you're untrustworthy. A man like you has no place on the sea. Don't go fishing anymore. You'll only taint us all. Destroy his boat. Well said. I applauded enthusiastically. That's what justice looks like. Thanks, everyone, for standing up for it. The fisherman, fired up by my words, kept berating Chen Dagwai. The uproar frightened him so badly that he began trembling all over. He turned to Niu Dazhuang, panic-stricken. Dad, what do we do now? Niu Dazhuang glared at him fiercely and replied bitterly. What else is there to do? If this keeps up, we won't be able to set foot on the sea again. You're the one who insisted on betting. Give him the 210 yuan. Chen Dagwai had no choice but to take out the stack of bills from his pocket, reluctantly shoving it toward me. Without hesitation, I accepted the money. Then, casually, the fisherman who led the testimony stepped forward, and I said to him, Uncle Li, you 5 divide these 210 points among the other uncles and brothers. I, Niu Bai, keep my word, 10 bucks for each person. Everyone gets a share. Then I reached into my pocket and pulled out my own money, counting it out. The fisherman burst into cheers, showering me with praise for being such a fine young man. No wonder I always had bountiful hauls when I ventured out to sea. With such integrity, even the Dragon King must be watching over me. A faint smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Of course, I wasn't doing this purely out of anger, nor was I interested in playing the role of a big-headed fool. I had earned so much money already. Spending a little to buy the support of these fishermen would prove invaluable in the future. I shot a fierce glare at Chen Dagwai and shouted, Are you still not going to kneel and kowtow? The fishermen roared in unison, Kneel and kowtow. The collective cry shook Chen Dagwai so badly he nearly leapt up in shock. He dared not continue resisting. Gritting his teeth, he dropped to his knees with a loud thud, glaring at me as he spat out, Fine, I'll kowtow. If you can bear to accept it, then take it. Just don't cut your own life short. I replied with a gleeful smirk, You sure do ramble a lot. Just get on with it. You're the kind of guy even dogs would shake their heads at. Don't think 3 bashes on the ground is enough. You could do 300, and I'd still live to a ripe old age. Shindugae slammed his head to the ground 3 times, each strike loud enough to echo in the air. Blood appeared on his forehead. Finally, he leapt to his feet and bolted off toward the shoreline in a huff, and I could faintly hear the sound of him crying carried by the wind. Meanwhile, Niu Dazhuang cast me a venomous glare before turning on his heels to leave, his eyes void of any fatherly warmth. I couldn't care less. Fatherly love? That had been severed cleanly long ago on the day we broke all ties. The crowd was still enthusiastically praising me when a sweet, ringing voice came from the direction of the shoreline. Bye. Bye. Oh my gosh, what's going on here? Why do you look like a triumphant general returning from the battlefield? Did you catch another big haul? Turning my head, I saw He Jinjin running toward me. Unable to sleep at home, she had spent the night tossing and turning, worried about whether I'd encounter trouble out at sea or if I'd bring back a sizable catch. Just as dawn approached, she rushed over to the dock to wait for the fishing boat's return. Upon arriving, she was thrilled to hear everyone singing my praises. Without hesitation, I strode forward to meet her, and then, in one swift motion, I scooped her up into a princess carry. She yelped in surprise, her face flushing as red as a ripe apple. Oh my gosh, you're carrying me in front of everyone. What about my dignity? I laughed heartily. I don't care. You're my fiancé. If I want to carry you, I'll carry you. Come, let me show you the haul I brought in. Still holding her, I walked toward the long jetty where Old Wu and his men were busy loading crates of mackerel onto a small truck one by one. Seeing the haul, He Jinjin exclaimed in delight. Oh my gosh, so many mackerel. Did you really catch all these? You've made so much money again. An older fisherman standing nearby chuckled and chimed in. Bai is incredible. Not only did he earn over $2,000, but he also sent Chundegue running home in tears. The gathered fishermen erupted in laughter once more. He Jinjin's curiosity was piqued. What happened? The fishermen eagerly took turns explaining the events that had just transpired. As she listened, her eyes crinkled into bright crescents with laughter, her expression brimming with charm. Oh my gosh, Nyobai, you're too amazing. Chindagawe is such a fool. From now on, let's just call him Chin the Fool. How could he think he could take on my man, He Jinjin's man? Like he'd ever win. Unable to contain herself, she wrapped her arms around my neck, no longer shy. Seeing her radiant beauty, my heart swelled with pride and joy, and I couldn't resist planting a firm kiss on her cherry-pink lips. Plunk. Those around us were momentarily stunned, staring wide-eyed in speechless surprise. This was bold, hugging and kissing right in front of the crowd. He Jinjin froze for a moment before letting out a cry of protest. Oh my gosh, Nyobai. Kiss me if you want, but not in front of all these people. You've completely embarrassed me. She pushed me away, wriggling out of my embrace, then covered her face and dashed off toward the beach in a flustered retreat. Her actions drew yet another round of laughter from the crowd. Scratching the back of my head, I turned to address everyone. All right, everyone, head home and get some rest. Boss Wu, take your time collecting the fish. Wishing you good business. See you next time. With that, I dashed after He Jinjin. The pale light of dawn crept over the horizon as the fishermen gradually dispersed in small groups to get some rest. Old Wu drove off with a truckload of fish, the vehicle rumbling as it disappeared down the road. By the seaside, near a dilapidated boat, He Jinjin and I sat side by side on the sandy beach. She was counting a bundle of bills with excitement dancing in her eyes. After giving a share to the fishermen, we still have exactly $2,380 left. That's enough to pay the land usage fee for the plot. With your fishing skills, it won't take long before we can build our house. Of course, I said with a grin, putting an arm around her shoulders, my heart overflowing with happiness. Jinjin, I promise I'll make sure you live a good life this time. Not like in our past life, where you had to endure so much suffering. She paused, startled. Your past life? Oh gosh, Nyobai, you need to get some rest. You're so tired you're talking nonsense. I laughed aloud, leaving her puzzled statement unanswered, and nodded. You're right, sleep is what I need. Also, take $2,700 and give $270 to your father as his share. Taking the money from her hands, I counted out 27 bills and placed them back in her hands. The rest I'll hold on to for now. Once we've built our house and gotten married, all the money I earn from then on will be yours to manage. You'll be in charge of the household finances. Feigning arrogance, she retorted, No, I won't. I'm not managing the household. You'll handle that. I'll just manage you. The two of us sat together, chatting lovingly for a while until I let out a long yawn, unable to suppress it. Noticing, He Jinjin nudged me gently. You must be exhausted. Go sleep in the boat. I nodded and got up, making my way into the small, rickety boat nearby. To my surprise, He Jinjin followed me, trying to squeeze inside as well. Puzzled, I glanced back at her. Why are you coming in here? Her cheeks turned beet red as she hesitated, fidgeting nervously. Well, how about I stay here and keep you company for a while? Caught between amusement and exasperation, I decided to tease her. Aren't you afraid that if we sleep together, I might lose control and, do that to you? She jumped in shock, shaking her head vigorously. No way. You're not that kind of person. You never know, I replied with a serious look. The boat's cabin is so narrow, we'd definitely be pressed up against each other. I'm a man with strong desires, so who knows if I could restrain myself. Come on, let's sleep together. I grabbed her wrist and enthusiastically tried to pull her inside. Terrified, she yanked her hand away. Oh my gosh. Nyobai, you're like a tiger ready to eat me alive. I'd better go home and sleep instead. With that, she bolted off at full speed, leaving me laughing so hard I could barely stand. The truth was, she had a deep, genuine love for me and wouldn't marry anyone else. But the thought of doing anything improper before we were married felt indecent to her. After all, the day was already breaking, and when dawn fully arrived, as soon as the beach was in sight, there were already people collecting shells and catching crabs. What if someone caught us? And so, she ran as if her life depended on it. She ran a good distance before turning back and shouting a single sentence. Bye, sleep well. Come to my house for lunch at noon. All right, I called back loudly and happily drifted off to sleep. When I woke naturally around noon, I headed straight for the He family's house. A feast had already been laid out at the He residence. The moment they saw me, He Rong, his wife, and He Laifu all beamed, so wide their smiles nearly reached their ears. He Laifu exclaimed loudly, Bye, my dad and I were worried at first. Thought maybe the last time you caught abalone it was just dumb luck. This time, we weren't sure you'd catch anything at all. Who would have guessed? You hauled in all those mackerels again and made so much money. Just with 10% of that, we got 270 yuan. He Rong nodded enthusiastically. Exactly. For me and Laifu, going out to sea once and earning even half that would have been impressive enough. You're practically the god of fishing. The whole family sang my praises. He Jinjin rested her chin on her small hands atop the dining table, smiling at me. The more she looked at me, the more she adored me, her heart full of joy. From a young age, He Jinjin, had an eye for potential. I knew Bai was a diamond in the rough. Flustered by the compliments, I waved my hand. Dad, brother-in-law, enough with the praises. Any more, and I'll start to revert to the ancestor. He Rong blinked in confusion. What's revert to the ancestor supposed to mean? I replied with a straight face. Reverting to the ancestor means growing a tail. You keep complimenting me, I'll have to wag my tail. But to wag my tail, wouldn't I first need to grow one? He Jinjin burst out laughing. Oh my goodness, Nyobai. Can you not be so funny? You'd practically turn yourself into a dog with that. At her words, Zhang Xiuli frowned. Silly girl, how can you talk like that? If you call Bai that, then what does that make you? He Jinjin stuck out her tongue and fell silent. Zhang Xiuli, in a warm and friendly manner, ladled some soup for me. Bai here, I made seaweed and soybean bone broth for you. It's good for strength and energy, so have a couple of bowls. He Laifu chimed in. Yeah, I also went and bought marinated chicken and duck. Eat more meat, so you'll have more strength for fishing. Just as we were chatting, He Rong slapped 5 thick stacks of cash onto the table. All big denominations. Altogether, it must have been 5,000 yuan. He pushed the money toward me. I was stunned. Dad, what's this? He Rong was straightforward. It's to get you a boat. Of course, it's a loan. You can pay it back once you earn enough. He Jinjin was taken aback as well. Oh my goodness, Dad. Why are you suddenly giving him so much money to buy a boat? He Rong explained. I can't keep lending our family boat to buy forever. People in the village have already started gossiping, saying I and your brother rely on renting out the boat to buy to live and don't even go out to sea anymore. Saying it's not manly. He Laifu nodded silently, looking a bit downcast. He Rong then pointed at me. And Bai, you're being mocked too. They're saying you don't have a boat and rely on your father-in-law's boat to go out to sea. That it's also not very manly. I laughed, not sure whether to be angry or amused. This village sure had plenty of busybodies. No matter what you did, people would find something to criticize. And there was a good chance Ma Chunhua was behind it, fanning the flames. Just hoping to make the whole village look down on me, Niu Bai, and the He family. Public opinion was terrifying. Listening to the words of a pack of gossipy busybodies was just infuriating. He Rong continued. So, Bai, this 5,000 yuan includes the bride price you gave, as well as some of what I've saved over the years. It should be enough for a small motorboat. If you want to get a bigger one, you can borrow our fishing boat a few more times. Either way, you've got to earn enough and buy your own boat soon. A real fisherman must have his own boat to earn his keep from the sea. By the end, his face was stern. I couldn't help but nod in agreement. My father-in-law's words were absolutely correct. In the fishing village, there was an unwritten rule. A fishing boat was the backbone of a fisherman. Without a boat, the backbone wasn't straight. With a boat, even a small one, others would recognize you as a true fisherman. My father-in-law's intention made my chest tighten with emotion, touching me deeply. Dad, this makes me feel guilty. I just earned some money and gave the bride price, and now you're using the bride price and your savings to buy me a boat. I feel bad taking this. There's nothing to feel bad about, Hiram replied. If you were useless and couldn't handle the responsibility, I wouldn't care to waste my time. But now you're like good clay. You stick to the wall on your own. No need for me to hold you up. Of course, I'll support you. As the saying goes, every hero needs help. Now that you're a hero, and you're also my son-in-law, the whole family has to back you. Lifu chimed in. Besides, this money isn't a gift, it's a loan. Once you've bought a boat, caught enough fish, and earned back the cost, you have to repay it. I'm not married yet, and I'll need this money for my bride price. You cheeky brat. Hiram slapped him lightly on the back of the head. I burst into laughter and nodded firmly. Dad, brother-in-law, mom, and Jinjin. Don't worry, I'll take the money. Let me borrow the family's fishing boat 2 or 3 more times, and I'm confident I can earn enough for my own boat. I'm planning on getting a medium-sized one, about the same as yours. I'm not interested in something too small. Hiram agreed cheerfully. All right, suit yourself. Take the money first. When you've earned enough, just head to the county shipyard and pick one out. From now on, my son-in-law will have his own boat. Let's see who dares to mock him for borrowing his father-in-law's boat then. Take the family boat out tonight. Your brother-in-law and I will rest for a few more days. It's no problem. Listening to this, little tears of emotion welled up in Jinjin's eyes. Big brother, you're so good to buy. I thank you on his behalf. Lifu glared at her. Well, not even officially married yet, and you're already treating Bai as family and neglecting this household, thanking us like you're an outsider. The whole table erupted into laughter. I knew in my heart that I had completely passed the test with the He family. The first night, I caught all those abalones. Hiram and the others were ecstatic and agreed to marry their daughter to me. But they still had their doubts. What if it was just luck? The second night, I brought back a boatload of mackerels. They were finally reassured. They were willing to go all in and lend me the capital to buy another boat. This family, absolutely solid. Worth every bit of it. We feasted together, eating and drinking until our bellies were round and full. Now, with the 5,000 yuan loaned by my father-in-law, plus the 2,000 or so I had myself, I was already close to affording a boat like the one the He family owned. Tonight's catch would help me earn even more. Shone with excitement. Inside the net, wriggling and twisting under the faint moonlight, were dozens of those slippery sandworms. This shallow beach was turning out to be a treasure trove. I quickly dumped the contents of the net into the large wooden bucket, then went back to pushing the net forward. With each scoop, I found more and more sandworms, and every catch filled me with a growing sense of triumph. This was unlike catching fish, where you'd sometimes spend hours without a single nibble. Here, with each push of the net, there was a guaranteed reward. The sandy beach, under the shimmering glow of the moon, felt almost magical to me. As I worked tirelessly, the rhythmic sound of the waves crashing against the shore kept me company. My net grew heavier with each sweep, but I pushed forward, determined. Occasionally, while sifting through the sand, I'd come across other small creatures, tiny crabs scuttling away, shells glistening in the night air, but it was the sandworms that were my ultimate prize. I spent close to an hour out there, pushing my net, dumping the catches into my bucket, and marveling at my unexpected luck. By the end of it, my wooden bucket was over halfway full, and my arms ached in a satisfying way. Looking at the full bucket, I couldn't suppress a grin. This would be worth a good price at the market. Even more if I dried them properly and sold them as sandworm dry goods. But I couldn't stay here forever. The night was deepening, and I knew the currents could be unpredictable. I quickly hoisted the bucket back onto the boat, made sure it was secure, and began preparing the net for one last sweep. In the back of my mind, though, a twinge of unease lingered. Despite the excitement of the haul, I couldn't forget that somewhere out at sea, danger lurked. Biao and his men were likely watching, waiting for the opportune moment. The sea had always been my ally, but under these circumstances, it could very well betray me. I pushed the net one final time, collecting another bountiful scoop of sandworms, then waded through the shallow water back to the boat. My boots made soft, squelching noises against the sand as I moved, the cool water lapping at my knees. Back on the boat, I checked my supplies and the boat's engine, trying to gauge how far I'd need to sail before I could escape unseen. I needed to be strategic. The more I lingered here, the greater the chance I'd get caught. Far off in the distance, hidden among the jagged rocks along the coastline, Biao and his men were still waiting, quietly biding their time. Their small, battered boat was shrouded in shadows, the sound of the lapping water masking any noise they might make. Biao's sharp eyes glinted under the moonlight as he peered through a pair of binoculars. He had been watching me ever since I sailed away from the docks. Perhaps he hadn't noticed the subtle change in my route earlier, or it was likely he assumed I was heading towards a known fishing spot. Still no sign of him slowing down, Biao muttered, his voice low and gravelly. A man standing next to him, his thick arms crossed, replied, "Doesn't matter. When he's done fishing, he'll have to pass through these waters again to get back to the docks. We'll intercept him then." Biao nodded, placing the binoculars down for a moment. His lip twisted into a sinister smile. "He'll think he struck gold. Too bad for him. We'll be waiting. All that fish, and that boat, it's as good as ours," another man chimed in, chuckling darkly. Biao raised a hand to quiet him, his tone deadly serious. "Be ready. No mistakes. Once he's within range, we move in, fast and silent. Kill if you have to." The tension among the group was palpable. These men, criminals hardened by a life of violence and greed, thrived on danger, and tonight would be no different. The ocean remained vast and eerily calm, its surface shimmering like liquid glass under the midnight moon. For now, their prey was blissfully unaware. Back on my boat, even without knowing they were nearby, I felt the weight of their presence in my gut. Some instinct warned me that this night wasn't just about the catch. It was a game of survival. Liang burst into laughter. It was a laugh brimming with satisfaction. In the dragnet before him squirmed a mass of sandworms, writhing incessantly. Just looking at it gave one trypophobia. Mixed in with the sandworms were crabs, prawns, snail shells, and a fair amount of sand. I hefted my bamboo pole and immersed the dragnet halfway into the seawater, shaking it vigorously. Before long, the sand was washed away, and the crabs and prawns hopped out. The little crabs were worthless, while the prawns, big as they were worth a bit more. But compared to the sandworms, they weren't much, let alone their scant numbers. I couldn't be bothered with them. My target was the sandworms. Carefully, I emptied a net full of sandworms into the wooden bucket and pushed forward to gather more. Before long, another full net was harvested. 3 nets were all it took to fill the wooden bucket to the brim. Carrying the bucket with some effort, I returned to the boat. Splash! The entire bucket of sandworms was dumped into the fish hold. Then I scooped up some seawater with the bucket and poured it in, adding some briny water from the sea. Even without any sand to burrow into, as long as they stayed in a cool place, these sandworms wouldn't die for 2 to 3 days. Shortly after, I grabbed the empty bucket and jumped back onto the shore to continue working. And so it went for nearly 2 hours, filling the entire fish hold and 4 large wooden buckets. Altogether, I estimated there must be nearly 1,000 caddies of catch. Even selling them fresh would fetch thousands of yuan. If I were lucky enough to catch a spike in the purchase price, this haul would be worth even more than the batch of abalones I caught the first night. Though I was drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted, as long as it could make money, I didn't care about the hardship. I leapt onto the boat and, overflowing with excitement, started it up to head back. When I was still a shift away from the pier, suddenly, a dilapidated ship appeared ahead, cutting across my path. The vessel emitted an ear-piercing but consistent sputtering sound, with black smoke billowing from its stern. Its diesel engine must have been worn down over many years, barely holding on, yet its maneuverability was still impressive. In a flash, it stationed itself directly in front of my bow. Startled, I quickly turned off my motor to avoid a crash. Bang! The 2 boats collided, not too hard, not too soft, but enough to make them both sway slightly. Furious, I stormed toward the bow of my boat and shouted sternly, "Who taught you how to steer a boat? There's a whole expanse of sea out here, and you're purposely hitting me? Trying to play victim or what?" The other boat came to a halt. Shortly after, an uneasy chill ran down my spine. 5 men leaped over from the dilapidated ship. 4 of them were conspicuously holding rifles. Leading them was a man with a hooked nose, casually resting a sharp machete on his shoulder. It was none other than Biao Ge. With a crooked smile, Biao Ge said, "You're Niu Bai, right? Heard you're quite the fisherman, always hauling in thousands of yuan worth of catch. Come on now, show me what kind of good stuff you bagged tonight." The 3 armed thugs pointed their guns at me, while another thug holstered his weapon and strode toward the fish hold. He bent down, grabbed the hatch handle, and pulled it open with a yank. The man gasped sharply in astonishment and exclaimed excitedly, "Biao Ge, this is the real deal. A full hold of sandworms, big, fat, and juicy. I've never seen such top-grade stuff. Just this hold alone must weigh 600 or 700 caddies." Another thug with sharp eyes glanced into the other compartments of the boat. "Look at the rest of the hold. There are a few more buckets of sandworms in there. Add them all together. That's got to be 1,000 caddies. Holy crap, 1,000 caddies of sandworms. How much could that even sell for?" Biao Ji's eyes lit up. Clearly, the man was no stranger to the market prices. Fresh sandworms in the county go for about 3 yuan 50 per caddy. 1,000 caddies means a cool 3,500. We hit the jackpot. Damn, we struck gold. Ha ha. It became clear to me then. These men were sea bandits. But sea bandits usually targeted the more profitable cargo ships. They didn't bother with fishing boats. How did they know I had valuable fish on board? Who told them? As I was pondering, a sharp gleam of cold steel flashed before my eyes. Biao Gu swiftly raised his machete, pressing its tip firmly against my chest with a malicious grin. Kid, what's it gonna be, your life or your money? The blade's point jabbed uncomfortably into my chest, breaking through my shirt and nicking my skin. Without retreating even a single step, I coldly countered. What if I choose life? And what if I choose money? Still grinning, Biao Gu replied. If you choose money, you'll lose both your life and your money. If you choose life, well, you can kiss your money goodbye, but at least there's a slim chance you'll live. He gestured with a nod towards the other side of the ship. Over there. Move. The machete pressed harder against me, and the other armed thugs firmly trained their weapons on me. Their menacing glares left me no choice but to inch backward, step by step, until my back was against the ship's railing. A cruel smile spread across Biao Ji's face. Jump. If your swimming skills are good enough and your luck's on your side, maybe you'll survive. I glanced overboard. This was deep sea, easily over 200 meters deep. There was nothing to hold on to out there. Even the best swimmer would likely exhaust themselves and drown. I let out a cold snort. So you still want me dead, don't you? No. Biao Gu shook his head. There's a difference. One option, you die immediately. The other, you have a slim chance at survival. What's it gonna be? You've got 3 seconds to pick. Either jump, or I drive this blade straight into your heart. The machete pressed forward once more. Blood seeped from my chest. I clenched my jaw. Fine, I'll jump. Turning slightly, I steadied myself against the railing, preparing to leap overboard. Biao Gu tilted his head back with a triumphant laugh. Good. Smart choice. It's at least a slower death, right? Suddenly, his laughter turned into a panicked shout. What are you doing? It turned out that just as I was about to jump, I turned and grabbed his machete-wielding hand and pulled him toward the sea. Biao Gu couldn't resist my pull and slammed into the ship's railing, dropping the machete toward the water, where I caught it with my other hand. Grab me. Pull me back, he screamed frantically. This bastard's trying to take me with him. The 4 other bandits rushed toward the railing, but it was too late. All they managed to grab was his pants, which they yanked clean off, leaving him dangling with bare legs. With both of us plunging into the sea, I showed no mercy. Raising the machete high, I aimed straight for his gut and drove it in. The blade sank deep. Above us, the 4 bandits leaned over the ship's railing, watching as a cloud of blood spread through the dark waters below. Whose blood it was, they couldn't tell. Both their boss and I were nowhere to be seen. Panicked, the bandits shouldered their rifles and scanned the water below, fingers twitching near the triggers. Don't fire, one shouted. We don't know who's dead yet. Biao Gu, where are you? Show yourself. The others joined the shouting, calling his name repeatedly. But the sea remained calm and quiet. Only the blood continued spreading further and further. The 4 bandits exchanged anxious glances, unsure of. What now? A bald man suggested. We'll split into 2 groups. 2 of us will stay here with the guns to keep watch, and the other 2 will dive into the sea to check on the situation. Rescue Brother Biao and kill that kid. He was clearly the second in command. After speaking, he pointed and ordered, 3rd and 5th, you 2 are the best swimmers. Get in the water now. The 5th hesitated. Sure, we're good swimmers, but this is a sea that's hundreds of meters deep. We don't know what's down there. What if something happens? The second in command turned his head and grabbed a bundle of nylon rope from the bow, cutting it into 2 pieces with a knife. Tie the rope around your waists. 4th, and I will hold the other ends. If something goes wrong, tug the rope, and we'll pull you back up right away. Hurry, or Brother Biao might really die. 3rd and 5th had no choice. Reluctantly, they tied the ropes around their waists, securing them with tight knots. 3rd cautioned them. As soon as we tug the rope, you pull immediately. Clenching their teeth, they each grabbed a sharp knife and jumped into the sea. They couldn't take guns with them, as water would destroy them immediately. The 2nd and 4th tightly gripped the ropes in their left hands, even wrapping them around their arms for extra security, while holding their guns at the ready with their right hands, aimed at the surface of the water. After roughly 2 minutes, both of them suddenly felt several sharp tugs on the ropes. They quickly set their guns aside and pulled with all their strength. Splash! The water surged as 3rd and 5th were dragged back to the boat's edge. The second in command couldn't wait. 3rd, what's the situation underwater? Did you find Brother Biao? Out of nowhere, the 4th screamed in horror. 2nd, it's over. Look at 3rd and 5th. They look dead. There's a hole in their chests. The 2 men brought up to the boat had their eyes shut tight, faces twisted in agony. Each had a bloody hole gaping in their chests, and their knives were nowhere to be seen. It was abundantly clear. Shortly after diving into the sea, I had ambushed them and plunged my knife straight through their hearts. Even after killing them, I was considerate enough to give the rope a tug for them. The second and fourth were terrified out of their minds, accidentally letting go of the rope. The two bodies, still hanging halfway out of the boat, splashed back into the sea as they loosened their grip. The ropes sank with the corpses. Desperately, the remaining two pirates scrambled for the hunting rifles left on the boat and swung them up, pulling the triggers wildly at the water below them. Bang! Bang! The surface of the sea rippled, but all they hit were the already sinking bodies of their fallen comrades. Then they suddenly heard movement behind them. Instinctively, they turned around, and their frightened screams echoed like pigs being slaughtered. Dripping wet, I stood there right behind them. It was me. I stared at them with a cold, mocking smile. The two pirates frantically tried to swing their guns back toward me, but it was already too late. With a single leap, I launched myself between them and pressed my palms against their heads, driving them down hard against the side of the boat. Bang! Bang! The solid side of the boat cracked upon impact. The two men, their heads bloodied and moaning in agony, slid down, collapsing against the boat. I snatched their rifles from them and tossed them into the sea without a second thought. Squatting down, I coldly interrogated, "Who told you my catch was valuable? The first one to confess gets to live. Anyone who hesitates deserves to die." The two dazed pirates scrambled over one another to shout. It was Chundagaway, and Chundagaway told us. I smirked. As I suspected, unable to best me, Chundagaway decided to recruit a group of pirates, ruthlessly plotting to end my life. With a grim, "Oh," I stretched out my hands, gripping the pirates by their necks and lifting them into the air. They screamed in panic. "What are you doing? We already confessed. Don't kill us." But still, I steeled myself and did what needed to be done. After all, pirates are scum. How much money had they stolen? How many lives had they taken? Consider this a public service. I hurled the two pirates into the sea. After the head injuries they'd sustained, death by drowning was inevitable. Dusting off my hands, I chuckled darkly. Trying to rob me without knowing who I am? That's like striking a tiger on the head. The me of today is no longer the ignorant rookie I once was. Ever since drinking that miraculous coconut water, my strength, speed, and reflexes have exceeded human limits. No matter how fierce these pirates were, they could never compare to me. I fetched several buckets of seawater and scrubbed the deck until there was no trace of blood left. As for the two firearms left lying on the deck, I threw them into the sea as well. Though they might be worth some money or useful for protection, bringing them back would definitely cause trouble. This is 1984, and gun control is becoming stricter by the day. Plus, little more than scrap metal sticks like those aren't worth my time. Having cleaned up, I looked toward the shabby boat swaying nearby. It wasn't worth much either. Taking it back would only lead to further complications. I couldn't care less about it. Let it drift as a ghost ship. Restarting my engine, the motor sputtered to life. Put put put. The fishing boat headed back toward the dock. The earlier life and death struggle? To me, it was no big deal. But that damn Chindagaway. I'll need to settle accounts with him once I get back. Not long after setting off, I suddenly heard another sputtering engine from behind. The sound was hurried and relentless. I turned around instinctively, and my heart skipped a beat. The battered pirate ship. It was coming after me. Could there be someone else on board besides those 5 pirates? The ragged boat chased relentlessly, closing the gap between us. And that's when I saw it clearly. The one in the cockpit was none other than Brother Biao, covered in blood and drenched from head to toe, yet somehow still alive. When I stabbed him earlier and shoved him away, I thought for sure he was a goner. Who would have thought he'd crawl back onto the pirate ship and come after me? The distance diminished quickly. I wanted to accelerate, but it was too late now. His maniacal shout echoed over the waves. "Kid, if I can't live, neither can you." Though his wounds were severe, he'd managed to climb aboard just to finish this. A suicide mission, a final act of vengeance. Boom. The pirate ship's bow rammed fiercely into the right rear of my fishing boat. And that spot, it was the beating heart of the entire ship, the most dangerous place on board. The diesel engine was located right there. With the collision came an earth-shattering explosion. Flames burst into the sky, the roar of the blast deafening. With the engine running, overheated cylinders, exhaust pipes hundreds of degrees hot, coupled with sparks from the generator, fueled by concentrated oil vapor, the resulting explosion tore through the ship's rear like paper. The pirate boat's front was also obliterated on impact. I couldn't withstand the force. The blast flung me backward. Splash! I plunged into the sea. The sheer intensity of the explosion rattled my mind. When I came to, I found myself sinking deep underwater. Pain coursed through every inch of my body, like I had been torn apart. Instinctively, I tried to breathe, only to inhale mouthfuls of seawater. The suffocating burn in my lungs made my vision blur, threatening to black out. I kept sinking. I tried to kick my legs, desperate to break the surface, but my body was completely drained of strength. With no options left, I willed myself into the vast, mysterious space of the ocean itself. On the beach, I gasped for breath, finally feeling a bit better all over. But the moment the thought of the blown-up fishing boat crossed my mind, my temper flared up, and I cursed angrily. My future father-in-law had borrowed a huge sum of money to help me buy that boat. And now, I'd blown it to smithereens. What am I supposed to do now? All hopes of making money from fishing at sea were completely dashed. A boatload full of sandworms worth thousands of dollars was also obliterated in the explosion. But the most urgent concern right now was figuring out how to get out of the seabed. With a single thought, a vague view of the situation in the real world appeared in front of me. I was still sinking. It was a sea over 200 meters deep, and I was about to hit the bottom. Strange. How was I still sinking after entering this space? What kind of game was this space playing? Through the haze, I could see the seabed's uneven terrain and large sections of coral reefs. Suddenly, I stopped and stared. Between two massive coral reefs, several tree trunk-like objects were growing. They were as thick as an adult man's arm, slightly twisted, and over a meter long. The surface was covered with intricate golden threads, crisscrossing densely, like silk of pure gold tightly wrapped around them. My heart leapt with ecstatic joy. I discovered a treasure. I recognized it instantly. These were golden thread sea fans. Sea fans were rare delicacies that could also be used as traditional medicine, known for stopping bleeding, relieving pain, and clearing heat and toxins. Historically, they had been prized as luxury items cherished by emperors, kings, and aristocratic families, crafted into smoking tools, jewelry, and decorative art. Even ordinary red and blood coral sea fans were worth a fortune, let alone these golden thread sea fans, which were treasures among treasures. Red and blood corals were usually found around a depth of a few dozen meters, making them relatively easy to find and commonplace on the market. But golden thread sea fans resided hundreds of meters beneath the ocean. Ordinary people couldn't dive that deep to harvest them. Their only source was broken pieces drifting to the surface, occasionally chanced upon by lucky fishermen. And even then, those broken pieces were no thicker than a chopstick and could sell for a decent sum. But these ones in front of me, they were as thick as an adult's arm. This must be a blessing in disguise. My boat may have been destroyed, but it had led me to this extremely rare treasure. The question was, how to get my hands on them. They were over 200 meters below sea level. Without diving equipment, charging out recklessly would mean being crushed by the water pressure until every bone in my body broke. Yet I decided to take the risk. If I could acquire these, the loss of my sandworms and the boat would be completely offset. There's only one word when it comes to making a fortune: go. I leapt to my feet, stretching my arms and legs, trying to recover my strength, but it still wasn't enough. Then I noticed the half-split coconut shell lying on the beach nearby, with half a wedge of coconut flesh left inside. Its pure white shimmered with a fragrant allure, as though it had been freshly split open. This coconut meat had been said to heal the chief's mother's illness. If I ate it, perhaps I'd have a better shot too? I reached for it, scooped out all the meat, and shoved it into my mouth, chewing eagerly. A gush of sweet juice spread through my mouth. As I swallowed, I felt lightness throughout my body, and my head cleared instantly. The dizziness, heaviness, and fatigue lingering from the explosion were banished entirely. Still, the coconut meat was clearly not as powerful as the coconut water. I remembered drinking that coconut water before, feeling invincible as though I'd transformed into a god clad in golden armor. I looked up sharply. The largest coconut on the tree was now even bigger, though still green and not fully ripe. But who cared? Survival demanded resourcefulness. I had to use whatever I could. I scrambled up the tree in an instant, plucked the biggest coconut, slid back to the beach, and, chop, split it open with a knife hand chop. The shell cracked apart with a loud snap, juice spilling forth. I grabbed it eagerly, guzzling down the liquid in just a few swallows and letting it slip down into my stomach. The juice wasn't as sweet as before and had a slightly tart flavor, but it gave me a sudden vibrant burst of energy. Still, it wasn't quite as intense as the fully ripened one from earlier. Steeling myself, I took a deep breath, and with a single thought, I exited the space and returned to the real seabed. In an instant, the pressure of the deep sea crushed me to the point of suffocation, and my heart felt like it would stop. Holding my breath, I forced myself to relax. Gradually, I adjusted and felt somewhat better. There was hope. I kicked with my legs and propelled myself toward one of the golden thread sea fans. Reaching out, I touched its surface. It was as smooth as a maiden's skin, but as solid as rock. The golden threads entwined around it faintly glimmered in the depths of the sea, flaunting their extraordinary rarity. Gripping the base, I gave it a gentle shake. Completely immovable, solid as a mountain. Unyielding, I closed my hands tightly around the base, clenched my teeth, and mustered all my strength, giving it a fierce yank. Snap! A meter-long segment of the golden thread sea fan broke free. The fracture was smooth as though perfectly sliced, with golden threads intersecting intricately, emitting a mystical glow. Without hesitation, I summoned it into my ocean space. Then, one by one, I repeated the process, breaking off the other 6 pieces. Returning to the space once more, I stood on the beach laughing heartily, gazing down at the 7 gleaming golden thread sea fans in front of me. A conservative estimate? Over 10,000 bucks. Of course, you'd need to meet someone who knew their value. To the ignorant, even 50 bucks might seem overpriced. This treasure had to be brought to the county to fetch its proper worth. I controlled the space, slowly shifting along the seabed, hoping to find more treasures nearby. But after a long search, there was nothing else of value. Left without a choice, I willed the space to begin ascending toward the surface. The space was truly mysterious, wide and vast within, seeming larger than the real-world sea it transcended. Yet, seen from the outside, it resembled a submarine, now rising steadily from the abyss. Through a virtual window connected to my thoughts, I could even watch the surrounding ocean outside. Before long, I reached the surface. With a single thought, I exited the space. Swoosh! The sound of splashing water greeted me as I floated on the ocean's surface. The blown-up fishing boat was nowhere to be found. Just water, stretching endlessly in every direction. Thankfully, celestial constellations above marked the way. I quickly oriented myself and pinpointed the direction back to the fishing village. But the dock was over 20 kilometers away. There was no way I'd swim there. Even with renewed strength, it would take who knows how long, possibly forever. Just then, a massive shadow loomed in the distance, heading toward me. From its shape, it looked like a huge shark. I froze in terror. Could it be that, after narrowly escaping death, I was about to become a shark's meal? A shark this huge, there was no chance I could fight it off. Just as I was about to retreat into the space to hide, I noticed something odd. It wasn't a shark. It was a gigantic sea turtle, as large as a small boat. Its shell was solid and imposing, a veritable king among sea turtles. It swam toward me with ease, its massive head nudging against me affectionately, showing no fear of humans. In fact, it exhibited a strange sense of intimacy. An idea struck me. Was it possible that by emerging from the space, I now carried the aura of a sea king? Could that be why this kingly sea turtle was treating me like I was its master? Gathering my courage, I climbed atop its shell, tapped its massive head gently, and pointed toward the direction of the dock. I expected it wouldn't understand me, but to my surprise, this creature was incredibly intelligent. With a flick of its limbs, it began swimming in that direction. And fast, it moved swiftly through the water, like a sailboat filled to the brim with wind. I lay on the back of the giant sea turtle, so comfortable, beyond words. I even began humming a tune to myself. Forward we go, onwards we strive. The burden of earning money is heavy, my grudges run deep. Thinking of Chindagwe only made my teeth clench tighter. This time, I wouldn't return without giving him hell. The pier grew lively once more as dozens of fishing boats returned to port. A fisherman, just stepping ashore, spotted Chindagwe sitting leisurely on the long jetty, sipping his wine. Curious, he asked why Chen hadn't gone out to sea. Chindagwe rubbed his forehead, where a large bump protruded, the after effect of kneeling and bowing 3 times too hard the previous day. The knocks had been so harsh that his head still buzzed with pain. Before he could respond, the fisherman grinned. I get it, Dagaway. Bowed too hard, huh? That's why your head's throbbing, and you couldn't make it out to sea. The other fisherman burst into laughter. Chun Dagaway's face darkened, and with a sinister smirk, he said, laugh all you want. But let me tell you this. Whoever made me kneel and bow like that won't live long. He'll be dead soon. The fisherman chuckled cheerfully. Dagaway couldn't beat Nyobai, so now you're just cursing him to die? Is that it? Shin Dagaway spat his words out one by one. I'm not cursing him. His life is just short. I had a dream last night. Nyobai died at sea and never came back. Believe it or not. The fishermen laughed even harder, shaking their heads. Don't laugh. Shin Dagaway's voice grew more menacing. My dreams are never wrong. Anyone I dream of dying, they die. I dream Nyobai would die. And you'll see. He won't come back. He was sitting here waiting, betting on the certainty that I wouldn't return. Of course, he was sure of it. Biao and his gang of sea bandits were ruthless. They didn't just rob. They killed to tie up loose ends. Not to mention, he'd openly declared his intent to see me dead once and for all. The fishermen dismissed his words as mad delusions and happily went about hauling fish from their boat holds. Old Wu arrived as well, standing on the jetty and glancing around. Where's Nyoyi? Why isn't he back yet? With venomous hatred, Chin Dugaway growled, stop waiting. I dreamed he died, so he's dead for sure. Old Wu looked at him as if he were insane, shook his head, and went to help the others unload fish. As they worked, murmurs began to spread among the group. Weird though, why hasn't Niu Bai returned? He should have been back by now. Another fisherman nodded. Yeah, usually by this time, he's already selling fish. Even Old Wu started looking puzzled. Some fishermen swore they'd seen Niu Bai leave port. Chen Dagawei chimed in again with glee. You might have seen him leave, but you won't see him come back. I told you he's dead. He's absolutely dead. Those words chilled the group like ghostly whispers, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Old Wu, annoyed, finally spoke up. After all, I was the one who'd been making money for him. Chen Dagawei, just because you can't face Niu Yi head on, does it make sense to curse him like that? Such a petty heart. What's the point? There's plenty of point. Chen Dagawei suddenly leaped up, glaring at Old Wu with bloodshot eyes, his voice hoarse as he bellowed. If he were coming back, he'd already be here. He's dead for sure. This isn't a curse. It's fate. Ha ha ha. He tilted his head back, cackling wildly, confident that Biao's gang had already taken care of me. But just then, a fisherman screamed, "Oh my God! Someone's standing on the sea, flying right over." That's terrifying. Everyone whipped their heads around in unison. Indeed, under the cloak of the deepening night, they saw a figure with arms clasped behind his back, gliding serenely across the sea towards them, like an immortal. Quickly, someone recognized the figure. It's Niu Bai. Where's his boat? How is he flying on the water like that? Even Chen Dagawei looked over, shivering all over. His voice trembled. Niu Bai? Could he have turned into a ghost? A ghost come back after death? In the blink of an eye, I reached the edge of the long jetty and, with a powerful push of my feet, landed solidly on the ground. Only then did the crowd realize that the sea beneath me was actually the back of an enormous sea turtle. It had carried me all the way back. Turning around, I waved at the turtle. Brother Turtle, thanks a lot. Let's have tea another day. You can go rest now. I've got unfinished business here. The giant sea turtle, as though understanding my words, nodded and dove into the ocean, vanishing from sight. The sheer surrealism of the scene hit everyone like lightning. My heavens, I've never seen anyone ride a sea turtle like that. Niu Bai, you're incredible, riding a sea turtle like a boat. They say only the Dragon King rides sea turtles across the ocean. Niu Bai, and now you. Legend says the Dragon King took him in as his godson. I thought it was just a joke, but could it actually be true? Niu Bai, where's your boat? Without a word, I bid farewell to the turtle and strode directly towards Chen Dagawei, ignoring all the chatter. I fixed my gaze on him, voice as cold as steel. Chen Dagawei, you colluded with sea bandits to ambush me at sea, to kill me and steal my catch. Never thought I'd live to come back, did you? The moment those words left my lips, the fishermen were dumbfounded again. What? Chen Dagawei worked with sea bandits to loot people? No wonder he dreamed of Niu Bai being killed. It's because he masterminded it. Chen Dagawei, you're absolutely despicable. How could you? Niu Bai is practically your brother. He worked himself to the bone to take care of you, and you repay him like this? You're not even human. Chen Dagawei froze, as if he'd seen a ghost. He kept retreating. Niu Bai, why are you completely fine? You were supposed to die at sea. How did you come back riding a damn sea turtle? I closed the distance until I was right in front of him. My foot shot out and slammed into his chest. Bang! Chen Dagawei flew back, crashing hard onto the jetty, almost tumbling into the sea. A mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. I stood there, voice icy and unrelenting. Killing me isn't so easy. Even the Dragon King protects me. You conspired with bandits to destroy my future father-in-law's boat, but I've got a strong destiny. I didn't die. You, though, you're finished. I charged at him again, shaking with both pain and fear. Chen Dagawei scrambled to his feet and bolted, screaming as he ran. Help! Someone save me. Niu Bai's going to kill me. With a single leap, I caught up, slamming my foot into his back. Bang! Once again, Chen Dagawei was flung forward, landing hard on the ground. He slid along the rough surface of the jetty for 3 or 4 meters. Half his face scraped raw, blood everywhere, disfigured beyond recognition. He writhed on the ground, choking out desperate cries. Help! Don't let Niu Bai kill me. There'll be a murder. He crawled and stumbled to his feet again. I moved to strike once more, but the fishermen finally snapped out of their shock, rushing forward to stop me. They pleaded with me to let it go, warning that killing him would lead to a trial for manslaughter. Taking advantage of the chaos, Chen Dagawei seemed to summon strength out of nowhere. He stumbled and staggered, running towards the shoreline as fast as he could. His desperation to survive was so intense that even a rabbit wouldn't have been able to keep up with him. Held back by the crowd, I couldn't pursue him further. I delivered a couple of furious kicks to the ground instead, letting my rage vent itself. And then I thought to myself, what they said was right. Right. A weasel like him wasn't worth getting tangled up in a murder case. I stopped in my tracks. The fishermen pressed me for what had happened, so I gave them a succinct explanation. I didn't mention killing 5 pirates. Killing people isn't exactly a topic for casual chat. I simply said that a pirate called Brother Biao had led 4 underlings to chase me in a leaky old boat. Our boats collided, hitting the diesel engine, which exploded. I guessed all 5 pirates had drowned. I was lucky, saved by a large sea turtle that brought me back. It sounded like a tall tale, but everyone had seen me riding back on the turtle with their own eyes, so they believed every word. One elderly fisherman gasped in amazement. "Good heavens, Bai, you must be the Dragon King's godson. The Dragon King saw you being bullied by those scoundrels and sent a sea turtle to carry you back. No wonder you come back with so many fish every time you head out. Incredible." Everyone looked at me with admiration, reverence, and even a hint of awe. Without a doubt, my standing in their eyes had skyrocketed. I thought about it. This was a big deal. I had to inform my father-in-law. So I cupped my hands toward the group and said, "Don't worry. I've calmed down. I won't go after Chindagawe, but this debt is far from settled. I will get back at him sooner or later. For now, I need to head to my in-laws' place. My boat is gone." With that, I jumped off the seawall and sprinted toward the He family home. Behind me, the fisherman sighed. What bad luck, his father-in-law's boat is wrecked. That boat's worth 7 or 8,000 bucks. It's their livelihood. Old He might not even recognize him as a son-in-law anymore. Chindagawe really is a curse. Originally, He Jinjin had wanted to wait for me at the dock, but I had made her promise to sleep properly. Without enough rest, I had said, "You'll look haggard, and if you don't look pretty anymore, I'll stop wanting you." That had scared her enough to obediently stay home and sleep. When I arrived at the He household, I found a bamboo basket and placed the golden threaded black corals I had taken from my spatial storage into it. At the moment, that was the only thing I could use to comfort my father-in-law. I woke the family up and relayed what had happened at sea. The entire He family was stunned speechless. Bang! He Laifu slammed his fist on the table. That damn Chindagawe, colluding with pirates to pull off such despicable acts. I'm going to confront him now and force his family to compensate us for the boat. He made for the door, but Hirone grabbed him. And how would you make him pay? He'll deny everything to the end. We don't have any evidence. What's the point? He Laifu huffed angrily. So we just let it go? 7 or 8,000 worth of boat gone. Just like that? How are we supposed to go out to sea now? How will we make a living? Zhang Xioli was so upset she was about to cry. Exactly. The boat's gone, and we can't fish anymore. Are we just supposed to starve? He Jinjin slammed the table with both hands, her face filled with fury. No matter what, Chindagawe has to be confronted. We'll force him to admit it and make him pay for the boat. Bai, don't you think so? I patted my chest and assured them, "Don't worry, everyone. I'll make sure Chindagawe gets what he deserves. But as for making him pay for the fishing boat, he can't possibly afford it. However, I promise." I changed tone abruptly and looked at Hirone. "Father, your boat will be replaced very soon, and I'll have one of my own too." Saying this, I reached into the bamboo basket and slapped a piece of golden threaded black coral onto the table with a thud. Then a second one, then a third one. Altogether, I took out 7 pieces. Each one was about a meter long and as thick as an adult's arm. Under the tungsten light, they glittered gold, shining so brightly they dazzled the eye. Zhang Xioli gasped, "What's this?" "They look like walking sticks." Hirone, however, had some knowledge. "These aren't walking sticks. They're coral, black coral, to be specific. It's quite valuable." "Bai, where did you get this?" I couldn't exactly say I salvaged it from over 200 meters under the sea. Who would believe that? So I said I had found them on a coral island while at sea. When the boat collided and was destroyed, I had clung onto them for dear life even as I fell into the sea, which is how I managed to bring them back. "Father, mother, brother-in-law, Jinjin, this golden threaded black coral is valuable. With it, we can replace the boat. Not just one, but 2. He Jinjin was astonished. 2 boats would cost over 10,000. Is this coral really worth that much? Hirone sighed. Black coral is valuable, yes, but it can't possibly be worth that much. He Laifu chimed in, he's right. A couple of years back, someone got their hands on red coral. It was as red as a ruby and very beautiful. It was about the same size as these and sold for just 60 bucks a piece. Everyone was shocked, and there was a frenzy of digging for coral for a while after that. Even so, 7 pieces wouldn't cover the cost of 2 boats. Hirone nodded, exactly. Even if golden threaded black coral is worth more than red coral, it wouldn't fetch nearly that high a price. He patted my shoulder gravely. Bai, these 7 pieces could sell for a few hundred, maybe even 1,000. But 2 large fishing boats? That's a pipe dream. I think you should sell them for whatever you can get. Don't get fixated on an impossible goal. I'll chip in 5,000. You add some of your own money, and we'll scrape together enough for 1 boat. We'll share it for now. Be more cautious next time. Don't let the pirates target you again. Once we've earned enough at sea, we'll talk about getting a second one. After finishing, he shook his head, sighed, and returned to his room to rest, his back hunched. It was clear that the loss of the boat had hit him hard. He Lifu, too, seemed deflated. Don't hold out hope, Bai. No matter how valuable this black coral is, 7 pieces won't buy 2 boats. Not even one. He shot me a sympathetic glance, probably thinking I'd lost my marbles from the stress. He Jinjin looked at me with pity in her eyes. She tugged gently on my arm. Bai, you must be exhausted. Go sleep in my room for a bit. We can deal with everything else after you've rested and cleared your head. Zhang Shili nodded repeatedly. Yes, but you two aren't married yet, so it's not proper for you to sleep in her room. We have a guest room you can use instead. Seeing the whole family's skepticism, I didn't know what else to say. Then, after a moment's thought, I figured their reaction was only natural. Fishermen are practical people. They know exactly how much fish is worth. But something decorative, neither edible nor functional, they wouldn't understand its value. I nodded. It's fine. I'll sleep on the wrecked boat for now. Once I've rested, I'll head to the county in the afternoon and see how much the coral can sell for. After that, we'll figure out the next steps. No matter what. I raised my voice. Father, don't worry. I'll get enough money to buy a boat just like the one we lost. Maybe even a better one. From inside the house, I heard Hirong's muffled reply. All right, rest up first. Don't rush. Life has its obstacles. As long as we overcome them, we'll be fine. This future father-in-law of mine had a knack for comforting people, I had to admit. I smiled, said goodbye to the family, and turned to leave. He Jinjin followed me out, lightly clutching my wrist and swinging it gently. Bai, are you really okay? Don't let that scoundrel Chindagawe get you so worked up. I raised my hand and pinched her small face lightly. Don't worry, I'm not that kind of person. Go back and rest. Don't bring me lunch at noon. When I wake up, I'll go to the county to eat directly. Wait for my good news. She nodded obediently, watching me disappear into the fading night with a face full of reluctance. I went back to the old boat to sleep. My mind was set. These 7 strands of golden sea willow were sure to find a buyer who knew their worth. If no one in the county was interested, then I'd go to the city. If no one in the city, then to the province. The province, well, that was far. But where there's a will, there's a way. Meanwhile, at the Nyo family household, Chen Degui lay weakly on the bed, his face pale, lips stained with blood, barely alive. Ma Chunhua collapsed on the floor wailing. Nyo Dazhuang, your son keeps beating my son. He's almost killed him. A kick to the chest, a kick to the back. His bones must be broken. His organs must be destroyed. How can your son's heart be this cruel? Nyo Dazhuang looked regretful and muttered, but Dagawei really overstepped this time. He went after Ghost Head Biao's gang of sea bandits, trying to rob Bai at sea, even wanting to kill him. I heard Ghost Head Biao went crazy and rammed Bai's boat, blowing it up. 2 boats exploded, 5 of the pirates died, but Bai was lucky. He was saved by a giant sea turtle and brought back to the shore. Anyone would be livid. It's no surprise Bai beat Dagawei like this. Ma Chunhua wailed even louder. Nyo Dazhuang, whose side are you on? Even if Bai is your real son, he cut ties with you long ago and doesn't even acknowledge you as his father anymore. And here you are defending him? Dagawei is your son too. After being beaten like this, shouldn't you stand up for him? And let's be clear, Bai was the one who beat Dagawei up 2 or 3 times first, pushing him to the brink and forcing him to turn to sea bandits. Dagawei did nothing wrong. He was just avenging himself. Shin Dagawei weakly chimed in. Exactly, Dad. What was wrong with me avenging myself? It's all Bai's fault for being so vicious, for beating me again and again like this. I'm dying. I'm really dying. Chen Meifeng stood off to the side, fanning the flames. Dad, Bai isn't even your son anymore. My brother is. Now that your son has been beaten like this, you have to take action. Nyo Dazhuang hesitated. I know I need to stand up for him, but how? Report him to the police? If I do that, it'll only get messy, eh? After all, Dagawei was the one who involved the sea bandits. Ma Chunhua sneered viciously. Even if Dagawei did involve the sea bandits, there's no proof. No proof means it's just nonsense. If he spreads this nonsense while beating my son, then he deserves to die. What followed was a ruthless suggestion from Ma Chunhua. We should go to Bai and demand money, at least 10,000 yuan. If he doesn't pay, then call the police to arrest him. Chun Meifeng nodded vehemently, her pretty face twisted with malice. Mom's right. My brother contacting those sea bandits has no evidence, but everyone saw Bai beating my brother again and again. That's evidence. If he doesn't pay 10,000 yuan, report him to the authorities. After much internal deliberation, Nyo Dazhuang gritted his teeth and said, Fine, that's a plan. That damn Bai, even if he's cut ties with me, he wouldn't be where he is without me. He's made so much money and hasn't shared a penny with me. Not only that, but he beat Dagaway multiple times. He doesn't respect me at all. He should pay 10,000 yuan. And just like that, this family of schemers settled on their sleazy plan. I slept soundly on the old boat until nearly noon. When I opened my eyes, I was stunned. Sitting at the bow of the boat was Hajinjin, gazing at me with tender eyes, a food container beside her. I sighed with a helpless smile. Didn't I tell you to rest at home? Why did you come all this way again? She pouted. I was worried you'd be hungry. You said you were going to the county to eat, but it's 70 or 80 kilometers from here to the county town. The bus ride alone takes 2 hours. By the time you get there, your stomach would be growling. As she spoke, she lifted the lid of the container. My eyes lit up immediately, and my stomach growled. The meal was so sumptuous. A large bowl of fragrant brown rice, a small dish of golden, glistening braised pork with preserved vegetables, an oil-slicked steamed chicken drumstick larger than my fist, and 2 golden, crispy fried fish. Just by looking, you could tell they were delicious. There was also a small bowl of bright green stir-fried spring greens. She carefully laid everything out while catching the sound of my rumbling stomach. Rolling her eyes, she quipped, "Good grief, whose stomach is growling so loudly? And you're still talking about going to the county to eat? Be careful you don't starve halfway there." Her words were sharp, but her heart was kind. I couldn't be bothered to bicker with her. I took up the bowl of brown rice, grabbed one of the fried fish with my chopsticks, and took a huge bite. The crispy, savory fish filled my mouth as I chewed noisily. Then I took a big gulp of rice and picked up some of the glossy green vegetables, stuffing them into my mouth. It was so delicious I could hardly stand it. Grinning contentedly, I said, "Mom's cooking is the best." Hajinjin rolled her eyes again. "It's not Mom's cooking. I made this." Hearing that, I widened my eyes in disbelief and stared at her. "You made this? How come I didn't know you could cook like this?" She pouted. "Oh, come on, don't underestimate me. My mom taught me everything she knows. Some of the food you've been eating these days. Yeah, I made those. My mom says if you want a man to treat you well, you've got to win over his stomach first. Once you win his stomach, he'll understand that if he doesn't treat his wife well, he won't get to eat good food. And if he doesn't get to eat good food, life won't be enjoyable anymore." I almost burst out laughing and gave her a big thumbs up. "Exactly. Well said. See, I already can't bear to treat you poorly. If I did, life would lose its flavor. Even if I have a pile of money, I'd just be wondering who to spend it on." Hajinjin burst into laughter. "Oh my God, Nyobai, you're too good at teasing." She pulled out a handkerchief and, noticing oil on my lips, carefully wiped it for me. Though she acted and spoke a bit brashly, she truly had all the makings of a good wife. In about 10 minutes, I cleaned out the entire food container. Rubbing my full belly, I let out a satisfied sigh. That hit the spot. "All right, I've got to head to the county now," she hummed in response, then cautiously said, "Bye, my parents and brother all think that those golden sea willows of yours, while valuable, could never sell for such an outrageous price. You should prepare yourself mentally. Don't set your hopes too high so you won't be too disappointed later. Selling them for even a few hundred or 1,000 would already be pretty impressive. Money takes time to earn. Making too much all at once can feel unimaginable." Her gentle advice warmed my heart as I held back a smile. All right, I get it. I'll be mindful. I'm off now. You should head home and rest as well." She pouted again. "How can I rest at home? I might want to go to the county with you, but my mom said after bringing you food, I should return immediately to help with work." Fishnet. She also took on a bunch of outsourced tasks from others, drying fish, weaving nets, stringing shells, so much work she couldn't keep up. She even said that the money she earned would be saved up for her own dowry in the future. Oh my goodness, I have to earn my own dowry. This will kill me from sheer hardship. She pouted, on the verge of tears. I laughed heartily. If you don't want to do it, just don't. I can make big money. Next time I head out to sea, I'll earn loads again and secretly give you a big sum for your dowry. That's a no-go, she immediately refused. How can the groom's family provide the dowry? The bride's family is responsible for the dowry, and no matter how much it is, it has to be earned by me. If you give me this money, I'll throw it into the sea to feed the turtles. Looking at such a determined girl, my heart felt immeasurably warm, and I could only nod in agreement. Suddenly, Hijinjin lowered her voice, her big bright eyes twinkling with light, as if she'd just remembered something. Bai, did you really ride on a giant sea turtle to get back last night? I heard many villagers talk about it when I brought you food. They were saying you're the Dragon King's adopted son. Otherwise, how could the boat explode, and yet you still managed to make it back home on a turtle? How could that be fake? So many people saw it happen, I replied. Her curiosity was immediately piqued. Can you make that turtle carry me too? I really want to stand on its back and ride it into the sea for some fun. Can you? Can you? Can you? She tugged at my sleeve gently, her face full of playful pleading. My heart softened. I pinched her cheek lightly. Okay, Next time I'll search for that turtle again. If I find it, I'll invite it to the shore and call you over. We can ride on its back together and explore the sea. How about that? Her little face turned red with excitement, and she nodded enthusiastically. After that, she gathered up the food containers and went home. I headed to the rough road by the seashore. A bus came by every 2 hours here, heading towards the county seat. Trucks of various sizes transporting goods from the mountains and sea also passed through occasionally. Before long, I flagged down a small truck. For just 1 yuan, the driver agreed to take me into the town. At this point, my hands were empty. The 7 pieces of golden threaded black coral, each over a meter long, were all tucked away in my secret sea space. I'd retrieve them once I arrived. The small truck was much faster than taking the bus, racing against time along the way. After an hour and a half, it was around 2 in the afternoon when I reached the county seat. This kind of golden threaded black coral wasn't something any random shop in the county would buy. As far as I knew, only the craft shop would purchase it. The craft shop in this county was the only one of its kind, affiliated with the county's arts crafts company. Most of their goods were made and sold in-house, primarily marketed to overseas Chinese. After all, it was only 1984, just a few years into the reform and opening up period. Most ordinary folks were still focused on filling their bellies, let alone affording or buying crafts. As I approached the store entrance, I found a secluded spot to work from. With a wave of my hand, a tightly wrapped bundle in a worn-out burlap sack appeared in the crook of my arm. It had been wrapped in several layers, containing the 7 golden-threaded black corals. Walking towards the store entrance, I was just about to step over the threshold when a voice, both annoyed and full of contempt, came from inside. "Hey, don't come in. Out. Out. This isn't a place for people like you. Any random riffraff tries to wander in these days." A haughty-looking female shop assistant stepped out, waving both hands while wearing a look of utter disgust, pushing me back. I froze, then felt anger rising in me. "What's the problem? Why can't I come in?" I said. The shop assistant raised her nose so high it was nearly parallel to her forehead and pointed to a signposted rule on the wall outside. "Open your eyes wide and look. Look, what does it say on that paper?" I turned my head to look. A paper sign was stuck to the wall, with big bold words that read, "No entry for those dressed sloppily." I glanced down at myself. I was wearing a pair of worn-out military-style shoes, and both my pants and shirt had seen better days, patched up in not just 1, 2, or 3 places, but 4. Frankly, it didn't seem like I was dressed sloppily. I was clean and presentable. But clearly, they wanted to judge people by their looks. The shop assistant sneered at me with disdain. "Looking like this, you think you can just walk into our craft shop? This place is for people of status, you know, those who are respectable and of high standing. And you're carrying some ragged burlap sacks? What, here to sell scrap? Get out of here." She swatted at me as if trying to shoo away an insect. "I'm not here to sell scrap. I actually have business with your shop," I said flatly. "Business?" She burst out laughing as if I'd cracked a joke, giving me an even more condescending glance. "Are you saying you're here to buy something? Can you even afford it? The cheapest shell ornament we have costs several yuan, and I doubt you could cough up that much. This is a craft store, a place not just anyone can step into. We're mainly for officials, overseas Chinese, and wealthy merchants." She even gave a dramatic sniff, wrinkling her nose in disgust. "And you reek of fish. You must have crawled out of some tiny fishing village. Go on, scram. You'll scare off our customers with that smell of yours if you step in." I held back my temper. "I'm not here to buy. I'm here to sell. And yes, I am from a fishing village. I caught some good stuff from the sea and wanted to see if your shop was interested." The shop assistant glanced at the burlap sack I was holding and let out a sarcastic laugh. "So you're selling something? Fine, we do accept raw materials. But people like you don't qualify to step inside. You smell not just fishy but also poor. You'd pollute the air inside, you know? If you've got anything to sell, just show it to me out here." If selling things wasn't my goal, I genuinely would have turned around and left right then and there. There. What kind of attitude was that? She might have looked pretty, but she sure had the eyes of a dog. I could only untie the burlap sack and slightly reveal the golden threaded black coral inside. "Do you know what this is?" I asked. The shop assistant leaned in for a closer look, then let out a surprised, "Oh, it's quite pretty. Looks like black coral. But the black coral products I've seen weren't this color. What's with the golden shimmer? Wait here, don't go inside. I'll get the manager." Well, they had a manager. Minutes later, the shop assistant returned with a slightly overweight man in his 40s or 50s. She pointed at me as they walked over. "Manager Bao, this guy's here to sell something." I looked at what he had, and it seems like black coral. "You should take a look." Manager Bao had an air of self-importance as he strutted out. He glanced at me briefly before directing his attention to the coral in my hands. After a quick look, his eyes lit up slightly, and he nodded approvingly. "Not bad. It is black coral, and the rarest kind, gold-threaded. Such a large and thick piece. Quite remarkable. How'd you manage to get this? Pretty impressive. I smirked lightly. Fishing at sea, got lucky. Found it on the shore. But this sun sure is blistering. How about we discuss this inside? No kidding. The May sun was punishingly hot. Right now, it was midday, and the heat was starting to get unbearable. Manager Bao frowned, and then immediately shook his head. Did you not see the sign? No entry for those dressed poorly. Our store only allows dignified and respectable folks in. It's a matter of having taste. You're not here to buy, you're here to sell. How could I let you in? I laughed in disbelief. Each and every one of them judged others by appearances. But to sell my goods, I could only endure this indignity for now. Fine, Manager Bao, was it? Take a look at this golden threaded sea willow. How much do you think it's worth? Manager Bao didn't reply. Standing in the shade by the threshold, he simply extended a hand toward me, who had been baking under the sun. I pulled out a branch of golden threaded sea willow and handed it to him. He took it, studied it closely, and nodded. Not bad. This kind of sea willow is ideal for crafting snuff bottles, pipe tips, or other handicrafts. Good material. All right then, I'll offer you 80 yuan per branch. I'll take all 7. I almost burst out laughing. For a moment, I thought he had some knowledge about golden threaded sea willow. 80 yuan a branch? I said. This isn't ordinary sea willow, it's top grade. 80 yuan is way too low. The female shop assistant nearby snapped back irritably. 80 isn't low enough? You think you've struck gold or something? It's just sea willow. Selling all 7 would earn you over 500. My monthly salary is only 40-odd yuan. You're making more than a year's worth of my wages in one go. Don't be so greedy. Our Manager Bao's offer is very fair. Manager Bao, growing impatient, waved dismissively. Take it or leave it. If you're not selling, scram. I understood now. This guy wasn't deliberately undervaluing it. He genuinely didn't know its worth. He had no idea how valuable golden threaded sea willow could be. I couldn't be bothered to explain further. I simply took back the sea willow and wrapped it up in the burlap sack. Looks like I'd have to go to the city to find someone who actually knew the goods. Manager Bao sneered repeatedly. Kid, let me tell you something. No matter how pricey you think that junk is, my price is the best you're getting. I've been in this business for over 10 years now. Do you think I'd make a mistake? If anyone dares outbid me, I'll call them my master. Thinking you can sell a few bits of scrap wood for a fortune? Keep dreaming. Just as he finished speaking, a car pulled up by the roadside. A Volkswagen Santana. In 1984, this car cost over 200,000, a luxury sedan and China's first joint venture vehicle. Anyone riding in such a car had to be either rich or influential. The driver got out, walked around to the back, and was just about to open the door when it opened on its own. An elderly man in his 70s stepped out. His white hair was combed neatly, and he wore gold-rimmed glasses while leaning on a cane. His eyes immediately locked onto the sea willow in my hands. He looked overjoyed and began walking briskly toward me. The moment Manager Bao saw him, his attitude flipped completely as he rushed over obsequiously. Mr. Yang, you're here. We just got some new handicrafts in the shop. Landscape carvings. I guarantee they'll suit your taste. Please come in. Let me make you the finest Bilyukan tea. His demeanor was a world apart from how he'd treated me earlier. Mr. Yang didn't spare him a glance and instead barked, "Out of my way. Don't block the road." Manager Bao jumped back in shock, quickly stepping aside and bowing repeatedly. Sorry, so sorry, Mr. Yang. Are you heading to, huh? His voice trailed off as his face froze in shock. Mr. Yang had walked right up to me, his eyes locked onto the sea willow in my arms. My goodness, this is the first time I've seen golden threaded sea willow this large, with threads so dense and delicate. This is the pinnacle of quality. Young man, may I have a closer look? Without a word, I pulled out a branch and handed it to him. Mr. Yang cradled it like a treasure, holding it delicately with both hands as though afraid it might break. He didn't even notice his cane nearly slipping from his grasp. Fortunately, his driver caught it in time. Looking at the sea willow, Mr. Yang was ecstatic. This is magnificent, a supreme treasure. This kind of golden threaded sea willow can only grow at ocean depths of 200 to 300 meters. Unlike ordinary sea willow that easily gets swept away by undercurrents, this is as solid as a rock. Typically, you'd have to dive to the seabed to obtain it. But who could dive 200 to 300 meters deep? I couldn't stop the chill that ran up my spine. I had actually encountered a true expert. Manager Bao's eyes lit up as he hurried over, grinning apologetically. Mr. Yang, I was just discussing purchasing this with the young man. Are you interested in this treasure too? Mr. Yang frowned, glancing up at the blazing sun. He said sharply, discussing the purchase at the entrance? In the heat? Someone who manages to get their hands on golden threaded sea willow like this is no ordinary person. How could you make him talk business out here? Why didn't you invite him inside? This is outrageous. Sensing the shift in tone, Manager Bao quickly changed tack. Oh dear, I was just as excited as you were upon seeing the sea willow. I forgot to invite the young man in, so we started talking here. See, I was staying outside too. Young man, how about we go inside and chat? He even shot me a pleading look. I didn't humor him one bit and pointed at the sign on the door. Don't you guys have a rule about no improperly dressed individuals allowed? You said I wasn't dressed appropriately and refused to let me in. When I suggested talking inside, you insisted we stay at the entrance, leaving me to roast under the sun while dealing with you. Manager Bao's expression froze, and he cast a sidelong glance at Mr. Yang. Mr. Yang looked even less pleased. Before anyone could speak further, the female shop assistant piped up again. What are you complaining about? Manager Bao is inviting you in now. Stop being ungrateful. Manager Bao turned pale and glared at her. Shut up. She closed her mouth reluctantly, visibly displeased. Manager Bao tried to change the subject in a hurry. These are all minor issues. What matters is closing the deal. Young man, if you think my previous price was too low, I'll offer 150 yuan per branch. Is that satisfactory? 7 branches would earn you over 1,000. Some people wouldn't make that much in 2 years. Mr. Yang chuckled at this. I let out a laugh of my own. 150 per branch. I'd rather throw these back into the sea than sell them to you. You clearly don't know their worth. I turned to Mr. Yang and extended my hand. Finished looking? If you're done, may I have it back? I'll find someone else who appreciates it to make the purchase. Mr. Yang held the branch protectively in his arms, instinctively shaking his head. He truly couldn't bear to part with it. Manager Bao was getting heated. Are you stupid? 150 yuan per branch is my final offer, and you still aren't satisfied. He had calculated it all out. If he could buy them at 150 each, he'd sell them to Mr. Yang at a much higher price and make a tidy profit. But this punk wasn't cooperating. Turning to the old man for backup, he said, Mr. Yang, don't you think I'm being reasonable? He'd earn over 1,000 yuan. These youngsters nowadays just don't know a good deal when they see one. He has no idea. Before he could finish, Mr. Yang cut him off. Bao, it's you who doesn't understand. For something as precious as this golden-threaded sea willow, 150 per branch. If I were in his shoes, I'd rather throw it back into the sea than sell it to you. Manager Bao was flabbergasted. The female shop assistant stood stunned as well. Both of them exclaimed in unison, What? Sea willow is this valuable? Mr. Yang ignored them, his gaze earnest as he looked at me. Young man, there's no need to look for anyone else. I'll buy it. Name your price. I'll take all 7 branches. I thought for a moment. Sharp and decisive, 1,500 per piece. Take all 7 together. Manager Bao almost leapt into the air at hearing this. The female store clerk shouted, This worthless junk, 1,500 per piece? You're asking for the moon. Do you think Mr. Yang is easy to fool? Manager Bao chimed in, adding fuel to the fire. Mr. Yang, this guy is out of control. He sees you driving a nice car and dressed so well, so he dares to make such an outrageous offer. Don't bother with him. Leave it to me. I'll negotiate a fair price for you and sell it to you. Mr. Yang cut him off with a stern rebuke. Get out of here. Manager Bao stumbled back a few meters in fright. Then, Mr. Yang delivered a single sentence that effectively roasted him thoroughly inside and out. Young man, your price is fair. I thought you'd ask for 2 or 3,000 per piece. 1,500 per piece, deal. All 7, that's 10,500 in total. How about this? Let me round it up to 11,000. Shaoli, go grab the money from the car. His driver, Shaoli, took off running back to the car and returned with a leather bag. When the zipper was pulled back, bundles of fresh banknotes sat inside, at least 30 or 40,000. Mr. Yang counted them out, bundle by bundle. 11 bundles altogether, which he handed to me with both hands, saying, Young man, count it yourself. His generosity left me slightly stunned. In that moment, I couldn't help but think I had underquoted. But once words are spoken, they can't be taken back. Besides, it's just 7 pieces of sea agarwood. With the vast resources of the ocean space at my disposal, there's no telling what treasures I'll find in the future. I handed all the sea agarwood to the driver. Shaoli quickly closed the bag, tucked it safely under his arm, and received it with utmost care. From Mr. Yang's hands, I took that large stack of fresh banknotes. The new bills smelled as if they had just been withdrawn from a bank, carrying the rich aroma of ink. It's the best scent in the world, better than any perfume. I casually stuffed the money into an old cloth bag without bothering to count it. I nodded toward Mr. Yang. Thank you. You truly have an expert eye. Unlike some people who just pretend to know. Mr. Yang laughed heartily, then suddenly pointed at Manager Bao. You damn fool, get over here. Though Mr. Yang looked refined, his sudden use of coarse language frightened Manager Bao out of his wits. He hurried over, cold sweat pouring down his face. Mr. Yang, what do you need? I, Yang Qianjin, despise those who judge others by their appearance. The young man brought in rare treasures. Yet you had him standing outside in the sun? Apologize. That store clerk, too. If you don't, I'll file a complaint with your boss and never step foot in this store again. Manager Bao and the store clerk turned pale. It was then that I realized that this Mr. Yang Qianjin wasn't ordinary. An overseas Chinese who returned in response to reform and opened up policies, investing back home. Every year, he bought a huge amount of goods from this store to gift friends and family at home and abroad. If he really stopped coming, how much would this store lose? Manager Bao hurriedly turned and scolded the store clerk. You judged someone by their appearance. If you'd invited the young man in right away, we wouldn't have offended Mr. Yang like this. Your bonus for this quarter is gone. Apologize with me now. The store clerk almost burst into tears. If she'd brought my shabby self into the store, wouldn't she have gotten slaughtered by his insults first? Judging others wasn't just her. She was following his lead. But there was no choice. She had to bow her head and repeatedly apologize. Manager Bao put on a sincere expression. Young man, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Please, come in for tea, enjoy the fan breeze, and sip some of our finest Biluakan tea. It'll be so refreshing. I shook my head coldly. Your store is too high class for me. Anyway, the sea agarwood is sold, and I have business to attend to. I'll take my leave. I nodded towards Mr. Yang once more. Thank you, Mr. Yang. I turned and was about to leave. Young man, wait a moment. Mr. Yang quickly called after me, his tone intent as he caught up with me. I looked at him curiously. What else is there? He gave me a meaningful glance. Managing to come across 1 or 2 quality pieces of this golden silk sea agarwood might be luck. But to find 7 pieces, that's no coincidence. He extended his slender, aged hand toward me. My name is Yang Qianjin. How should I address you? Though I didn't know his full background, anyone driving a car worth more than $20,000 in 1984, with a chauffeur to boot, commanding respect from even those snobs, he was definitely extraordinary. I extended my hand in return. Good to meet you, Mr. Yang. My surname's Niu, first name Bai. Great name. Great name. He nodded enthusiastically. From now on, I'll call you Bai. Come over to my place for tea. You're a fisherman, aren't you? There's more than just fish in the ocean, many treasures, too. I'd like to discuss some things I might ask your help with. Indeed, the ocean holds plenty of treasures. With the ocean space I had, I could probably find most things he wanted. And this man, he might very well become my biggest customer. I agreed with a nod. The driver carefully loaded the 7 pieces of sea agarwood into the trunk. I got into the car alongside them. The Santana sped off, leaving Manager Bao stomping his feet in regret. What a loss. Such a loss. If I'd just bought the sea agarwood for 1,500 per piece, I could have made a fortune flipping it to Mr. Yang. This is all your fault. He angrily pointed at the store clerk. 3 months of deductions isn't enough. You're docked 6. The clerk burst into tears. In the car, Mr. Yang told me about his background. He was a Chinese expatriate in Southeast Asia who made a fortune there. 3 years ago, he heard about China's reform and opening policy and saw huge business opportunities, so he moved most of his assets back. This county was his hometown, so he often stayed here. Now older, he left his business operations to his descendants. 10 or so minutes later, the car reached the coastline. This area was lined with old buildings featuring Republic-era architecture, and Mr. Yang's house was one of them. It had expansive gardens front and back, ancient trees offering ample shade, a true home of wealth. As the car stopped at the gate, a man of about 60, dressed in a Zhongshan suit, hurried out to meet us, a worried expression on his face. The moment Mr. Yang saw him, his demeanor turned anxious as well. Old Zhu, still no luck. He introduced me at once. This is Zhu Danning, my butler. Old Zhu, this young man is Niu Bai, an exceptional talent who brought back an entire 7 pieces of golden silk sea agarwood. Zhu Danning gave me an astonished look, nodding. Impressive for someone so young. But then he let out a bitter chuckle. Master, getting that thing is extremely difficult. Despite deploying so many people, no one has managed to get a single one. On the side, I stifled a laugh. What era are we in, still using terms like master and butler? Feels like something out of the old days. Still, my curiosity was piqued. What could be so hard to obtain? Mr. Yang's expression grew darker as he let out a deep sigh. So many fishing experts, and not one could manage to pull it up. A golden pomfret? I suddenly understood. He was in desperate need of a golden pomfret. The golden pomfret, also known as the yellow croaker, has an extremely valuable swim bladder. It's considered a top-grade medicinal material, known for its miraculous restorative effects on patients and elderly individuals with weakened constitutions. When made into fish maw, it's as valuable as gold. This fish is referred to as the king fish that you can only hope to encounter once in a lifetime. Typically inhabiting sandy bottoms 50 to 60 meters deep, it cannot be caught with nets, only by fishing rod. and even then, it's infamously difficult to catch. I asked, Mr. Yang, golden pomfret isn't easy to come by. Why do you need it? He wore a gloomy expression. My granddaughter-in-law had severe postpartum hemorrhage, and no treatment seems to be working. She's in a critical condition. The doctor said only fish maw from the golden pomfret can revitalize her and save her life. Otherwise, even if she survives, she'll be paralyzed for life. I've asked around and heard that about 10 kilometers out at sea, there might be a few of them. But I've hired so many experts, and no one has managed to catch one. It's killing me with worry. As he spoke, his eyes lit up, locking onto me. Young man, you're a fisherman too. Do you have any way to catch a golden pomfret? If you can catch one, I'll reward you handsomely. Zhu Daning, standing nearby, dismissed the idea. So many experts from inside and outside the province have tried, including highly experienced fishermen, but none succeeded. This young man might have the skill to gather golden sea willow, but catching a golden pomfret won't be easy either. Yet Yang Qianjin still looked at me with urgency. How about giving it a try? If you catch one, I'll reward you with 2,000 yuan. I'll buy the fish at full market price, and I'll add another 1,000 for the fish maw alone. I felt a stir in my heart. The flesh of the golden pomfret isn't particularly expensive, priced similarly to Spanish mackerel at 3 or 4 yuan per kilogram. But its swim bladder was a treasure. If I truly managed to catch one, never mind the value of its meat, just the reward of 2,000 yuan plus 1,000 yuan for the maw, combined with the money I just made from the golden sea willow, would be enough to buy 2 excellent fishing boats. I nodded readily. I'll give it a try, but I can't guarantee success. Yang Qianjin seemed to grasp at a lifeline, clapping his hands. Great. I'd invite you for tea, but catching fish is more urgent. Let's go. He led me around to the back of his house. Here, a granite-paved seaside promenade stretched out, clearly quite old, shaded by ancient trees on one side, and lined by moss-covered, solid railings on the other. Beyond the railings was a beach where various fishing boats were docked. At that moment, the fishing boats were returning one after another. The fishermen on board shook their heads, lamenting that the golden pomfret was too cunning and refused to take any bait. When they saw Yang Qianjin approaching, they looked helpless. Despite trying everything and exhausting their efforts, they had come back empty-handed. Many of these men had come in response to his bounty, traveling from all over. Despite his gloomy face, Yang Qianjin still clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you all for your help. This golden pomfret isn't just about skill, it's also about luck. Otherwise, it wouldn't be labeled a fish that's a miraculous stroke of fortune. If you're confident, please rest up and try again. I'll cover food and lodging. If anyone feels it's hopeless, just go home and rest up. You can get your travel expenses reimbursed from my housekeeper. After speaking, he turned to me. Young man, I'll prepare a 6-meter motorboat for you and assign someone to pilot it for you. What else do you need? I thought for a moment. No need to assign anyone. I can handle the boat myself. Just point me in the approximate direction. For fishing golden pomfret, you can only use a hand line, not a rod. I'll need 60 meters of nylon line as the main line, a 1-meter steel wire as the leader, and, of course, the right hooks and lead sinkers. For bait, I'll need sea shrimp about the size of a palm. I gestured with my hand. Yang Qianjin's eyes sparkled, and he gave me a thumbs up. I can tell you're an expert just from that. With a rod, the moment it bends, a big fish like the golden pomfret will use that momentum to charge forward, and it will likely escape the hook. So handlining is a must. You can't use pure nylon line either. Its bite force is so strong that it'll snap it in one go. Steel wire for the leader is the only solution. Don't worry, I'll prepare everything for you. Old Zhu, get to it. Everything was readily available, so Zhu Daning quickly got it all prepared, and the boat was sorted out as well. Yang Qianjin said, It's 2:30 in the afternoon now. It'll take about an hour to get there, so there's still enough time. Just keep an eye on the clock and be back before dark. Zhu Daning pointed out the direction for me. I hopped onto the boat and started the diesel engine with practiced ease. Yang Qianjin waved vigorously at me. Young man, good luck. We'll be waiting for your good news. I gave a confident smile. You got it. The boat puttered away, speeding toward the horizon. Zhu Daning sidled up to Yang Qianjin and whispered, Master, why are you so confident in that young man? Yang Qianjin replied slowly. Golden sea willow grows at depths of 200 to 300 meters below the sea. It's unbelievably tough. Currents can't break it. The only way to collect it is to dive to the seabed and snap or cut it off. Someone capable of procuring so much golden sea willow wouldn't find it too hard to catch a golden pomfret. That's why I have faith in this young man. I pushed the motor to full speed, and in less than an hour, I arrived at a shimmering expanse of sea dotted with 20 or 30 boats of varying sizes, all quietly anchored. The boats were spaced 7 or 8 meters to over 10 meters apart, each with a person aboard. Some were handlining, while others were using longline fishing, lines with dozens of hooks to increase the chances of catching big fish. However, judging by their expressions, not a single person had made any catches. These fishermen were unwilling to give up, stubbornly hoping to reel in a golden pomfret and make a fortune. I found a spot and parked my boat. The others on the surrounding boats instinctively glanced my way. On the nearest boat, a burly man in his 40s grinned and jeered. "Kid, you here for golden pomfret too? This thing isn't easy to catch. Without the right skill and experience, you'll just end up baking in the sun, drying out into a human raisin for nothing." He had a point. By now, it was past 3 in the afternoon, and the scorching sun was still blazing down. If you dipped your hand into the sea, the water felt like it was warm. Most of the fishermen wore large straw hats, with some even setting up makeshift sunshades on their boats. Otherwise, they'd indeed be cooked alive by this heat. I smiled cheerfully. I don't have much skill or experience, but I think I'll manage to catch one. The people around were startled. What did he mean by that? An elderly man, around 50 years old, asked. "Young man, if you're not relying on skill or experience, what are you relying on to catch such a valuable golden pomfret?" I replied, deadpan, "Luck." Everyone exchanged bemused glances before bursting into laughter. Catching a golden pomfret on luck? Kid, you'd have to fish for 100, maybe 150 years and save up all your life's fortune of luck just to catch one. Mr. Yang's bounty is so big it's even attracted clueless rookies like this one. Trying to fish for a golden pomfret on luck alone. What a fool. We've been fishing for decades, and even we don't dare claim we can catch one. And he thinks he can? He's in for a blistering reality check. All these fishermen had been sitting out here for ages, baked dizzy by the relentless sun. Not a single one had caught anything, leaving them both anxious and frustrated. Now here came a guy brazenly claiming he could catch one on luck. It was hard not to laugh at such naivety. Kid, they're all just using him as entertainment. At least it brings some joy. I didn't mind. Let them talk. I turned to glance at the small plastic bucket beside me. Inside the bucket were more than a dozen large prawns that Zhu Danning had caught for me. Each one weighed at least 150 grams and was soaking in murky seawater, specially prepared as bait to catch the big ones. I emptied the murky seawater without much of a reaction and silently guided seawater from my magical space into the bucket, filling it up completely. Before long, the previously lifeless prawns came back to life, leaping and darting about energetically. I wasn't in a rush. I waited for them to soak up enough of the miraculous space water before grabbing one to hook. Murmuring as I worked, I said, "Golden Claw. Oh, Golden Claw. I've got to catch you. Please, I'm begging." I wasn't sure whether my pleads would work or not, but the magical space water was so extraordinary. It could lure schools of fish, help me find abalones and sandworms. Perhaps it would also act like the Guanyin Bodhisattva and hear my heartfelt wishes. My words caught the attention of a burly, bearded man nearby, who burst into laughter and mocked. "Kid, you're even begging the heavens for protection?" A bald man, overhearing, shook his head dismissively. "Won't work. I tried that ages ago. I didn't just beg Buddha, the Jade Emperor, Guanyin, and Laozi. I even prayed to foreign gods like Jesus and the Virgin Mary. None of it worked. I didn't catch a single fish. You might as well save your breath." The crowd erupted in laughter. I ignored them. After finishing my little prayer, I carefully cast out the live prawn. The lead-weighted hook and prawn sank swiftly. The fishing line plunged nearly 40 to 50 meters deep before finally reaching the seabed. Closing my eyes slightly, I pinched the fishing line lightly between 2 fingers, letting it tremble ever so subtly as I focused on feeling any movement below. Golden claw fish are bottom dwellers, preferring to forage along the sandy seabed and rarely surfacing. Prawns are their ultimate favorite. With my gentle movements, the prawn wriggled around in the sand and mud on the seabed. If there was a golden claw nearby, it wouldn't take long before it lunged for a taste. And soaked in magical space water, the prawn might be even more irresistible. That was my plan. So many people had come and gone, having undoubtedly tried all kinds of bait that golden claws love. Yet still, none were caught here. Clearly, this area was abundant in other food, so the fishes had no urgency to bite. Your regular bait? They couldn't care less. But a prawn infused with space water? Now, that's something different. I sat still and waited carefully. 3 or 4 minutes passed, and suddenly, the fishing line in my hand went taut in an instant. Instinctively, I gave it a firm pull, and the line became even tighter. It felt as if something monstrous under the sea was playing tug-of-war with me, pulling with incredible strength. The line plunged downward sharply, almost slipping out of my hands. A fish was on the line, and it was a big one. Excitement surged through me. So fast. I'm unbeatable. Where I had been gripping the line with one hand, I quickly brought my other hand into play, grabbing the nylon line with both hands and holding on tightly.